Ned Stark stood in the great hall of Winterfell, his jaw set in a grim line as he surveyed the gathered lords. Torchlight danced against the gray stone walls, illuminating the solemn faces of his bannermen, his family, and the foreign envoys whose eyes gleamed with curiosity and calculation. The tapestries of House Stark, dire wolves running beneath pale moons, seemed to ripple in the torchlight like living creatures sharing in the tension. Even the winds whipping through the inner courtyard had hushed, as if the entire north held its breath for Lord Stark's words. Jon Snow stood at Ned's side, clad in boiled leather and dark wool, shoulders tense, eyes flicking warily around the crowd. He tried to keep his face calm, but the hammering of his heart was a roar in his ears. The Northmen looked at him with varying degrees of curiosity and skepticism. Some, like great Jon Umber, had always found it odd that Ned Stark's one acknowledged bastard had never resembled his father. The boy's dark hair and gray eyes could pass as a Stark's at times, but there was something else in his features that defied easy classification. Robb Stark stood near the dais, shoulders square, the mantle of a commander already lying heavily upon him. He was as proud a son as any father could want, but there were lines of apprehension etched across his brow. Something was unfolding that he did not fully understand. Catelyn Stark watched from the sidelines, hands clasped so tightly her knuckles shone white. She had been given no choice but to attend. Sansa and Arya clung to each other, confusion on their faces. Bran and Rickon were absent, kept elsewhere under the watchful eye of Maester Luwin. All of them sensed the gravity of this assembly, a meeting called abruptly with ravens dispatched to summon lords and courtiers from across the north. Rumors had trickled in cryptic tidings that there would be a declaration from the Warden of the North. Perhaps it concerned the war in the south, or perhaps something else. No one knew. Only the man at the center of it all, Lord Eddard Stark, stood with quiet resolve, aware of the catastrophe he was about to unleash. His voice did not carry with its usual calm. There was a tremor, a weighted sorrow in his tone. "My lords, my ladies," he began. "I have called you here to speak of a truth long buried. A truth whose cost has been measured in blood and sacrifice, and one I can no longer keep hidden." Robb shifted on his feet, confusion forging with alarm. He glanced quickly at Jon, who looked every bit as baffled. Yet there was a flicker in Jon's dark gray eyes, a spark that flicked across his face as though some wild intuition told him his life stood on the precipice of drastic change. Ned took a breath, deep and steady. He thought of Lyanna, of the promise he had made by her bedside in the Tower of Joy. He remembered the tears on her cheeks as she pressed the child into his arms. The memory scoured him like a brand. "Many of you have wondered about Jon Snow," he said at last. "You have whispered about the mother who bore him, about how I, Eddard Stark, a man of honor, could father a child out of wedlock. I have allowed those rumors to stand for many years, even among my family, because I promised my sister I would protect him." A low murmur spread across the hall, as soft as the brush of a raven's wing but growing sharper with each passing heartbeat. Jon's cheeks burned red. He struggled to keep his face composed. Catelyn's gaze bore into Ned, wide and stunned. Ned inhaled again, then steadied his voice. "Jon Snow is no bastard. He is the son of my sister, Lyanna Stark, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen." A thunderous silence clamped down on the crowd. It was as if 1,000 voices had died mid-sentence. Robb's jaw dropped, shock painting his features. Catelyn's eyes sparked with outrage and disbelief. Some lords spat curses. Others froze, eyes round with confusion. The significance of those words unfurled in the hearts of all who heard them. A Targaryen? Here in Winterfell? A realm that had fought and bled to throw down the Targaryen dynasty during Robert's rebellion? Jon's breath caught. A madness of thoughts rushed through his mind. All his life he had dreamed of belonging, of a mother who might still love him. He had endured the shame of his bastardy, the cold eyes of Lady Stark, the pity or scorn of half the North. But now he was told he was not Ned Stark's baseborn child, but the child of the Dragon Prince. It was too enormous to grasp. The High Steward of House Glover stood abruptly. "My lord, this cannot be true. Your sister was betrothed to Robert Baratheon, but she was abducted by that Targaryen villain." "She was never abducted," Ned cut in, his tone turning iron. "She loved Rhaegar. They wed in secret. I have proof. The royal marriage documents, sealed by the High Septon, were delivered to me years ago. And I found more evidence in the tower where she died." He paused, swallowing a lump in his throat. She made me swear to protect her son's life by any means necessary. Now the realm has changed. King Robert is dead. We face war on all sides. The truth must out, or we risk building the future upon yet another lie. Some murmured their protests, while others looked stunned beyond speech. A Targaryen heir in the north was cause for alarm. The Targaryens had reigned for centuries before Robert's rebellion. If Jon were truly a Targaryen and a Stark, the claim he could press was monumental. An icy tension seeped into every corner of the Great Hall. Arya, standing beside Sansa, watched her father with wide eyes. She had always admired Jon but never guessed there was such a secret behind his parentage. Sansa was too stunned to speak. She simply stared at her father, trying to make sense of it all. Robb cleared his throat, finding his own voice. "Father, what does this mean for Jon? What does this mean for all of us?" Ned stepped off the dais and placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. Jon's eyes were lowered as if he were bracing for a tempest. "It means," Ned said quietly, "that Jon's true name is Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, if he so chooses to claim it. It means the blood of the dragon flows in him. He is not bound by the stigma of bastardy, for he was born in lawful marriage. It means he is of House Targaryen and House Stark, a union of ice and fire." A hush so profound fell that the rustle of cloaks and the crackling of fire in the hearth sounded deafening. In that hush, the doors to the great hall were pushed open by guards, allowing a cold gust of wind to swirl around the gathered throng. Catelyn drew a shuddering breath. "Ned, how could you keep this from me?" Her voice trembled with both fury and a heartbreak that had brewed over years of believing her husband had betrayed her with another woman. "How could you let the children think he was your bastard?" Lord Stark's voice gentled. "I could not risk Robert Baratheon discovering the truth. You know how he loathed Targaryens. He would have had Jon killed, no matter my pleas. I had to protect him, to honor Lyanna's dying wish." Catelyn blinked back tears, anger warring with sorrow. The lords around them whispered in clusters, some exchanging heated remarks. Finally, the High Steward of House Manderly stepped forward. "Lord Stark, if this is true, Jon, or Aegon, stands as a potential claimant to the Iron Throne. What does this mean for the North and for your son Robb's campaign?" Another wave of murmurs. They all knew Robb Stark had been called king in the North by many of these very men, seeking independence from the Iron Throne. Now, if Ned was publicly affirming that his sister's son was the rightful Targaryen heir, what claim did that give Robb or any of them to absolute sovereignty? Ned's gaze flicked to Robb, who stood rigid, half in shock and half in alarm. It was a father's sorrowful look, recognizing how the burden might shift from one son to the other. "These are questions with no simple answers," Ned said, turning to address the crowd. "But if I have withheld this truth much longer, I would be as great a liar as any. Jon's claim is his own to assert or renounce, but I will not hide him away, not while we stand on the brink of war. The realm must know the blood that flows in his veins." A group of Karstarks conferred among themselves. One old lord's voice, thick with suspicion, rose above the murmur. "We in the North bent no knee to Targaryens after the rebellion. We followed you, Lord Stark, because of your honor. If this boy, this man, seeks to call himself a Targaryen, must we treat him as a foe?" Jon, hearing those words, felt a pang that cut deeper than any blade. He had never wanted this, never asked for titles or claims. He had only ever wanted to be accepted as a Stark. Now he was thrust into a maelstrom of uncertain loyalties and a legacy soaked in centuries of conquest and rebellion. Ned's face hardened. "He is no foe to the North so long as I draw breath," he said, quietly but firmly. "His mother was my sister, a daughter of Winterfell. He is a Stark as well as a Targaryen. Do not forget that." Robb, finally mastering his emotions, stepped closer. "Father, you speak of claims, but I have been declared king in the North. Do you mean for me to yield my crown to Jon?" The question hung in the air, raw and direct. Some lords scowled. Others waited, anxious. Ned bowed his head. "Robb, you are my trueborn son, heir to Winterfell, and I would never cast you aside. Yet these titles, the king in the North, the crown you bear, came to be in the midst of war. If we stand divided against the Lannisters, we will destroy ourselves. And if Daenerys Targaryen, Jon's aunt, truly crosses the narrow sea with dragons at her back, war will come in earnest. The realm must choose its alliances carefully." Robb's temper flared just enough to edge his voice. But you have named Jon the rightful heir to House Targaryen, father. That stands in direct opposition to everything we have fought for. Our men died to be free of southern rule. Before Ned could answer, Jon spoke up. Robb, my lord, I never wished for any of this. I am a brother of the Night's Watch, or I was, until I left to call the banners for you. I have no desire to press a claim that sets me against my own family. I only want to end the bloodshed. I swear it. A wave of sympathy for Jon rose among some of the Watchers. He looked nothing like the Mad Kings of old. He was a Stark in appearance and bearing, quiet in manner. But the knowledge that dragons lived again across the sea, that Targaryens might have new power, could not be taken lightly. Lord Glover folded his arms, his tone guarded. We have no illusions that times are growing darker. The Lannisters hold King's Landing, but rumor says the Tyrells are not entirely loyal. Stannis Baratheon has named himself rightful king. Balon Greyjoy stirs on the Iron Islands. There are too many who claim crowns. And now this. Ned's hand on Jon's shoulder tightened. That is precisely why I come forward now. We must be united or risk losing everything we hold dear. But the choice is not mine alone. It belongs to all the lords of the North, and to my son, Robb, who has been proclaimed king. Robb inhaled a shaking breath. The great hall had never felt more ominous. He could see the uncertainty in the eyes of the men around him. Many had declared for him out of love for the Starks, out of hatred for the Lannisters, or out of the desire for a free North. Now they faced the sudden revelation that Jon might have a legitimate Targaryen claim, blessed by Ned Stark himself. It was a blow to the very foundation of their rebellion. Catelyn's voice cut through the tension. I have questions, she said, her voice cold as steel. Questions that demand answers. If Jon is the heir to the Iron Throne, what becomes of House Stark? Of Winterfell? Do we remain vassals to the crown? Or do we proclaim independence as Robb has done? Which path would you choose, Ned? For a moment, Ned closed his eyes, battling the ghosts of the past. When he opened them again, his answer was as gentle as it was resolute. I choose to protect the North, and if that means forging alliances that keep our people safe, I will do it. But I will not choose sides between my sons. This matter is bigger than our pride. He turned to his gathered bannermen, his voice rising. We face winter's chill, a threat beyond the wall that grows with each day, and we face the relentless dangers of men who would see the North undone. We must be wise in how we proceed. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the great Jon let out a bark of uncertain laughter. Gods be good. We are living in strange times indeed. A Targaryen in Winterfell. Next you'll be telling me the White Walkers are real. He abruptly quieted when no one else shared in his bleak humor. Ned gestured for his household guard to lead the lords away to the banquet hall. Let us break bread and calm our nerves, he announced, his voice studiously polite. We shall speak further in due time, but for now, let each of you consider what I have told you. The truth will not change if we wait an hour or a day. The lords and ladies filed out, some casting glances of sympathy or dismay toward Jon, others nodding stiffly to Ned and Robb. Still reeling, the Northmen moved in a subdued throng, their previous certainties rattled by a single revelation. Only the Stark family, and a select few, including Theon Greyjoy, remained behind. Catelyn hovered near the dais. Her face showed equal parts rage and heartbreak at the husband she had so long believed faithful yet flawed. Now she realized the flaw had been something else entirely. A vow to his dead sister, a vow that had consumed their marriage with unspoken tension. Robb approached Jon, his expression conflicted. Jon or Aegon? I don't know what to call you. You've always called me your brother, Jon said softly. You may call me that still, if you wish. Robb's mouth twitched in something like an attempt at a smile, but he could not quite manage it. I would never wish ill upon you, Jon. 7 hells. I still barely believe what I heard. Arya darted forward, ignoring the tension, and threw her arms around Jon. He stiffened at first, then embraced her gently. You're still my brother, Arya said fiercely. I don't care if you have Targaryen blood. You belong here. Sansa stepped closer, uncertain. She had always dismissed Jon as the bastard half-brother, a complication in her mother's marriage. But her eyes were soft with tears. "What does it feel like?" she asked. "To know you're a prince?" Jon shook his head. "A prince? I'm no prince, Sansa. I'm just me. I don't feel any different, save for the weight of it all. It's too large, too heavy." Catelyn watched with haunted eyes, torn between a lifetime of resentment and the faintest stirring of compassion. Ned walked to her side, speaking in a hushed tone. "Cat, I never meant to betray you. I knew this day might come, but I hoped circumstances would be gentler." She turned on him, tears brimming. "Gentler? You have shattered everything we knew. You have set our son Robb and your sister's son on a collision course." She paused, voice trembling with suppressed fury. "My heart breaks for Robb, and the entire North will be thrown into confusion." He gently took her hand. "I know, but we must find a way forward. We cannot let the realm descend further into chaos." She pulled away, pain etched on her face. "May the gods forgive us for what we have unleashed." That night, no one slept easily. The rumors spread like wildfire through Winterfell and beyond, fueled by gossiping servants, watchmen with open ears, and lords who confided in their sworn swords. By dawn, all the North would know that Jon Snow was not Ned Stark's bastard, but the rightful son of Lyanna Stark and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. The shock of it would reverberate in every distant holdfast, stirring every ambition, every fear. By the time morning came, the lords were gathered once more at Winterfell's circular training yard, the place ringed by tall stands where onlookers could watch sparring sessions and feasts of arms. Ned had chosen this venue for a more private council away from the Great Hall's echoes. The yard was enclosed enough for discussion, though the winter sky overhead loomed slate-gray, threatening to drop snow at any moment. Robb stood beside his direwolf, Grey Wind, who prowled anxiously at his side. Jon was near the training dummies, Ghost standing protectively at his heel. The white direwolf's crimson eyes darted among the watchers. Lords Manderly, Glover, Serwyn, and Umber were present, along with Meege Mormont and a stern-faced Roose Bolton. The latter's pale eyes flickered with unreadable thoughts. Catelyn stood in attendance, flanked by Theon Greyjoy and some of the household guard. Arya hovered near the edge, determined to remain, no matter who might try to dismiss her. Ned Stark took his place in the center. "We have much to discuss. The realm splinters as we speak. Balon Greyjoy has crowned himself King of the Isles. Renly Baratheon once claimed the Iron Throne, though now he is dead, and Stannis fights on. Joffrey Baratheon, if he is truly a Baratheon, wears the crown in King's Landing, backed by the Lannisters. And far across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen grows in power. We face storms on all sides." He paused, leveling his gaze at each lord in turn. "I kept Jon's parentage secret because King Robert would have killed him. Robert is gone, and the secret has become a liability. I will have no more lies." Great Jon Umber growled. "Is the lad truly a Targaryen?" Ned gave a curt nod. "Truly. He has the documents attesting to it. And there are men alive who attended the secret wedding, Howland Reed, the High Septon at the time, and others. If I am pressed, I can produce them." Lady Mormont planted her fists on her hips. "What say you, then, about the king in the north we have already crowned?" She gestured at Robb. "We pledged our swords to Robb Stark. Will you now tell us to bend the knee to his brother?" Whispers circulated among the lords. Tension coiled like a viper in the cold air. Robb's jaw clenched, but he said nothing, determined to let his father speak first. Ned, heartbreak coursing through him, turned to Robb. "That is a question only you can answer, son. I raised you to uphold the honor of House Stark, but never did I envision we would stand here, with the North declared a separate kingdom and a Targaryen heir in our midst." He drew himself up. "I will not command you to yield your crown if you do not wish it. But know this, a war with the dragons and their loyalists will cost thousands of lives. And with winter nearing, do we truly wish the North to stand alone against dragons, Lannisters, Greyjoys, and every other enemy besides? Robb met his father's eyes. "What do you propose?" he asked, voice subdued. Ned looked to Jon, who was standing stiff as a spear. Jon must decide, of course, how he will use his name. If he seeks to press a claim to the Iron Throne that might bring the might of House Targaryen and dragons north, or if he renounces it, he might keep the peace between us and remain a Stark in truth. Jon's throat felt tight. The eyes of the North were upon him. He had never felt so naked in all his life. "All my life I wanted nothing more than to be acknowledged as your son," he said, meeting Ned's gaze. "But I never asked to be Targaryen. If I refuse this claim, what becomes of me? And if I accept it, do I turn my back on all of you? On the family I have known?" Meage Mormont pressed her lips into a thin line. "The boy should do what is best for the North." Several other lords voiced but Roose Bolton spoke, his voice a quiet hiss. "And if what is best means forging an alliance with the Targaryen in the east, aligning with Daenerys who has dragons? The North has ever been proud, but pride will not keep us fed, nor safe, in the darkest days." Some of the watchers frowned, for Bolton was no man to be trusted blindly, but his words bore a grim logic. Jon let out a breath. "I have heard tales of my aunt, that she endured great hardship, that she birthed dragons in fire. If it is true, she may be more formidable than any Lannister. If there is a chance for peace, I do not wish to see more blood spilled." A flicker of approval lit Ned's eyes, but there was sadness there too. "The question, Jon, is whether you will stand aside and let Daenerys press her claim alone, or if you will declare yourself Aegon Targaryen, rightful king. That decision cannot be forced on you." Robb finally stepped forward, voice resonant. "If Jon claims the Iron Throne, we have two Targaryens, Daenerys and Jon. They could battle each other, or they could unite. Either way, that leaves the North caught in the middle." Great Jon Umber slapped his thigh. "Then perhaps the lad should bow to his aunt. If she has dragons, I'd wager that is the wiser move. Let her wage war on the Lannisters, and we Starks can remain in the North." That remark stirred a chorus of concerned voices. Surrendering the crown so quickly might shame the North. Manderley reminded them that White Harbor had pledged its ships to Robb. Glover insisted that the memory of Ned's father and brother, burned by the Mad King, should not be forgotten. Jon's mind swam in confusion. His thoughts circled helplessly. He wanted none of this. He had given his vows to the Night's Watch once, though that oath had been cast aside in the upheaval of war. A faint tug of yearning pulled at him as he recalled the quiet purpose of Castle Black. Yet the Watch was behind him now, and all the burdens of the living realm were placed squarely on his shoulders. He lifted his chin, voice low but resolute. "I do not wish to fight any war of succession. I would rather see the Lannisters undone than see us kill each other. But if Daenerys does not accept me, or if she intends to burn the North with her dragons, will we simply bow? I cannot in good conscience let that happen. I may have Targaryen blood, but the North is in my veins. I have sworn brotherhood with you all." He looked directly at Robb. "There is only one family I have ever loved, the Starks." Robb's eyes softened. He reached out to clasp Jon's forearm. "You are my brother, Jon. I never questioned that, despite the name you carried. If it must be so, for the sake of our people, I could yield. But it is not my decision alone. The lords proclaimed me king in the North. If I kneel, I must have their consent, or there will be rebellion within our own walls." A tumult of discussion broke out. Some lords felt betrayal in their hearts at the thought of bending the knee again. Others saw a chance to preserve the North from devastation. The future pivoted on a razor's edge. Finally, Ned's voice rose above the clamor. "Let us not decide on the spot. Take counsel with your vassals, speak among yourselves, weigh the cost. We shall reconvene tonight in the Great Hall." The yard emptied as swiftly as it had filled, lords dispersing in tight clusters of hushed debate while guards watched with wary eyes. None wanted to be overheard, none wanted to seem too eager to bend or too stubborn to break. Robb lingered, pacing the snowy ground with gray wind at his side. Jon lingered too, his hand buried in Ghost's thick white fur, searching for comfort. Ned stepped closer to them both. "I would spare you this burden if I could," Ned murmured. But the realm stands at a crossroads and you are each at the center. Robb managed a strained smile. A king's life is never simple, they say. I just never imagined I'd have to decide between my crown and my brother's life. Jon exhaled, breath pluming in the cold air. Nor I imagined I would be the reason you had to. They stood in silence, the bond between them forged in boyhood hunts and shared lessons, tested now by the flames of war and truth. And in the hush of that morning, the snows began to fall. Word spread throughout the castle and beyond, riding on the wind and the tongues of wandering minstrels. Many men shook their heads in disbelief. Another Targaryen heir? In Winterfell? Some even scoffed that it was an outlandish ruse by Ned Stark to confuse his enemies. But for those who believed, the consequences weighed heavily. In the afternoon, the usual bustling that marked a holdfast at war felt muted. Blacksmiths still hammered iron, guards still patrolled the walls, but there was an undercurrent of trepidation. From the ramparts, one could see riders coming and going, delivering messages to outlying bannermen. The ravens cooed in the rookery, bearing letters far and wide. Ned Stark intended for no one to remain in ignorance. Jon found himself at the Godwood, seeking the quiet counsel of ancient trees. Red leaves rustled overhead, the weirwood face seeming to watch him with somber patience. There, by the heart tree, he knelt in the frost and tried to pray, though he was not sure to whom he prayed, old gods or new, or some unknown force that had guided his life thus far. He did not hear Robb approach, but he felt the new king in the North's presence. Robb said nothing for a long while, simply standing behind him, the hush of the Godwood enveloping them. Jon rose eventually, turning to face his half-brother, cousin, now, though still brother in all but blood. Robb's auburn hair glimmered in a shaft of pale winter light. He let out a soft breath. Jon, part of me wants to storm away, gather my men, ignore what father said, and remain king in the North, no matter the cost. Is that truly so selfish of me? Jon frowned. I do not blame you. The North has been its own kingdom before, and you have fought for that dream. If I had not been discovered, I would fight for you still, even if it cost me my life. Robb's eyes flicked to the weirwood face, the carved hollow eyes seeming to stare back. Is it so wrong to want to protect my home and rule it as I see fit? I have no desire to be a subject to a Targaryen. But you are my brother. You would never strike at the North, so long as you draw breath. Jon's expression twisted with guilt. But what if the realm demands I do? Rhaegar Targaryen was once the crown prince. I am his only living heir aside from Daenerys. Many would call me a usurper if I do not march south to claim the throne. Or they would call me a coward for letting my aunt do so alone. It's an impossible choice. They stood in silence a moment. Then Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. We face 1,000 impossible choices, but perhaps there is a path forward, an alliance. If the North remains free and you support that freedom in exchange for peace, perhaps our people can be safe. Let Daenerys claim the Iron Throne if she will, and you as well. We will not hinder it, so long as the North retains its sovereignty. Jon managed a wan smile. A North that is free in everything but name? Would the Southern Lords accept that? We do not know, Robb admitted. But maybe it is worth attempting. There has been too much bloodshed already. If father is right, and the White Walkers stir beyond the wall, the living must unite or perish. Jon nodded, quietly recalling his first glimpses of the undead when he had stood the watch. He had tried to warn them, but the lords of Westeros were busy crowning themselves. I will do whatever I can, he said. But that choice is not mine alone either. Daenerys may have her own designs. Robb's face hardened with a sense of duty. Then let us see how the lords respond tonight. I will not force them to accept a compromise they despise. I owe them that respect. But if they agree, I will yield for the good of the North. Jon's heart squeezed. I pray the gods see us safely through this. I never wanted to come between you and your men. Robb squeezed his shoulder. You are not the cause of any ill will. You are my brother, and the truth is not your sin. They parted ways, each weighed by the knowledge that, come nightfall, they would stand before the banners of the North and attempt to guide them toward unity, or risk the fracturing of everything they held dear. That evening, as the sun dipped behind Winterfell's walls, the great hall once more brimmed with lords and ladies, knights and sworn swords. The fires roared in the stone hearths, casting dancing shadows on the flags of House Stark. At the high table, Ned Stark sat in the center with Catelyn on his right. Jon and Robb shared the left side, each bearing a composure of calm that did not fully hide their inward turmoil. Servants passed steaming trenchers of stew and ale in horn cups, but few had appetite for the meal. Tension weighed on every chest like a mammoth's foot. Once the initial pleasantries were dispensed with, Ned stood. His voice rolled clearly across the hall. "My friends, we have spoken this day of a great many things. We stand at a crossroads, a Targaryen in our midst, the North's independence, and the war that threatens us all. I would hear your thoughts, as you have heard mine." Midge Mormont rose first, straight-backed as a spear. "I have always been loyal to House Stark, but I want the North free of Southern meddling. My men did not bleed so we could trade one Southern king for another." However, she paused, eyeing Jon. "I cannot ignore that the lad is also of our blood. If Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen vows never to press the North back into the Seven Kingdoms, I can accept him as an ally. But King he will not be here." Murmurs of agreement rumbled. But Roose Bolton stood, his posture a careful neutrality. "We must consider that Daenerys Targaryen wields dragons. If she learns her nephew is here, recognized by the North, might she not see that as a threat to her own claim? A threat that invites fire and blood? Perhaps it is wiser to send Jon Snow away immediately. Let him hide where she cannot find him." Ned's eyes flashed with disapproval. "I will not send him into exile. Not after all we have sacrificed to keep him safe. I am done with secrets." Lord Bolton's face remained a mask of pale calm. "Secrets keep men alive, my lord." Great Jon Umber slapped the table. "We're done with secrets. The boy is a Stark as far as I'm concerned, Targaryen name be damned. Let him take the black again if he wants no part of this." Jon?" Jon stood, a pang of memory lodging in his chest. "I have already broken my vows to the Night's Watch when I joined Robb's cause. I doubt they would welcome me back." He looked around, voice tight. "But even if they would, the Watch alone cannot stand against the horrors beyond the wall without the help of the realm. I've seen whites with my own eyes. War among kings will only strengthen the army of the dead." A hush. Robb stood next. "You have named me king in the North. I have never forgotten that my crown was forged in war after the murder of my father's liege lord, King Robert, and the injustices visited upon us by the Lannisters." Robb paused, collecting himself. "But our father is alive, and his counsel is wise. He urges unity in the face of greater threats. I cannot demand you follow me to the edge of annihilation if there is a better path." His voice grew stronger, echoing in the hall. "I propose that we maintain the North's independence, but ally ourselves with Jon Aegon if and when he makes his rightful claim. He shares our blood, and he has no intention of forcing us under the Iron Throne. In return, we shall not hinder his pursuit of that throne, nor side with his rivals, Targaryen or otherwise." Some lords looked uncomfortable. Lord Glover pressed, "And what if his aunt comes with dragons at her back? Will you join her cause? Will you bend the knee if it means saving your brother from her wrath?" Robb's jaw tightened. "We will not bend the knee to fear alone. But we can negotiate. If Daenerys Targaryen would accept the North as a free kingdom in alliance with a Targaryen-ruled South, then we might consider it. The alternative is more war." Lord Manderley, large and imposing, stroked his bushy beard. "War or no war, the Lannisters must be thrown down. That I think we all agree upon. If supporting Jon helps us see justice done, so be it." A cacophony of voices rose, some lords insisting the North's freedom was paramount, others reminding them of the Mad King's crimes and the possibility his daughter might be just as ruthless. Catelyn said nothing, her gaze heavy on Ned, who listened with solemn patience. Jon was silent, too, trying to make sense of the swirling arguments that determined his fate. Finally, Ned raised a hand. "I have heard enough to sense the direction of the wind. Let us put it to a vote. Those in favor of forging an alliance with Jon Targaryen, guaranteeing our independence while recognizing his right to seek the Iron Throne, stand with my son Robb, king in the North. Those opposed, speak now." A hush settled. Slowly, one by one, lords stood to declare their acceptance of the plan. The Great Jon, Manderley, Serwyn, Mormont. Yet House Glover hesitated, conferring among themselves. The Boltons, too, remained quiet until Roose Bolton gave a small, chilly nod, and the men beneath him stood, though reluctance gleamed in their eyes. It was not unanimous. Some had reservations. But the majority, bound by loyalty to House Stark and sobered by the specter of further conflict, concurred that this alliance was the lesser evil. The great hall thrummed with pent-up tension, uncertain but accepting. Jon, glancing around, felt a surge of gratitude and trepidation. "You honor me," he said softly, "though I have done little to deserve it. If I must claim the throne, it will be to save lives, not to shed more blood." I will not forget who stood by me and who did not. Ned's gaze swept the hall, pride and sorrow mingling in his expression. Then let it be so. The North remains free with Robb Stark as its king. Jon Targaryen is recognized as the rightful son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. We shall not stand in his way if he pursues his claim, nor shall we forsake him to any threat seeking his life. He paused, letting the words settle. This is the will of Winterfell. The lords echoed him with a mixed chorus of agreement. Servants, sensing the tension shift, began to fill cups again. Some lords roared for ale, others merely rubbed their temples, anxiety unrelieved. The night was not yet over. Robb took a long drink from his cup. When he set it down, he turned to Jon. Brother, come. Let us speak outside, away from these watchful eyes. They found themselves by the walls overlooking the courtyard, the moon pale above them. Snow drifted in lazy swirls, dusting the battlements. In the courtyard below, men lounged near braziers while stable boys hurried about with feed for horses. A hush had fallen on Winterfell now that the day's council had ended. Robb leaned on the stone parapet, breath steaming. I suppose it's done now. We have a tentative peace. The North remains free and you remain a Targaryen. He paused. But what will you do next, truly? Jon exhaled slowly. I must learn more of Daenerys. If we are to avoid war between us, we need to communicate. But how? She's across the sea. I suppose we can send ravens, envoys. Or I could journey to her myself, but that might be foolish. She might see me as a threat. Robb nodded, lost in thought. We'll need to choose envoys carefully. We have no idea how she'll react to news of another Targaryen. Her advisors might fear your claim. Or they might welcome me, Jon mused. I don't know which possibility frightens me more. They stood in companionable silence for a spell, the crisp northern air biting at their cheeks. Then Robb said quietly, thank you for this. I know it wasn't your choice to be born a Targaryen, but you've handled it with more grace than many men would. Jon shrugged. I only wish for peace. But the realm is seldom kind to such wishes. Robb gave a wry laugh. That is something we both have learned. They parted ways after clasping forearms in a gesture of brotherhood. Their bond had not shattered under the weight of truth. Yet neither knew what storms the morrow might bring. But the nights in the North were fickle and peace never settled easily. Not 3 days had passed since Ned's announcement when a rider arrived at Winterfell's gates under the cover of dawn, half frozen, his horse lathered from hard riding. The man bore disturbing news. Lords in the Neck, uncertain about the North's new stance, had begun to call their banners to see if they might force Robb to reaffirm total independence with no alliance to any Targaryen. Disturbances flared across scattered holdfasts, raiders testing the edges of loyalty. The revelation of Jon's heritage had unsettled alliances older than any living man. In Ned's solar, the Stark family and key advisors gathered. The room was cramped with the presence of Robb, Jon, Catelyn, Theon, Roose Bolton, and a few others whose counsel Ned trusted, Maester Luwin, for one. Maester Luwin rolled up the latest Raven scroll. The Neck is in uproar. House Reed remains loyal to you, Lord Stark, but lesser houses are uncertain. I suggest we send swift riders with clarifications of your stance, my lord. Otherwise, fear and rumor will breed further discord. Ned nodded. Agreed. Theon, I want you to take a squad of our best riders to quell these disturbances. Offer them words of reassurance, remind them that the Starks have not abandoned the North. Theon, eager to prove his worth beyond his status as hostage-turned-ward, bowed. I'll see it done. The men there still respect the Stark name. Roose Bolton's tone was soft. Rebellion thrives on confusion. We must move swiftly or pockets of dissent will become open revolt. You have sworn to keep the North free. After all, some lords may perceive your alliance with Jon Targaryen as a betrayal. Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. You see what we face. In the end, we might have to put down these rebellions with steel if necessary. He paused. But I will try words first. That is my duty as king in the North. Jon's jaw tightened. I would not have strife in the North on my account. If I can help, I will. Ned placed a hand on his shoulder. Your presence alone might inflame them further. They suspect a Targaryen's influence behind every new order from Winterfell. Better you remain here, let Robb's men handle it. Jon nodded, torn between wanting to help and fearing he might worsen things. Catelyn's gaze flicked between her husband and Jon. Though the raw anger had subsided, confusion still lingered in her eyes. This is only the beginning, she murmured. If the realm truly learns Jon is a Targaryen, others will come. Ambitious lords, schemers, assassins. Will we become a target for every rival claimant? A cold hush followed. Ned's voice sounded even graver than usual. We may, but we have chosen honesty over lies. That is our path now. Days turned into weeks. Robb dispatched letters to lords in the Western Hills, the White Knife region, and beyond, explaining that the North's independence would not be surrendered and that an alliance with Jon Targaryen was meant to keep war from ravaging northern lands. The responses varied. Some pledged to remain loyal, others sent back cautionary notes of doubt. A handful sent no reply at all, a worrying silence. To the south, rumors had begun to swirl. King Joffrey and Kin G's Landing had heard whispered talk of a Targaryen in Winterfell. Some believed it mere rumor. Others claimed Ned Stark was forging a puppet prince to rally the realm against the Lannisters. Spies were doubtless creeping toward the Neck, seeking confirmation. The tensions that had started as a war between kings now threatened to expand into something more volatile. But Winterfell refused to be cowed by rumor or fear. Under Ned's guidance, men trained daily in the yard, forging swords and shaping spears. The words "winter is coming" were more than a motto here, they were a promise of hardship, and every man understood the necessity of readiness. Yet even in the midst of this martial vigilance, small joys persisted. Arya sneaked off to practice water dancing in secret corners, Sansa busied herself with the quiet tasks of sewing clothes for the oncoming cold, and Bran and Rickon, under guard, played at being knights in one of the lesser courtyards. Uncertain but spirited, Jon took to walking the walls at dawn and dusk, Ghost always at his side. He spoke with the guards, listened to their concerns, offered a reassuring nod when they spoke of the uncertain times. Even so, the name Targaryen clung to him like a second shadow, and he felt it every time he caught a sideways glance from a bannerman's retainer or a visiting merchant. Some seemed awed, as if expecting to see silver hair and violet eyes, others suspicious. Jon tried to project calm and sincerity, though inside he churned with the same anxiety he saw reflected in their faces. Robb, for his part, wrestled with the responsibilities of kingship. Diplomatic ravens soared daily, and each new arrival brought tidings that shaped the North's fortunes. Theon Greyjoy occasionally returned from his tasks, reporting on lords who needed placating or threats that needed subduing. Catelyn proved a formidable advisor, helping manage provisions and trying to keep order in these tumultuous times, though her dislike for Theon was never far from the surface. Ned Stark kept a steady hand on Winterfell's governance, but as the revelations settled, he found himself in the middle of every crisis. Late one evening, after the day's tasks were done, he invited Jon to join him in the solar. When Jon arrived, he found his father and uncle by blood gazing out the window at the courtyard. "Close the door, Jon," Ned said quietly, not turning. Jon complied, stepping forward hesitantly. "You wanted to see me?" Ned turned, eyes heavy with old ghosts. "You are no longer a boy in my care. I see that now. Everything you have been through, leaving for the Wall, then for war, has stripped away your childhood. But there is something I must give you now, something that should have been yours from birth." He reached into a trunk by his side and withdrew a small wooden box bound with iron. Slowly, carefully, he opened it. Inside lay a folded piece of parchment bearing a broken wax seal. "This is the document that proves your parentage," Ned said quietly. "Your mother's marriage contract to Prince Rhaegar, witnessed by the High Septon and countersigned by 2 lords. One was Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, who died at the Tower of Joy. The other, he exhaled, Howland Reed. He remains alive, though seldom seen." Jon stared at the parchment, throat constricting. He reached out, fingers trembling slightly as he touched the time-worn vellum. "Father." "Ned, I don't know what to say. There is more. I wrote letters to the Citadel, to men I trust, confirming your mother's final words along with my own account. In due time, we can send them to King's Landing, to whomever sits the throne, if we decide to press your claim officially. This is your weapon, Jon, as surely as any sword." Jon's mouth went dry. He folded the parchment back into the box. "This changes everything. It's no longer just your word, or even mine. It's recorded proof." Ned nodded. "Yes. Keep it safe. And know that, while I always saw you as my son, I regret that you grew up with the name Snow. I pray you understand why it had to be so." A wave of emotion swelled in Jon's chest. He set the box aside and grasped Ned's hand. "I do, Father. If you hadn't, I might not be alive today. But I wish I could have called her my mother. I wish I'd known her." And Rhaegar, he faltered, uncertain how to address the father he'd never met, who had ignited a rebellion, left the realm in chaos, and perished on the Trident. Ned's gaze softened. "Your mother was a woman of quiet strength, fierce in her loyalty, and brave. As for Rhaegar, I did not know him well, but I know he was not the monster Robert believed. He was a dreamer, a singer of songs, though he became a warrior when the realm demanded it. He died for what he believed was right. That is all I can say." Jon swallowed hard. "Thank you." They sat in silence for a time, the weight of history pressing upon them. Outside, the wind keened against the shutters as if echoing the sorrow of old battles and lost loves. Finally, Ned laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Go and rest. We will need all our strength for what is to come." Winterfell's courtyard lay quiet under moonlight, the ramparts gleaming white. Jon walked with the box tucked safely under one arm, Ghost at his heels. He felt as though he carried an entire kingdom's worth of responsibility in that small container. He passed stable hands, guards on patrol, and watchful ravens perched in the eaves. Some offered greetings, others simply nodded. Eventually, he found himself by the old well near the entrance to the crypts. He paused there, heart suddenly pounding. A whisper in the darkness stirred him. He descended the steps into the crypts, feeling the chill seep into his bones. Torchlight danced on stone kings and lords of Winterfell, their statues bearing swords across their laps, dire wolves at their feet. He passed Brandon Stark's statue, his grandfather Rickard's, and came to Lyanna Stark's tomb, where Ned had laid her to rest. He knelt, placing the box on the ground. The statue of Lyanna Stark was carved with sorrowful beauty. He reached out, touching the cold stone. "Mother," he whispered. He had never used that word for her, for she had existed only in rumor and half-remembered glimpses from his childhood daydreams. I wish I had known you. I wish I could thank you for loving me enough to protect me even after death." He closed his eyes, letting the hush of the crypts envelop him. Then finally, he rose, picking up the box. "I will do what's right," he said quietly to the still air. "Not for glory or power, but because you gave me life and Ned Stark kept me safe. I will not squander what you both sacrificed." Turning, he ascended to rejoin the living world, the echo of his footsteps following like an unseen guardian. As the week stretched, word finally came from the south. The Lannisters had learned of Jon's existence. Through spies or informants, rumor had reached Tywin Lannister's ear, and Tywin had dispatched a raven to Winterfell with curt demands. It bore the royal seal, presumably from King Joffrey as well, but all could guess whose will guided it. The letter proclaimed that the Iron Throne did not recognize any pretender Targaryen's legitimacy and demanded that Winterfell surrender Jon Snow to the crown for questioning. A hush settled over Ned's soul when the letter was read. Robb bristled with anger. "Surrender my brother? Over my dead body." Bolton sneered. "They will not attempt to treat with us. They want a hostage to secure their hold on the throne." Catelyn's face blanched with fury. "We cannot comply. It would be tantamount to sentencing Jon to death." Ned set the letter aside. "We will not comply, of course. But this is a sign that war will come again if we do not prepare. Tywin Lannister does not bluster. He acts." Jon shifted uneasily. "I would not have more bloodshed on my account. Perhaps I should ride for the wall, or across the sea somewhere beyond the Lannisters' reach." Robb turned on him fiercely. "No. The day we let the Lannisters chase us out of our own home is the day we deserve to fall." Ned's voice, though gentle, was firm. "Robb is right. We stand or fall together." A sense of resolution bound them in that moment. If Tywin Lannister sought to destroy them, he would face the combined will of House Stark and all its bannermen. If the Targaryen name was a threat, then so be it, they would meet that threat with unity. Jon felt an odd sense of belonging he had rarely known in his life, tempered by the knowledge that belonging might cost lives. In the hush that followed, Ned's eyes flicked to a map of Westeros pinned to the Solars table. He touched the north lightly, then moved his finger to the south. "We must be wary. The Lannisters hold the crownlands and alliances with much of the Reach, though the Tyrells remain unpredictable. The Riverlands are ravaged by war, and the Vale stands quiet, too quiet. We cannot rely on them. Meanwhile, in the east, Daenerys Targaryen grows stronger. We are caught between two Targaryens and the Lannisters. We must choose our path carefully." Robb breathed deeply. "We stay the course. The north is free. We stand with Jon if the time comes. Let the lions come. We will show them the ferocity of the wolf." Bolton's thin smile suggested he found satisfaction in the prospect of war. The others exchanged grim looks. Another conflict loomed on the horizon. As the nights grew longer and the winds colder, Winterfell's gates saw the arrival of a new group of visitors. A small retinue of knights and minor lords wearing the crowned stag of House Baratheon. At their head rode Ser Courtenay Penrose, formerly of Storm's End, bearing a banner of parley. Rumor said that Stannis Baratheon was rallying supporters in the south after the death of Renly, but it seemed these knights had splintered off, uncertain or unwelcome in Stannis's austere camp. They came seeking an audience with Ned Stark. Over a tense supper in the Great Hall, Ser Courtenay revealed that they had heard the rumor of a living Targaryen son of Rhaegar. They did not come as enemies, but as men searching for a side that might stand against the Lannisters and their false king. The conversation set tongues wagging. Allies from the Stormlands? Could the Baratheon loyalists possibly join the North or rally around Jon Targaryen? Yet caution abounded. Catelyn remembered too well Robert's hatred of Targaryens. Even if these knights did not share that hatred, the potential for treachery was ever present. Ned welcomed them with guarded courtesy. Robb kept his distance, and Jon listened carefully to every word. Ser Courtenay's eyes flicked to Jon. If you are truly Rhaegar's son, then the entire basis of Robert's rebellion is shaken. But Robert is dead, and Joffrey is no true Baratheon. We have little love for the Lannisters. We would see a worthy king on the Iron Throne, one who can unite the realm. And if your father was Rhaegar, well, he paused, uneasy. We are prepared to consider alliances, though we must know more of you. The next day, Ned hosted them in the Solar for a more private talk. Jon stood by Robb, silent and watchful as Ned and Ser Courtenay exchanged questions and answers. The knights from the Stormlands offered swords if Jon Targaryen would march south to claim the throne. But Robb was quick to object, reminding them that the North would not simply become a stepping stone for southern battles. In time, it became clear that these knights sought a figurehead to rally around, a new light to lead them out of the chaos. Their loyalty to House Baratheon had not shifted easily, but they were desperate to see Joffrey cast down. Stannis, in their eyes, was cold, distant, and rumored to dabble in dark sorceries. They feared him as much as they respected his claim. Daenerys Targaryen was across the sea, unknown and rumored to be as fierce as her father. Jon then, with Ned Stark's honorable backing, looked like a safer bet. Jon felt the weight of their unspoken expectations. After the parley ended, he confided in Ned and Robb that he was unsure if he should court the Knights' support. I do not wish to lead them on a fool's errand, he admitted. If I march south, I put the North at risk. If I stay, they may drift away or turn to another cause. Robb folded his arms. Their presence alone might deter Lannister aggression or at least make them hesitate. Extra swords are never unwelcome, but I wonder if they expect a swift campaign. Ned placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. We must consider each alliance carefully. The wrong vow can embroil us in a war that drains our strength before winter truly arrives. Jon understood. He told the knights he would consider their fealty, and they remained in Winterfell as guests for the time being. But tension underlay every courtesy. Everyone in the castle knew that nothing was certain, that war brewed like thunderheads on the horizon. One morning, nearly a moon's turn after the initial announcement, Robb summoned Jon early to the Solar. Ned was already there, pacing. A letter lay open on the table, bearing a wax seal of dragon in flight. Jon felt his heart leap. Daenerys? Ned nodded, face grave. A raven arrived at the eastern coast, then was relayed to us by riders. It's from Daenerys Targaryen herself. Robb gave a low whistle. How did she learn of you so quickly? Jon took the letter, scanning the neat script. His hands shook slightly. Daenerys wrote with surprising warmth, addressing him as my nephew if the rumors were true. She stated that she had received word of another Targaryen in Westeros recognized by Eddard Stark. She did not doubt Ned's honor, she said, but she wished to know Jon's intentions. She claimed to have no designs on the North unless it stood in her way, but she also stated that if Jon pressed a claim to the Iron Throne, they would need to determine how best to unite their causes or else risk the realms splitting between them. Dragons, she warned, would not bow easily. The letter ended with a note of caution, urging Jon to consider carefully before deciding. She suggested that emissaries or even a face-to-face meeting might help them avoid the horrors of a Targaryen civil war. Yet, the subtext was clear: she would not allow another Targaryen to claim the throne without challenge. Jon set the letter down, exhaling shakily. She sounds resolute, but also willing to talk. That is more than I expected. Ned exchanged a glance with Robb. Willing to talk, yes, but she also implies that if you do not bend your knee or find a path of unity, she will treat you as a rival. Robb's eyes narrowed. We risk everything if we approach her. She has 3 dragons if the rumors are to be believed. Jon felt a swirl of emotions. Another Targaryen, his father's daughter. His aunt. She was rumored to be fearsome, but her letter suggested a cautious hope for avoiding conflict. We should respond. At the least, we must keep communication open. War between Targaryens would only serve the Lannisters. Ned dipped his head in agreement. We will craft a reply. You should be the one to sign it, of course. Speak truthfully, but do not yield too much. Let her know we do not seek war, but we will not be threatened. And let her know that the North has its own sovereignty. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. You are not alone. We'll stand with you, for better or worse. Jon gave a faint smile. The memory of standing on the wall drifted through his mind, how he'd looked out at the vast emptiness of the lands beyond, feeling so small. Now, the stakes felt infinitely larger, but at least he wasn't alone. Thank you, he said quietly. Outside, the horns sounded atop Winterfell's walls, and the day's duties called them away. Life in the fortress moved on, swords to hone, ravens to send, alliances to maintain, families to protect. Yet in the undercurrent of every task and every conversation lay the knowledge that Jon's lineage had changed their fate forever. In the weeks that followed, ravens flew between Winterfell and the eastern city of Meereen, where Daenerys Targaryen had made her seat. The letters were guarded, carefully worded. Jon presented himself as the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, raised in the north, with no desire to clash over claims if unity were possible. Daenerys responded with a cautious acceptance, stating she would not sail immediately for Westeros as she was consolidating her hold over newly freed cities, but that she intended to come west once the time was right. She suggested a formal meeting in neutral territory, perhaps Dorne, though that would require negotiation with Prince Dor and Martell. News of these communications spread through the castle like a breeze stirring old tapestries. Men whispered of dragons in Essos, of a possible alliance or marriage between Jon and Daenerys to unite the Targaryen bloodline. Others scoffed, believing the North would never stomach a Targaryen union. Robb, for his part, devoted his energies to securing the neck and the loyalty of all the North's lords. Some had come close to open revolt, spurred by rumors that the king in the North was selling out to a Targaryen. But Robb's personal presence and Ned's revered name helped to steady hearts. The lords were assured that the North would remain free unless forcibly attacked, and that any aggression against Jon would be met with swift justice. Through it all, Jon struggled to find his place. He was neither wholly Stark nor wholly Targaryen. He had no official title beyond what the realm whispered. Yet at every dinner, every council, lords eyed him as a potential king, a new force that might restore balance to a fractured realm or plunge it deeper into chaos. Sometimes, in his darkest moments, he wondered if it would have been kinder if Ned had never revealed the truth. Then he recalled the vow he'd made by Lyanna's crypt. He could not be a coward, burying his head in the snow while the realm tore itself to shreds. Finally, a day came when a small gathering took place in the Great Hall, less formal than a full assembly yet still echoing with import. The key lords were present, though not accompanied by large retinues. Ned, Catelyn, Robb, and Jon stood at the dais. At the center of the floor stood Galbart Glover, who had been one of the more vocal critics of the Targaryen alliance. He cleared his throat. My lord, Lady Stark, I've come to inform you that House Glover will stand by the king in the North in all things. We will not question the alliance with young Jon. We do this for the good of the North. Robb nodded, relief evident in his posture. Thank you, Lord Glover. Your loyalty honors us. Glover's gaze flicked to Jon, and he inclined his head, though grudgingly. If your intentions remain as you have stated, Lord Targaryen, then we have no quarrel. But be warned, if the North is ever threatened with subjugation, we will fight, no matter who sits the Iron Throne. Jon inclined his head. I understand, my lord. The North has my word. Glover turned on his heel and departed. A small exhalation of relief escaped Catelyn's lips. The tension that had lingered over House Glover's stance was now eased. The hall slowly emptied, with only the guards and a few lords left chatting. Robb turned to Jon, a wry grin ghosting his face. It seems we've secured enough unity to keep the wolves from tearing at each other's throats, at least for now. Jon managed a faint smile. At least for now? Ned placed a hand on each of their shoulders. You have done well to guide the North through this turmoil. But it is only the beginning. If Daenerys crosses the sea, if the Lannisters MOV, if the Greyjoys attack, each threat tests our resolve. Stay steadfast. Both sons nodded. The flicker in Ned's gray eyes revealed the weight of fatherly concern, but also a faint pride that they had not let their bond shatter under the strain. Far away, beyond the North's border, the cogs of war continued to turn. Tywin Lannister gathered armies. Stannis Baratheon preached his rightful claim with the aid of the Red Woman, and Daenerys Targaryen built her forces in Essos. The cold winds whispered of White Walkers beyond the wall, though few believed they were real, and fewer still prepared for them. But within the gray walls of Winterfell, a fragile unity held. Robb Stark, king in the north, retained his crown. Jon Targaryen, once known as Jon Snow, walked at his brother's side, recognized by lords who once scorned him, and Ned Stark, who had gambled everything on the truth, watched as the seeds he had sown began to take root. Uncertain but alive, carrying the promise of a future where the North might stand strong without drowning the realm in further bloodshed. Or perhaps that was only a vain hope. The days to come would reveal whether Targaryen fire and Stark resolve could weather the storms gathering from every corner of the known world. And so, in the snows of approaching winter, they braced themselves for what lay ahead, a family and a realm caught between old loyalties and new truths. They would fight, they would bleed, they would bargain and dream, all in the name of forging a future from the ruinous ashes of the past. Yet no matter the cost, the bond of family, once shattered by secrets, had been reforged in the open light. Let the realm take note. The wolves and the dragons would not be so easily sundered again. Winter's chill had deepened since the day Ned Stark revealed the truth of Jon's parentage to the assembled lords in Winterfell. The pale sun rose later each morning and abandoned the sky earlier each evening, leaving the north swaddled in long shadows and an ever-thickening frost. Across the courtyard, men tugged their cloaks tighter as they hurried from stable to granary to armory, intent on the daily tasks that came with fortifying a kingdom as large and rugged as the north. Winterfell itself seemed to brood, the old stones chilled and the walls dusted with icy crystals. Breath misted in the air, and the howling wind threaded through every gap in the masonry. In those weeks following Lord Glover's cautious declaration of loyalty, the castle settled into a vigil unlike any in living memory. Ravens bore news of skirmishes in the Riverlands and intrigues in the Vale, while the Stormlands seemed divided between Stannis' unsettling cause and the pockets of knights who had wandered north in hopes of supporting Jon Targaryen. And always there remained the threat of Lannister reprisal, with Tywin's cold demand that Jon be surrendered to the crown for questioning, stinging in the mind of every loyal Stark retainer. No direct Lannister assault had come yet, but that did little to settle nerves. Tywin was a man known to measure twice and strike once with lethal precision. Each day, Jon walked the castle's circuit of walls at dawn, ghost patrolling at his flank. He passed from one guard tower to the next, exchanging a few words with the men on watch. At first, a handful had eyed him suspiciously, uncertain what to make of a Targaryen in their midst. Yet he was also a Stark to them, raised here, friend to their sons, comrade in arms to their lords, and that memory lingered in their hearts. Over time, the men's wary nods became respectful bows. Jon's quiet diligence eased some of their fears. Bastard, brother, or Targaryen prince. He was plainly a man who shared their burdens, not a stranger wrapped in illusions of grandeur. When Dawn's watch was done, he often found himself drawn back to the Godswood. The thick cloak of snow that now blanketed the clearing gave it a certain hushed beauty. Red leaves of the weirwood stood in stark contrast against the blanket of white. Sometimes he prayed there, sometimes he simply listened for the quiet guidance of the old gods, or maybe for some echo of his mother's spirit. He was not sure exactly what he sought, only that the ancient stillness had always offered him an odd solace. At midday, council business in the great hall or the solar devoured his hours. Robb would often be there, conferring with Ned and Catelyn, listening to the words of trusted bannermen who carried intelligence from all corners of the north. The war might have cooled from the initial blaze of hostilities, but it smoldered on, a bed of embers that could ignite again at any moment. The knowledge of Jon's heritage had rippled outward like a stone cast into a still pond. Every swirl of rumor, every measure of doubt, threatened to break the fragile calm. Even so, more lords seemed to settle in acceptance. They had declared Robb king in the north to stand against the cruelty of King Joffrey, and now recognized that this new Targaryen claim might offer a more legitimate alternative to Lannister tyranny, provided the north itself remained sovereign under the rule of House Stark. Robb himself spent much of his time calling banners, traveling with small escorts to speak directly to concerned lords. When at Winterfell, he paced the corridors with a thoughtful frown and a stack of dispatches in hand. Though barely of age, he had a soldier's bearing and a leader's presence, qualities that had blossomed after the tragedies at King's Landing. The notion that someday he might yield or at least share authority with Jon weighed on him, yet he bore it with a steady determination. The bond between the two young men, threatened by the revelation of Jon's true name, had only deepened through these days of uncertainty. Yet there was no denying the differences in their roles. Robb was king in the north. Jon was something else, neither fully Stark nor purely Targaryen. Some retinues had quietly begun to call him prince, while others used my lord. Jon asked them to call him simply Jon, but old habits died hard for those who saw him as a living emblem of a lost dynasty. If he walked a lonely path, he did so with dignity and always with an ear open to the concerns of those who approached him. The unceasing swirl of politics, fear, and cautious ambition made him yearn for the simpler duties of the Night's Watch, but that life was gone. He had taken up new vows now, unspoken but no less binding: protect the North, protect his family, and do right by the realm if fate demanded it. In the solar one afternoon, as pale winter sunlight slanted through the glass windows, Ned, Jon, and Robb stood over a large table bearing a hand-drawn map of the North, the Riverlands, and the seas beyond. Maester Luwin hovered near the shelves, consulting old scrolls, while Theon Greyjoy, recently returned from a mission in the Neck, loitered by the hearth. Robb tapped a finger on the Riverlands. I've received a raven from Edmure Tully. He's under constant threat from the Lannisters and from other raiders. Harrenhal's changed hands repeatedly. The Blackfish still leads men in the field, but they're stretched thin. They request aid, perhaps some northern men, or at least supplies. He glanced at Ned with a furrowed brow. We can spare some, but the roads in winter are treacherous and we must hold enough in reserve for our own defense. Ned rested a hand on his son's shoulder. The Tullys are our kin. Even if we cannot march an entire host, we should not leave them to fend for themselves. His eyes flicked to Jon. But the realm is aflame in every corner. House Tyrell still stands behind the Iron Throne, or so it's said, though none can say for how long that might hold. Stannis roams the Stormlands with a lean host devoted to his cause and that strange red god. Balon Greyjoy stirs on the Iron Islands. The Vale remains perched behind the Bloody Gate, silent as a crypt. And across the sea. Jon nodded. Daenerys Targaryen. His aunt. The name still roused a tangle of emotions in him. They had exchanged several letters now, each polite, each careful, each brimming with unspoken tension. She commanded a growing horde of freedmen and mercenaries, plus 3 living dragons, if rumor held true. The rest of Westeros might scoff or tremble at the idea of dragons returned, but Jon had seen enough of the extraordinary to give them credence. The question was whether she truly wanted to avoid conflict with him or if she simply hoped to lure him into a false sense of security. Theon, shifting where he stood, cleared his throat. If we split our forces to help the Tullys, we leave the North that much weaker. The men I spoke with in the Neck say there are still pockets of resistance to the notion of any Targaryen alliance. Some local lords mutter that it was Targaryen kings who once demanded we kneel and Targaryen dragons who burned those who refused. Robb drummed his fingers on the map's edge. Let them mutter. The alternative is letting the Lannisters run roughshod over the realm while we dig in our heels, and that does no one any favors. I don't want the North to be an island of isolation in a sea of chaos. Ned glanced down at the swirling lines indicating roads and borders. If we send aid to the Riverlands, we must ensure it's not cut off or ambushed. That means forging a safe route through the Neck. If the local lords there remain uncertain, we must pay them a visit. He looked at Theon. You'll lead a small vanguard again to see if the route is passable. If House Reed stands by us, the rest should follow. The Neck is the key. Theon bowed his head, though a flicker of pride lit his gray eyes. I will do as you command, my lord. After more strategizing, they concluded that a modest but well-equipped force would be dispatched, bearing ample supplies for Riverrun. It would be a risk, but not so great as to endanger Winterfell's defenses. The men parted ways, with Robb heading for the training yard to drill alongside his guard, Ned to consult further with Catelyn, and Theon to prepare for his new journey. Jon lingered near the map table. Maester Luwin was tidying the scrolls, a thoughtful expression on his face. Do you truly think Daenerys means to bide her time across the narrow sea? Jon asked, half to Luwin, half to himself. The Maester tucked away a parchment. Her letters suggest caution. But no Targaryen has ever lacked ambition, especially one who believes it is her birthright to reclaim the Iron Throne. She is rumored to be compassionate to freed slaves and merciless to her enemies. If I might speak plainly, she might see a nephew who shares her name as either a potential ally or the greatest threat to her legitimacy. Jon laid a hand on the map, fingers close to Meereen. She says she wants no war with me, yet also implies that the Iron Throne cannot be divided. If I must choose between yielding to her or fighting her, he paused, exhaling. I have no taste for yet another war. The realm bleeds enough. The maester's gaze was kind. You may find that the realm's choices are seldom as simple as we'd wish. Perhaps you and Daenerys will find a way to unify your causes through treaty or even marriage. He coughed almost sheepishly. I know it's not my place, but Targaryens once kept their lines pure in peculiar ways. Jon fought the urge to roll his eyes. I've heard the rumors. I'm half Stark, half Targaryen, and fully uncertain. He let out a short laugh. But I suppose anything is possible if it spares people from more devastation. He took his leave soon after, mind churning with the possibility. Marriage? The very thought unsettled him, conjuring the image of a silver-haired woman with dragons swirling overhead. He knew so little about Daenerys beyond rumor and a handful of carefully phrased letters. Did she truly share the Mad King's bloodthirst? Or was she what some called her, a breaker of chains, a liberator of the oppressed? How would she look upon him, a living testament to Rhaegar's secret marriage? Perhaps she would rejoice in their shared lineage, or perhaps she would see him as a rival that must be put to the sword. Until they met face to face, he could only guess. Yet there were more immediate concerns. Winter was creeping upon the land, unstoppable, and so were enemies all around. The next day, Jon joined Robb in the training yard, determined to clear his head in a more tangible pursuit. If war came to Winterfell, he meant to be ready. They sparred in view of the soldiers who would soon march south to assist the Tullus. A ring of watchers formed around them, men stamping their feet in the cold as they observed the king in the north facing off against the newly revealed Targaryen. The hush that fell had a charged edge to it, respectful, curious, a little uneasy. Jon caught glimpses of gray wind prowling at the perimeter, ears twitching at every clang of steel. Ghost, likewise, sat at the yard's edge, red eyes fixed on his master. Robb and Jon circled each other on the packed snow, swords held ready. Robb's was a long sword of good northern steel, while Jon used a shorter blade for quicker strikes. They tested each other with feints and lunges. Robb had a slight reach advantage, but Jon was light on his feet, pivoting away from heavy blows. The watchers murmured approval when Robb's slash whistled within an inch of Jon's shoulder, or when Jon whirled and rapped the flat of his sword against Robb's ribs only to dart back out of range. A blow from Robb hammered into Jon's parry. Jon felt the shock tingle up his forearms. His breath puffed out invisible clouds, and he grinned at Robb despite himself. You're stronger than ever. You're faster, Robb shot back, grinning. Then he feigned high and kicked out low, hooking Jon's knee out from under him. Jon toppled onto one hand, barely keeping himself from sprawling fully. He sprang back up, switching his sword hand in mid-motion and lunging. Robb twisted aside at the last instant, though the watchers let out an impressed shout. It went on for a few heated exchanges until they both, by unspoken accord, pulled back. They were panting, sweat trickling down their temples despite the cold. The ring of watchers erupted in applause, a few calling out japes about Targaryen dragons versus northern wolves. But the applause was also an affirmation. The bond between these two, once known as Stark brothers, had not fractured. They sparred fiercely, but it was a dance of camaraderie, not malice. After they relinquished the yard, the next pair of soldiers took position and the practice continued in earnest. Jon joined Robb on a bench near the armory to unbuckle his leathers and catch his breath. Robb glanced around, ensuring no one was too close, then spoke quietly. I have a thought, Jon. A bold one. Jon wiped sweat from his forehead. Go on. I've been thinking about these letters from Daenerys. Robb rubbed a bruise on his forearm. It seems inevitable that she'll come west eventually. We can write all we want, but we'll never truly know what she intends until we see her, or someone close to her, in person. So, I propose sending an envoy far more personal than a raven. Someone who can speak on your behalf and gauge her intentions. Someone who carries your voice and my blessing. Jon blinked. That's dangerous. Who would be willing to cross the narrow sea and find her in Meereen or wherever she's gone? That's no short errand. Robb nodded. Dangerous indeed. But it might save us from a far worse danger, ignorance. If she sees a trustworthy representative of House Stark, and of you, we might forge real ground for peace, or at least neutrality, before she sets foot in Westeros. And if her intent is treachery, we'd learn that too. He hesitated. Father must agree, of course, but it's a thought I've had turning in my mind. Jon took a moment to consider. If we do it, we need someone cunning, loyal, and brave. Someone who won't be cowed by dragons or seduced by easy promises. And who can speak with your authority, with Father's trust, and on behalf of my claim. Robb managed a wry grin. A short list indeed. Perhaps Ser Roderick Castle, but his health has waned, and that journey might be too harsh. My mother would never let me send you or Arya or any of our siblings. Theon might relish the task, but I trust him more with steel than subtlety. Some of our bannermen can handle negotiation, but do we trust them to remain loyal when confronted by an exotic queen with 3 dragons at her beck and call? Jon let out a slow exhalation. We must think carefully. It's risky to send any one of us so far, but I see the wisdom of it. Let's discuss with Father. If we can make this happen, maybe we can prevent a Targaryen civil war. Robb nodded, rising. The day's training demanded their return. Yet a spark of hope glimmered in Jon's mind. The idea of forging a real understanding with Daenerys, rather than letting rumors and second-hand accounts shape their relationship, was appealing. He did not relish the idea of war with his own aunt. The realm had endured more than enough Targaryen bloodshed in the centuries past. Maybe, just maybe, they could write a new chapter. At least he prayed so. That evening, after the day's duties, Robb and Jon broached the idea in Ned's solar. Catelyn was present, along with Maester Luwin and a pair of loyal guards. Lady Stark listened intently, her eyes narrowing at the mention of sending an envoy across the narrow sea. I do not dispute the logic, she said when Robb finished, but the risk is high. Anyone we send could be seized, turned, or executed, and Daenerys might try to use them as a bargaining chip or a hostage. Ned paced near the window, hands clasped behind his back. I share your concern, but we accomplish nothing by waiting in ignorance. Already, rumor states Daenerys has begun to tame the Dothraki to her cause, forging them into something more disciplined. We cannot underestimate her potential strength, especially with dragons. If she believes Jon is a threat, she may arrive in Westeros prepared to wage war immediately. An envoy could avert that. Catelyn pressed her lips together. Then who do we send? Her tone had the cold edge of experience. We can't send Theon. He lacks the necessary tact. Ser Roderick might be ideal if not for his age and the injuries he's endured. Your brother Benjen is lost, if the rumors from the Wall are true. You, Ned, are needed here and Robb is our king. Jon cannot simply vanish off to Essos, not when the North looks to him for leadership as well. I suppose we might consider someone like Jorah Mormont, but he's in exile. Jorah Mormont is already in service to Daenerys, if the rumors are correct, Ned said. A questionable ally, but a potential contact if we had a voice to speak through him. His face hardened, though I do not trust him entirely after his crimes. Robb gazed at the open door. A draft of cold air swept in from the corridor, ruffling the candle's flames. We do have smaller houses who might be eager to prove themselves, but this is too important for an untested diplomat. Jon shifted his weight. What of Howland Reed? He asked carefully. He's loyal to you, Father, and he was at the Tower of Joy. He knows the truth of my birth better than almost anyone else. If he agreed to go, Daenerys might respect his first-hand testimony about Rhaegar and Lyanna, if only out of curiosity. Ned's eyes reflected a mix of respect and reticence. Howland Reed is indeed loyal and cunning, but he seldom leaves the neck, and if we lost him across the sea, he's the only living man besides myself who can corroborate the Tower of Joy events fully. If he's taken or killed, that's a cost beyond measure. Catelyn folded her arms. Yet that might make him the most valuable envoy. Daenerys would know he's no liar. If she has any heart at all, she would treat him as a guest at least long enough to hear his tale. Rhaegar's true nature, the secret marriage, your dying sister's wish, those are powerful truths. Silence fell, each considering the ramifications. Finally Ned nodded, though reluctantly. We can send a raven to Greywater Watch, request Lord Reed to come north. I'll explain the situation, gauge his willingness. If he consents, we'll plan the journey carefully. If he refuses or if he's unable, we'll revisit the matter. That decided, the meeting turned to other matters, chief among them the logistics of sending men south to assist Riverrun. As the night wore on, a plan emerged. Several hundred mounted soldiers, supplied with winter gear and food for a moon's turn, would depart Winterfell within the fortnight. They would make their way through the Neck, guided by the Reeds if possible, and then push on to the Riverlands. It was a fraction of the northern host, but hopefully enough to reinforce the embattled Tullis without leaving Winterfell vulnerable. When the session adjourned, Jon walked with Catelyn through the corridors, their footfalls echoing off the ancient stone. A year ago, such a stroll with her might have been unthinkable. She had worn her resentment of his supposed bastardy on her face as plainly as any scowl. But now, the air between them seemed calmer, if not cordial. The truth had changed everything for her as well. They paused at a window overlooking the courtyard. By torchlight below, men tended to the horses that would soon march south. Ghost padded up behind Jon, silent as a wraith, while Catelyn seemed lost in thought. She broke the silence first. "I owe you an apology. For years, I resented your presence in my home. I believed you were your father's mistake, but it appears that was never true. It does not erase the pain of those years, but it changes things." Jon watched the swirl of snow eddying in the courtyard, uncertain how to respond. "I never wanted to drive a wedge in this family. You were my father's wife, and I hoped for your acceptance, but I understood your reasons." He paused, turning to face her. "I forgive you, if that means anything." Catelyn's eyes reflected years of regret. "I thank you." She let out a sigh. "Now we must see that our family and the North endure what's coming, even if that means acknowledging you as Rhaegar's son." Jon inclined his head. They lingered a moment longer before going their separate ways. Perhaps some scars ran too deep for easy healing, but at least the frost between them had thawed enough to allow mutual respect. As days turned to nights and back again, preparations continued at a frantic pace. Wagons were loaded with salted meats, hard bread, grain, and barrels of fresh water. Blacksmiths worked overtime to shoe horses and mend armor. Robb kept a close eye on the training yard, ensuring the men departing for the Riverlands were in top form. Ned consulted old battle maps and cautioned his son about the perils of the war-torn South. And a handful of outriders galloped ahead to secure roads and scout for potential ambushes. When the day of departure finally arrived, the skies hung low with gray clouds threatening snow. Robb stood atop the battlements to bid farewell to the departing force. Gray wind, muzzle flecked with frost, paced beside him. Below in the courtyard, men formed ranks on their horses, cloaks and banners snapping in the wind. The Stark direwolf banner rippled at their head, while lesser house banners flew behind. Jon and Robb exchanged a grim look, both recalling how many times the North had marched south in living memory, too often returning in caskets or tattered straggles. At Ned's command, the portcullis was raised and the men began filing out under the stony arch, hooves crunching on the frozen ground. Snow spiraled in gentle flurries as they set forth. Maester Luwin would send ravens ahead, warning Riverrun of their coming, but in war, ravens were not always safe from arrow or hawk. Still, it was the best they could do. They had to trust that the men they sent south would reach the Tullis in time to make a difference. A hush fell over the courtyard once the last rider vanished from sight. Robb lingered on the battlements, gazing after the column until the swirling snow swallowed them. Slowly, men drifted back to their duties, leaving the king in the north and his brother, Jon Targaryen, alone in the snowfall. Robb turned, nodding to Jon. "That's the first step. Now let us hope it's enough to keep the Riverlands from ruin." Jon sighed, wishing he could do more. "We could only send so many," he said. "We must keep Winterfell strong in case Tywin tries something." Robb's voice was low. "Or if Daenerys lands on our shores. Or if the Greyjoys decide to raid the coast. Or if the Boltons turn traitor. Or 100 other terrors." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "You see why father's hair turned gray so early?" Jon mustered a small smile. "We'll endure as the North always has." Robb clasped him on the shoulder, and together they walked down the steps. The watchers parted respectfully to let them pass, many offering small bows or words of encouragement. The men whispered about how, in such uncertain times, at least House Stark remained vigilant and unbroken. For once, the talk of Targaryen was overshadowed by the immediate realities of a realm in chaos. That evening, word arrived by Raven from the Neck, though not from Howland Reed himself. The message, penned in a neat but unfamiliar hand, stated that Lord Reed was traveling north at his own pace and would arrive in Winterfell when the time was ripe. No further details were given. Ned read the letter at supper, frowning at the cryptic wording. "He's on his way," was all Ned said. Jon caught the hint of relief mixed with concern in his father's eyes. Perhaps Howland Reed had his own reasons for secrecy. The days that followed proved restless. Patrols around Winterfell increased as the castle braced for any sign of trouble. More than once, outriders returned with rumors of raiding parties testing the edges of the north, but the cold and the watchful eyes of local lords seemed to dissuade larger attacks. Each morning, Ned or Robb would call a gathering of key figures to review any new tidings. Each evening, they parted, half expecting a raven to arrive bearing news of fresh disasters. Yet for a short while, no storms broke upon them. Jon found some respite in training men who'd never marched south before. He sparred, demonstrated stances, taught the younger ones how to care for their weapons in the cold. In quieter hours, he walked with Sansa and Arya around the castle grounds, noticing how each of them had grown in their own way through hardship. Arya carried herself with a sort of wiry intensity, as though waiting for the next chance to prove herself. Sansa, once so enamored of southern courts and chivalry, had become more subdued but no less resolute. She wrote letters on behalf of her mother, helped oversee provisions, and displayed a new calmness that defied the naive dreams she'd once cherished. In the library tower, Jon stumbled upon Bran, who was poring over an old tome about the kings of winter, ancient Starks from days long gone. Bran's legs were draped in heavy furs, for he was still healing from the fall that had robbed him of movement. A look of fierce concentration lit his young face, as though the knowledge in the book might unlock a hidden realm of possibility. "Learning about your ancestors?" Jon asked softly, pulling up a stool. Bran nodded, eyes bright. "Maester Luwin said these old stories might help me understand what it means to rule the North. Not that I'll ever be lord with Robb and you and, well..." He trailed off. "But I want to know. I want to remember." Jon ruffled his half-brother's hair gently. "We never know how the future unfolds, Bran. Keep reading, knowledge can be a sword, too." Bran gave a determined nod. Jon sensed a deeper fire in him, a hint of the old boldness that had once led him to climb the towers of Winterfell. A pang of memory made Jon's chest tighten. The day Bran fell, the horror that followed. Fate had spared him, though at a cost. Perhaps it was part of a destiny none of them fully grasped yet. Late that same night, the horns atop the walls sounded softly, signaling an arrival at the main gate. Jon, ever alert, left his chambers and headed toward the courtyard, Ghost at his side. The yard was dimly lit by torches, the snow swirling thicker than usual. He spied Ned and Robb already there, along with half a dozen guards. Stepping closer, he spotted the short, slim figure of a man astride an odd-looking horse. When the man dismounted and pushed back his hood, Jon saw a face both familiar and strange, Howland Reed. He had the dark hair of the Crannogmen, shot with strands of gray, and eyes that glinted with sharp intelligence. The memory of him in fleeting glimpses from Jon's childhood was hazy, always reticent, rarely venturing far from the neck. Yet the manner in which Ned greeted him, clasping his arm in a show of deep respect, spoke volumes. "Lord Reed," Ned said quietly, "we'd begun to think you would not come." Reed offered a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "I come when I am needed, not sooner, not later." The journey was eventful. His gaze flicked to Jon. "I see him now, Eddard." Rhaegar's eyes, but more of lioness face. Jon's heart gave a strange flutter. He stepped forward. "My lord, I'm grateful you've come." Reed studied him with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. "We Crannogmen have long memories. I saw you in your mother's arms at the Tower of Joy, newborn and wailing. That day remains burned into my mind, as do the men who fell to protect you. I have sworn many oaths, and one was never to reveal your true heritage until Ned Stark deemed it safe. Now you stand before me, recognized by all. The gods are whimsical indeed." Robb cleared his throat. "Lord Reed, we have much to discuss." Reed nodded gravely. "Indeed, but not here in the snow. I've ridden hard and my men need rest. We can speak on the morrow. I will share what I have learned and perhaps what I have dreamed." They saw to it that Reed and his small escort were given warm chambers, fresh food, and an opportunity to bathe. The Crannogmen were a curious lot, seldom mixing with the rest of the North, but their loyalty to House Stark was unwavering. Jon wondered what Howland Reed meant by "what I have dreamed," though. Rumor said the Crannogmen had knowledge older than the wall itself, that they trafficked in mysteries of the swamp. Perhaps it was just talk, but in Westeros, old legends had a habit of proving themselves real when least expected. Come morning, a light snowfall continued. The sky was the color of slate, promising no respite from the cold. Ned called a gathering in the Great Hall, smaller than the typical assemblies. Only a handful of people were allowed: Robb, Jon, Catelyn, Arya, Sansa, Midge Mormont. Roose Bolton, whose watchful eyes never missed a detail, Maester Luwin, and a few other key advisors. Guarding the doors were a score of men sworn to House Stark, each carefully vetted for loyalty. At the head of the hall, Ned welcomed Howland Reed, offering him the seat of honor at his side. Reed's travels had clearly worn him thin. He looked tired, his clothes still damp despite attempts to dry them, and his slender fingers twitched restlessly on the table. Yet a certain vitality shone in his gaze. As the assembled took their seats, he surveyed them with the quiet confidence of a man who had survived many perils. "Lord Stark," Reed began, bowing his head respectfully. "When I left Greywater Watch, I had only your summons. But as I traveled, I learned far more. The Neck is rife with talk of Jon Targaryen, or Jon Snow as he was once called. Men whisper that the old dragons are returning, that the North might be forced to kneel yet again. I have tried to quell those fears, but they linger." Robb bristled slightly. "We have no intention of forcing anyone to kneel, as we have said time and again." Reed inclined his head to Robb. "I know it, my lord. But fear is not easily silenced. And in the south, I have heard rumors of darker things. Men speak of Daenerys Targaryen's dragons, yes, but also of the shadows said to stalk the camps of Stannis Baratheon. They speak of Melisandre, the Red Priestess, conjuring illusions or worse. And in the far north, beyond the wall," he paused, letting his words hang. "I have crannogmen who range with the wildlings from time to time, forging uneasy truces for trade or passage. They report sightings of wights, the dead return to life, and of a coldness that cannot be natural." Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He locked eyes with Ned, who gave a slight nod. He had long believed that an ancient threat might be stirring beyond the wall. Few in the realm gave credence to such tales, but here in the north, they knew better. Reed continued, "I bring you all these tidings to say, the time of petty wars must end. If we devour each other in conflicts over crowns, we will leave ourselves unprepared for the real war coming from the far north. Winter is here, or near enough, and with it, old evils." Bolton's quiet voice slid into the hush. "And how do you propose we end these petty wars, Lord Reed?" "By accepting Targaryen rule again." Reed's gaze flicked to Jon. "I propose an alliance, if we can broker it. Jon Targaryen is half Stark. Daenerys Targaryen is Rhaegar's sister. They are the blood of the dragon, but we cannot ignore that we live in the land of the wolf. If the wolves and dragons unite, perhaps the rest of Westeros will rally. Or perhaps not. But we cannot hope to face the storms alone." Jon hesitated. "That's easier said than done. Daenerys and I exchange letters, but how do we truly unite without meeting? She might see me as a rival. I have no interest in the Iron Throne for the sake of it, but I'll not let her or anyone threaten the North's freedom." Reed nodded gravely. "Hence the reason I have come. You wish to send an envoy, yes? One who can speak with her and assess her mind. Let that envoy be me if it is your will. My sworn word is to House Stark and to your mother, Lyanna, whose memory I revere." His expression took on a haunted cast. "I will face these dragons if it spares the realm a civil war." A hush spread across the great hall. Ned pressed his lips together. "Howland, I will not force you into this. You've already done so much." "It must be me," Reed said, voice soft but resolute. "Any other envoy might lack the history, the knowledge. I was there when your sister died, Eddard. Daenerys Targaryen may or may not believe me, but I can at least speak of Rhaegar's final days with first-hand authority. I can show her that Jon is not a threat. That the North does not hunger to reimpose Targaryen rule, but seeks only peace and an alliance to face the Lannisters and the dark tide beyond." Bolton's eyes gleamed. "And what if she demands that Jon bend the knee as a condition of peace? Will you promise her that?" Reed's voice turned chilly. "I promise nothing that House Stark would not stand by. If Daenerys demands submission, I will tell her no. The North is free. That is the will of Winterfell, is it not?" Robb nodded firmly. "It is. If she cannot accept that, then there is no alliance." Catelyn spoke up at last, her tone carrying the weariness of a woman who had seen too many wars. "And if she treats you as a hostile envoy, holds you captive, kills you?" Reed shrugged slightly. "Then the old gods shall guide my spirit home. But better I take that risk than condemn the realm to further bloodshed without even attempting to negotiate." Arya, who had been listening quietly, piped up unexpectedly, "I think you're brave. That's the sort of thing knights are supposed to do." A faint smile touched Reed's lips. "I am no knight, my lady, but I will do my duty." Ned let out a slow breath. "Very well. If you are truly decided, then I will not stand in your way. We will give you letters bearing our seals, messages for Daenerys to prove our sincerity. And you shall speak on Jon's behalf, but do not promise what we cannot deliver. The North's independence is paramount." "Of course," Reed agreed. They spent the rest of that morning and well into the afternoon drafting letters, official statements, and arguments for why the Targaryens should see each other as allies rather than adversaries. Maester Luwin inscribed them carefully, setting Ned's seal, Robb's seal, and, at Ned's insistence, a personal mark for Jon, an oval wax imprint bearing both dire wolf and dragon, a new sigil that Luwin quickly sketched. Jon felt strangely embarrassed at the notion of forging a unique sigil, but Ned and Robb insisted it was necessary to show the authority of his claim. In the end, they settled on something simple, a direwolf's head and a dragon's head back-to-back, ringed by a border. The official Targaryen three-headed dragon might have implied more than Jon cared to claim, so a single dragon's head would do for now. After the documents were complete, Reed set about quietly preparing his journey. He would rest for a few days in Winterfell, gather supplies, then depart for White Harbor to seek a ship. From there, if the seas were unblocked by the war, he would sail across the narrow sea, heading for Slaver's Bay by whatever route he could manage. It would be a long and perilous voyage. In the best conditions, the trip could span many months. In the worst, he might never arrive at all. Still, the Crannogman showed no hesitation. Late one evening, Jon found Reed alone in the Godwood, kneeling at the edge of the hot spring that bubbled beside the ancient weirwood tree. The red leaves rustled overhead in a gentle wind. Reed was whispering something Jon couldn't quite catch, a prayer to the old gods perhaps. When he rose, Jon stepped forward. "Howland Reed," Jon greeted softly. "I wanted to thank you for offering yourself this way." Reed regarded Jon with a gentle expression. "No thanks are needed, my prince." Jon winced slightly at the title. "Please, just Jon. I'm not comfortable with it. Titles can be cloaks," Reed said, "sheltering or stifling us depending on how we wear them. For me, you are the son of Lyanna Stark. I loved her in my own way. She saved me at Harrenhal once, did you know? Rhaegar's tournament. But perhaps that story can wait for another time. She was a fierce spirit, not unlike the wolf's blood that runs in many Starks. That spirit lives in you, even if your father was Rhaegar." Jon bowed his head. "I never knew her except in faint dreams." "But you did. Could you tell me, was she happy with Rhaegar?" Reed's eyes drifted as though seeing a memory only he could perceive. "She was determined. And yes, I believe she was happy in those final days when she thought they had forged a bond that could reshape the realm. But war seldom yields to love so easily. Rhaegar was torn between his duty as a prince and the passion of his heart. I'm not sure the world was ready for what they tried to do. All we can do now is honor their memory by forging a better path so their sacrifices weren't in vain." Jon nodded, throat tight. "Then I hope Daenerys sees reason. I have no desire to claim anything but peace. If she demands that I bend to her, I can't." "Nor should you," Reed said gently. "But be open to compromise if it spares the realm. Perhaps you need not kneel in fealty, yet you too can unite your claims to. Oh, keep out the Lannisters, the Greyjoys, and the far worse threat from beyond the wall. The shape of that union no one can say yet." Jon swallowed. "If it keeps the North safe and prevents more slaughter, I'll do whatever I must." Reed placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Your mother would be proud to hear that. And Rhaegar too, I think." They parted with a mutual sense of purpose. The next days flew in a flurry of final preparations. Reed traveled lightly, accompanied by a handful of Crannogmen with knowledge of ships and sea routes. Ned gave him letters with additional seals to present to any Essosi lords who might doubt his station. Robb gifted him a small chest of trade goods, northern furs, precious amber, and a silver-wrought dire wolf that might serve as currency or gift in foreign courts. On the morning Reed was to depart, Winterfell awoke to a heavy snowfall. The courtyards lay blanketed in a fresh layer of white, and stable boys had to shovel paths so the horses could be let out. The main gates opened with a groan, letting in a gust of icy wind. Reed and his men donned cloaks of mottled greens and browns lined with fur. For once, the camouflage of the neck would not serve them in the snow, but they wore it proudly anyway. A small crowd gathered to see them off: Ned, Catelyn, Robb, Jon, Sansa, Arya, Maester Luwin, plus a scattering of guards and curious onlookers. Reed thanked each in turn for their hospitality. When he reached Jon, he bowed his head. "I go to speak for you, Jon Targaryen." "Speak truth," Jon said quietly. "And come back safe if you can." Reed managed a thin smile. "I'll do my best." He turned to Ned. "Farewell, old friend. Keep the North standing." Ned clasped his arm. "We will. Godspeed your journey, Howland." And with that, Reed and his Crannogmen mounted their horses and trotted through the gates, disappearing into the swirling snow. The watchers remained until the last shape melted into white haze. Maester Luwin murmured a quiet prayer for their safety. As the gates creaked shut, Jon felt a hollow pang. The envoy was gone, carrying the hopes of Winterfell and possibly the realm across the sea. It could be many moons, half a year or more, before they had any word. In that time, who knew what might befall Westeros? The days that followed proved busier than ever. More lords arrived at Winterfell, seeking counsel or reassurance. Lady Mormont came with urgent news of bandits raiding near the Broken Branch. A half-frozen messenger from the Riverlands staggered in, bringing a plea from Edmure Tully for more troops. Word came of scattered clashes between Stannis' men and Lannister foragers in the storm-lashed south. Through it all, the castle bustled like a heart pumping lifeblood through the veins of the north. There was no shortage of tasks, and the Starks took them on with stoic determination. One frosty morning, Robb stood in the courtyard to inspect a new batch of recruits. Jon stood beside him, arms folded, as the men tried to show their skill with spear and shield. Most were young, farmhands from distant villages, huntsmen from small hamlets. Their eyes shone with a mixture of excitement and dread at being in the seat of House Stark under the king in the North's gaze. Robb offered them a few words of encouragement, then passed them off to a seasoned master-at-arms who barked orders for them to form ranks and begin drills. Jon watched, recalling the day he had stood in Castle Black's yard, an uncertain volunteer of the Night's Watch, determined to prove himself. He had been so certain then that his path lay in defending the wall, that his life would be spent in black, keeping the realm safe from wildlings and rumored monsters. If he had known the path fate would lead him down. Rhaegar's blood, Targaryen claims, alliances with a queen across the sea. It was enough to make his head spin even now. Yet the sense of duty remained the same. Protect the realm, protect the people who cannot protect themselves. When the drill ended, Robb pulled Jon aside, walking with him along the ramparts. The brisk wind gnawed at their cheeks. "Jon," Robb began, "I've been thinking. We can't simply stay on the defensive forever. The Lannisters are quiet now, but that might not last. Tywin rarely leaves an insult unanswered." Jon nodded, scanning the snowy plains beyond Winterfell's walls. "We're stretched thin, though. Most of our men are scattered or still returning from earlier skirmishes, and many are still traveling south to aid Riverrun." Robb set his jaw. "True, but we might strike at a Lannister outpost or rally houses in the western hills to disrupt Tywin's supply lines. Something to show we won't be cowed. Father says we must measure carefully." "I agree, but we should not appear weak." Jon weighed the idea. "Is that your role as king in the north, or the role of a son who wants vengeance for the harm the Lannisters caused our family?" Robb shot him a guarded look. "Both. I can't deny it. I want them to pay for what they did to Father in King's Landing, what they did to our sisters. To Theon's father, to half the realm. But I won't let anger blind me. I just wonder if we should take some action rather than waiting." They paused near a turret where a guard stood watch, the man offering a quick salute. Robb returned it absently and continued in a hushed tone, "Sometimes I wish we had more experienced commanders. I lost many good men, and some older ones too, at the Twins and in the battles with the Lannisters. Now the decisions rest on me, on Father, on a handful of others who remain." Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "You've done well so far. The men respect you. The North stands united for the most part. Yes, we must be wary, but that doesn't mean we can't plan. Let's talk to Father, see if we can't agree on a targeted strategy. Maybe one that doesn't risk open confrontation but lets Tywin know we're not idle." Robb's tension seemed to ease a fraction. "Aye, let's do that." Before the day was out, they arranged a meeting in Ned's Solar. Catelyn joined them, along with Roose Bolton, Lady Mormont, and a pair of younger commanders. The gist of Robb's proposal was a series of swift raids along the edge of the Riverlands that remained under partial Lannister control. Hit-and-run tactics to disrupt supply lines, free prisoners, and gather intelligence. However, Bolton, with his usual quiet cunning, pointed out that such raids, if not carefully timed, might simply provoke Tywin into marching north in force. "We are not prepared for a full-scale siege against Tywin's entire host," Bolton said, his voice sibilant, "unless you wish to risk luring him into the neck and repeating the tactics of old, bogging him down in Crannogman territory." Ned rubbed his temples. "We could do that, but we'd have to coordinate with Lord Reed. And he's halfway to the sea by now. The Crannogmen answer to him, not to us. I refuse to use them as pawns in a gambit that might cost thousands of lives." Robb sighed. "So we do nothing?" "No," Ned said firmly. "But we remain cautious. If we must strike, let it be a small force, well hidden, so that Tywin might not be sure who attacks him. That might buy us time." Lady Mormont's lips thinned. I can lead such a raid if you wish. My daughters and I have men loyal to us, skilled in woodland combat. We owe the Lannisters no mercy." Catelyn nodded. "You have my blessing, if it will help reduce Lannister pressure on the Riverlands." Jon spoke up, "But we must ensure it doesn't jeopardize our men in transit to Riverrun. If Tywin cuts them off, we lose both the relief force and the raiders." They hashed out an arrangement. Lady Mormont would select a few trusted captains to plan small, surgical strikes against Lannister foraging parties and supply lines, coordinating with the Tully Watch along the borders. The aim was to bleed Tywin's forces just enough to keep them off balance, without committing the full northern might to open battle. Ned gave his assent, though he stressed the importance of restraint. In war, even the best-laid plans could spiral into catastrophe. So it was that while the main northbound roads stayed quiet, shadows began to move in the Riverlands. Men from Bear Island, tough and seasoned, vanished into thick forests and emerged only to spring ambushes on unwary Lannister caravans. Raven messages trickled back with reports of success or near disaster. Edmure Tully, for his part, welcomed any help, but worried that it might spark a larger assault on Riverrun if Tywin guessed who was behind the raids. Meanwhile, no word came from Daenerys or from Howland Reed. Jon found himself pacing the ramparts late into the night, gazing eastward as though he might glimpse a ship with a black and gray banner cresting the horizon. Each passing day without news felt like another turn of the screw. He tried to bury himself in tasks, helping organize supplies for winter, checking on the morale of the men, and occasionally practicing archery with Sansa and Arya. But the uncertainty weighed on him, a constant knot in his chest. Would Reed make it across the sea? Would Daenerys respond favorably? Or was she already sailing west, dragons in tow? One evening, as dusk fell purple over the snows, Jon found himself by the archery butts watching Arya loose arrows at straw targets. She was surprisingly good, her eyes narrowed with concentration. Each arrow struck close to the center of the painted circle. Ghost prowled behind them, sniffing at arrow shafts that clattered to the ground. "I almost wish I could ride off too," Arya remarked after fetching her arrows. "Like Lord Reed, or like the men who went to help the Tullys, doing something brave. Instead, I'm stuck here practicing archery." "You're hardly stuck," Jon said gently. "Father wants you safe, and you're improving with that bow." She scowled. "Safe is boring. I've seen enough to know that the world doesn't care about safe. I want to make a difference." Jon smiled wryly. "You will, Arya. In your own time. Just stay patient." She snorted, drawing the bowstring with surprising strength. Patience is for septas, not for wolves. Yet she did not press him further, letting the matter rest. Jon suspected that if war came again to Winterfell, Arya would fight tooth and nail to protect her home. That she was so young made his heart ache. This was no time or place for a child's innocence, not in the Game of Thrones that devoured so many. Time slipped by, day upon day, with no respite from the cold or from the tension. Reports of the small raids in the Riverlands showed mixed results, some successes, some losses. The Lannisters apparently grew wary. Edmure Tully wrote that a force under the command of the Mountain Ser Gregor Clegane had begun scouring the countryside for these northern raiders. Brutal atrocities were rumored. Robb seethed with anger, wanting to send more men, but Ned counseled caution. If the Mountain managed to lure more northern forces into an open battle, Tywin might descend on them in a pincer. Amid this precarious balance, a new raven arrived from the south wearing the sigil of House Lannister, a golden lion on a crimson field. Robb all but ripped the scroll from the raven's leg and took it to Ned. They summoned Jon, Catelyn, and their closest advisors to read it in private. The letter, couched in formal language, demanded that the king in the north release all pretense of alliance with any Targaryen pretender on pain of being declared traitors to the crown. It further insisted that the north cease unlawful aggressions in the Riverlands or face the might of House Lannister. King Joffrey, it claimed, wished to offer pardon to those who bent the knee, but if they did not comply, they would be crushed. Robb spat on the floor after reading it. They named themselves the Crown? After all that's happened? They want me to betray Jon, betray my father's word. Bolton's expression was a study in neutrality. They threaten the same old doom, bend or be destroyed. It's Tywin's hand behind this, no doubt. Ned exhaled. We will not yield, but we must be prepared for an attack. The question is, does Tywin have the men to march north in force while Stannis and the Tyrells remain in play? Catelyn shook her head. He might. The Lannisters are wealthy beyond measure, and they can hire Sellswords. Or they can try to quell the Tyrells with strategic marriages. Perhaps Margaery Tyrell to King Joffrey? I've heard rumors of such. Jon felt a grim twist in his gut. Then we must strengthen our own alliances. The Tullus will hold as long as they can, but we can't expect them to push west without more aid. If only we knew what Daenerys intended, or if Reed had made progress. They dispatched a curt reply, reasserting the North's sovereignty and refusing to hand over Jon Targaryen. It was a dangerous gambit, but any show of wavering might encourage Tywin to strike sooner. The tension in Winterfell ratcheted higher. More men took up permanent watch on the walls, scanning for the banners of Lannister or Greyjoy or any other force that might come. Supply stocks were inventoried and local villagers were quietly advised to prepare for a siege if the worst occurred. Amid these preparations, dawn broke one chilly morning with a rider pounding at Winterfell's gate. The man wore the sigil of House Cerwyn, a lesser vassal, and he bore a message for Jon Targaryen specifically. That alone caused a stir. Jon, summoned from his routine watch, met the rider in the courtyard where he was swiftly ushered inside to thaw near the hearth. The man was breathless, eyes wild, as though he had seen a ghost. "What news?" Jon asked, heart-hammering. The messenger bowed. "My lord, or my prince? I bring a letter from across the sea. It was delivered to Lord Cerwyn by a foreign ship at White Harbor, addressed to you." They said it bore the personal seal of Daenerys Targaryen. Silence fell like a thunderclap. Robb, who had arrived in time to hear, exchanged a stunned look with Jon. Without hesitation, they led the man to Ned's solar, where they called Ned, Catelyn, and Maester Luwin. The messenger produced a rolled parchment sealed with an unfamiliar sigil, a dragon's head drawn in a swirling script. Carefully, hands trembling, Jon broke the wax. He unrolled the parchment and read the contents, his eyes darting over the lines. The blood seemed to pound in his ears. Daenerys's words were concise but laced with intensity. She wrote that she had received Howland Reed in Meereen, who spoke eloquently of Jon's lineage and the hopes of peace between them. She claimed to be moved by the story of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar. She respected Ned Stark's honor as it had spared Jon's life. Daenerys herself had never intended to make war on her nephew. She saw him as the last living child of her brother, thus her own blood. However, she did not yield her claim to the Iron Throne. She proposed that Jon join her cause instead, that they unite their claims in truth before setting foot in Westeros. She invited him, in no uncertain terms, to cross the sea and meet her personally, to forge a bond that could not be broken by rumor or the manipulations of enemies. The final lines read, "I offer you my hand, Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar. Together we may reclaim what was lost and save the realm from the storm to come. I do not command you to kneel. I ask you to stand beside me as kin and partner. If you refuse, we shall remain strangers, and the realm will suffer for it." Jon lowered the parchment, 100 thoughts clashing in his mind. The first wave was relief. Reed had survived. Not only that, he had succeeded in persuading Daenerys to consider a peaceful union. But then came the deeper conflict. She invited him to join her cause. Would that mean bending the knee? Or forging some marriage alliance, as some had whispered was the Targaryen way? The letter's tone suggested cooperation rather than subjugation, yet the ramifications for the North were massive. Robb took the parchment, scanning it quickly, his brow creasing. "She invites you specifically to Essos? Gods, that's a bold proposition." Ned, reading over Robb's shoulder, exhaled a quiet breath. "She does not mention recognition of the North's independence, except in vague terms. She says she does not command you to kneel, but invites you to stand beside her. That could imply marriage or at least a formal alliance." Catelyn's face was drawn. "You cannot simply vanish overseas, Jon. If Tywin moves now and you are gone, it might demoralize the North. Or if you vanish, men might fear you've abandoned them to ally with a foreign queen." Jon's mind reeled. "But if I do not go, she might take it as a rejection. Then she could sail to Westeros believing me her rival. That path leads to another Targaryen civil war." They all grasped the stakes. For a time, no one spoke, and the distant wind rattled the shuttered windows. Maester Luwin adjusted his chain, clearing his throat. "We must decide carefully and swiftly. The letter states she awaits your reply at Meereen. That is many months of travel, and we cannot be certain the seas will be safe." Robb caught Jon's eye. You once said you'd do whatever you must to save lives. Is that still true? Jon nodded, though his heart thundered in his chest. Of course, but if I sail, I risk everything. My own life and the fate of the North. Ned rested a hand on Jon's arm. You would not sail alone. We could send an escort, trusted men who can stand by you, ensure your safety. But that leaves Robb here and me to hold the North against the Lannisters if they attack. The timing could not be worse. Catelyn's gaze flicked between them. Winter is coming, and Jon's departure might leave us vulnerable. Yet a war with Daenerys would be far worse. We can ill afford to scorn her olive branch. Bolton, standing quietly near the door, spoke at last in a measured tone. An alliance with dragons would terrify the Lannisters. It might be the very thing that breaks their nerve. If Jon can secure that alliance, we might end this war without a bloodbath in the North. But if it fails, a hush followed. Eventually, Ned inhaled slowly, steeling himself. We must take the chance, or at least consider it. Let us weigh how many men we can spare to escort Jon. Let us consider the route, by sea from White Harbor, presumably. The question is whether we send him at all. This should not be forced upon him. Jon, the choice belongs to you and you alone. Jon stared at the letter in his hands. The flickering candlelight played over the words, as though they might rearrange themselves at any moment. He saw Rhaegar's shadow behind them, Lyanna's tear-streaked face. The old promise Ned had kept so faithfully. He thought of the vow he had made to protect the realm, of Robb's crown, the North's independence, the terrifying rumor of White Walkers gathering beyond the wall, Tywin's armies massing in the south, and Daenerys' dragons waiting across the sea. The letter's final phrase hammered in his mind. I do not command you to kneel. I ask you to stand beside me as kin and partner. If you refuse, we shall remain strangers, and the realm will suffer for it. Slowly, he looked around at his family, Ned, Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, Arya. The entire realm teetered on a razor's edge. If he refused, what hope was there of truly avoiding a Targaryen war? If he went, he risked leaving the North without the presence of one who could at least claim the Targaryen name for their defense. Yet the realm might need dragons. The realm might need unity more than ever, with winter's darkness looming and White Walkers rumored. He closed his eyes, took a low breath, and then met Ned's gaze. I will go, he said, voice subdued but resolute. For the sake of peace, for the sake of preventing further bloodshed, I will meet Daenerys Targaryen face to face. A hush followed, tinged with both relief and fear. Robb stood straight, pressing his lips together. Then we must prepare at once. If you fail, we'll fight on, but God's willing you won't fail. Ned nodded solemnly. Yes, the realm depends on this, Jon, but know you have our blessing and our prayers. Jon set the letter aside. We have much to do and little time to do it. I want to ensure Winterfell is secure before I depart, and I'll need good men with me. Who can we spare? They began discussing the details, the size of the escort, the supplies needed, the route to White Harbor, the possibility of pirates or storms at sea, the question of who would represent House Stark in negotiation if Jon was compromised. 1,000 details churned in the cold air of the solar. Yet through it all, a flicker of hope burned in Jon's chest. If he could gain Daenerys' trust, if they could stand as allies, Targaryen dragon and Starkwolf, maybe they could protect the North and end the bloodshed that had claimed so many lives. He allowed himself a moment to imagine the possibility, an end to the Lannister threat, a realm united against the darkness beyond the wall, no more Targaryen or Stark blood spilled by brothers in arms. It was a fragile dream in a world that seldom rewarded hope, but he clung to it all the same. He thought of Lyanna, of Rhaegar, of all who had died so that he could stand here now. Let their sacrifice not be in vain, he prayed silently. Above the battlements, the snow kept falling, relentless and silent, a stark reminder that time was running short. Winter was coming in full force. But so, perhaps, were the dragons, and the only question was whether they arrived as saviors or harbingers of another fiery doom. Jon meant to do everything in his power to ensure it was the former, even if it meant braving oceans, armies, and the uncertain heart of the last Targaryen queen. He would do his duty as Ned Stark had done before him, no matter the cost. And if the gods were kind, it would be enough to save them all. Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, some now called him, stood by the window in Ned Stark's solar, hands braced on the cold stone sill as he stared out at the snow-choked courtyard. The wind gusted from the north in low, mournful howls, sending spirals of white dancing across the flagstones. In the sky's half-light, Winterfell looked solemn, every corner dusted with glittering frost. Down below, stable hands dragged heavy bundles of hay to feed the horses, and a handful of guardsmen trudged along the walls with their cloaks drawn tight. It was morning, yet the sun was little more than a pale rumor behind a veil of gray clouds. The entire castle seemed to hold its breath. He had to leave. The letter from Daenerys Targaryen lay on a table behind him, its words swirling in his mind like the snow in the courtyard. She had invited him to cross the sea and join her cause, to stand beside her as kin rather than oppose her as a rival. He could still scarcely believe it. Every choice, every rumor had led them to this precipice. If he sailed, he left the north behind at its most precarious hour. But if he stayed, he risked closing the door on a fragile alliance that might save the realm from yet another ruinous war. A soft step approached from behind, and he glanced over his shoulder to see Ned Stark enter. His father, no, his uncle by blood, but the only father Jon had ever known, walked with an air of quiet determination. Though the streaks of gray in Ned's hair had deepened, his posture remained as upright as any knight's, and his eyes held the same stern warmth Jon remembered from childhood. He joined Jon at the window, looking out over the courtyard. For a time, neither spoke. At last Ned said in a low voice, "It snows harder every day. I remember a storm like this when I was a boy, just before Robert's rebellion. It lasted for a week straight, left drifts higher than a tall man's head." He exhaled, gaze fixed on the swirling flakes. "You're still certain about leaving?" Jon turned from the window. "I am. If there's a chance to forge peace with Daenerys, I have to take it. She's my aunt. Whether I want that or not, her blood and mine are the same. And if she crosses the sea with her dragons believing I might challenge her, we'll have another Targaryen war. The realm doesn't need more bloodshed." Ned's mouth tightened, but he nodded. "I know. If we had any other way, some guarantee that she'd remain peaceful, then perhaps we could keep you here. But it seems there is no guarantee without face-to-face words." And with Tywin Lannister growing bolder by the day, he let out a breath. "We'll make do in your absence. Robb will hold the north. I'll lend what counsel I can, and the lords will rally if need be." Jon studied Ned's face. "I'm sorry to leave you and Robb with so many battles still raging. The Riverlands bleed, the Lannisters threaten, and winter creeps upon us. My place should be here." "Your place," Ned said, turning fully toward Jon, "is wherever you're needed most. You've always wanted to protect the realm, and that's all we Starks have ever tried to do. If forging an alliance with Daenerys can prevent a war, and if it can convince the rest of Westeros to stand together when the true threat comes from beyond the wall, then you are doing your duty. In time, the North may come to see that as well." Jon swallowed, a rush of gratitude and worry flooding him. "I hope so. I've spoken with Robb. He'll arrange an escort for me to White Harbor. A small group. More might draw attention. A big host would slow us down and leave Winterfell less defended." Ned inclined his head. "Good. Keep it small. Travel light and fast. We can't be sure Tywin lacks spies in the Neck or near White Harbor. If he learns of your exact route, he might try to take you captive." A shadow flitted across Ned's face as he remembered the countless intrigues that had claimed lives in King's Landing. "Just be wary, Jon. Trust the men you take, no one else." Jon gave a grim nod. "I'll do my best." They parted soon after, each to his duties. Ned walked off to oversee the daily tasks of Winterfell's governance, and Jon went to gather supplies and confirm details with Robb. Outside the Solar, the corridors bustled with the routine of a keep expecting danger. Servants lugged barrels of salted meat, seamstresses hurried by with piles of mended cloaks, and stewards barked orders to runners. Word had spread that Jon intended to leave, though few knew precisely why. Rumors stirred. Some said he was going to challenge Daenerys for the throne, others that he was off to ask for her hand in marriage. A few clung to the notion that he was some bastard turncloak. Yet most in Winterfell had come to respect him over the last months. The truth was that no one beyond the High Lords really knew his purpose, and that stirred curiosity in every corner. Robb Stark waited in the armory yard, conferring with the master-at-arms about the men still stationed there. The yard smelled of sweat and hot iron, and the clang of hammers punctuated the chilly air. When Robb spotted Jon approaching, he clasped his gloved hands behind his back and dismissed the master-at-arms. Grey Wind stood at Robb's side, ears pricked in Jon's direction. "Any developments?" Jon asked, voice echoing faintly amid the stone arches. Robb's expression was sober. "Nothing new. Our raids in the Riverlands continue to harass the Lannisters. Edmure Tully wrote that Tywin is massing men near Harrenhal, but no sign of a major northern push yet. We might have time." "Good," Jon said, though tension laced his tone. "We'll head out tomorrow at first light. I want to cross the neck quickly, then reach White Harbor without drawing attention. I'll have half a dozen men, plus a few others with skills in stealth." Robb nodded and lowered his voice. "I'm sending Hally's Malin with you. He's one of our best. And Tywin, that old forester from near the Bar Rolands, if you'll have him. He knows how to avoid the main roads. Also Quent, our courier, he's decent with a blade, but better with a quill. If you need messages dispatched in a hurry, he can handle them." He paused. "I was tempted to come myself, but Father said no. And I agree. The North needs its king." Jon tried to smile. "I'd want you along if it were any other time, but you have your duty here, keeping the lords unified. If Tywin attacks and you're gone." Robb's jaw set. "Exactly. This is the best we can do. Remember, your first goal is to stay alive, and your second is to ensure Daenerys understands we're not her enemy. That we might be friends. Or family," Jon murmured. The word felt alien on his tongue. He turned away to hide the flicker of uncertainty in his expression. "I'll do everything I can, Robb." They parted ways, each weighed by burdens too great for their years. Jon's steps took him through the covered walkways toward the Great Hall. Along the way, he passed Theon Greyjoy, who had just returned from another ride in the neck. Theon fell into step beside him, a casual grin on his face, though the lines around his eyes betrayed exhaustion. "So," Theon said, "off to meet the Dragon Queen, are you?" "That's the plan," Jon answered carefully. Though Theon had fought beside them for some time now, the man's moods could be mercurial, and it was no secret that Theon's father, Balon Greyjoy, was an unpredictable threat. Theon lowered his voice. "Just be careful. It's said she's got dragons big enough to flatten a city. Hard to negotiate when you're on fire." Jon shot him a sideways look. "I'll keep that in mind." After a moment, he asked, "Anything to report from the neck?" Theon rolled his shoulders. "A few scattered bandits. Nothing large enough to pose a real threat. We've posted watchers near some of the old causeways so no one can sneak up on us. If you end your escort ride with care, you'll reach White Harbor easily. Then you'll have to worry about storms. Maybe pirates." Jon appreciated the candor but said nothing, the knot in his chest tightening as he thought of all the dangers ahead. They walked on, passing guards who saluted. Theon soon branched off to speak with a pair of House Manderley riders, leaving Jon to continue alone into the Great Hall. Inside, he found Catelyn Stark pacing near the dais, her gown of dark blue wool pulled tight at the waist. Hearing his footsteps, she turned, lines of worry etched on her face. "Jon," she said quietly, "Ned told me you're leaving in the morning." "Yes, my lady," Jon answered. He'd grown more comfortable in her presence, but a sense of lingering awkwardness always remained. "I'm sorry to depart at such a critical time." She studied him, and for an instant he saw something softer behind her eyes. "It's not as though you have much choice. This realm is at a tipping point. Even I can see that. And if this Daenerys Targaryen is half as formidable as the stories say, we cannot afford to offend her or dismiss her. If you must go, go with all our hopes." Jon bowed his head, uncertain what to say. She had once despised him for existing, but now she entrusted him with forging a peace that might save them all. It was a testament to how much the world had changed in such a short time. Finally, Catelyn laid a hand on his arm. "Just remember who you are, Jon. Son of Lyanna Stark, yes, but raised by Ned. Your father taught you to value honor above ambition. Don't let the Targaryen name carry you away. You're still a son of Winterfell in my eyes." A pang of emotion clutched Jon's throat, and he managed a nod. "Thank you, Lady Stark." She withdrew her hand. "Good. Now gather your wits. The men you'll take with you have begun packing rations and gear. If you need anything else, speak with me or Maester Luwin." Jon promised to do so and left her, the hush of the cavernous hall closing behind him. By the time he emerged into the courtyard once more, the wind had picked up, scouring his cheeks with swirling snow. He spotted Ghost lurking near a brazier. At Jon's approach, the direwolf trotted closer, nuzzling Jon's leg. Ghost had been unsettled all day, as though sensing the coming separation. Jon crouched, stroking his thick fur. "Sorry, boy," he murmured. "You have to stay here. I can't drag you across the sea, not if I want to keep a low profile." Ghost let out a low whine. Jon felt his heart twist. "Watch over them, will you? Watch over Father Rob the girls. Protect them like you would me." The dire wolf pressed his muzzle into Jon's chest, almost as though embracing him. Jon closed his eyes and took in Ghost's warmth, the smell of wild fur. It reminded him of harsh nights on the wall, of hunts in the wolfswood. So much had changed since then, yet the bond between them endured. He hated the thought of leaving Ghost behind, but taking a great white direwolf across the sea to a foreign city teeming with strangers, and possibly enemies, could spell disaster. Perhaps it was foolish to go without the one creature he trusted most, but secrecy and speed were paramount now. That night, the castle took on an uneasy hush. A final supper was held in Jon's honor, though it was no grand feast. Winter loomed, and they could ill afford lavish banquets. Still, the kitchen prepared hot stew, fresh bread, and enough ale to warm everyone's spirits. Lords and retainers filtered in. Robb raised a cup, offering a toast to Jon's mission. The men answered with scattered cheers, some earnest, some uncertain. Through it all, Jon tried to keep a polite smile fixed on his face, though inside he wrestled with an undercurrent of dread. He was no diplomat, no seasoned courtier schooled in the subtlety of Essosi politics. He was a swordsman, a former Black Brother, a man who'd seen the terrors beyond the wall. Yet fate demanded he become an envoy of sorts, perhaps even a claimant to the throne if Daenerys insisted on something more. Every moment, he felt the weight of thousands of lives pressing down on him. Sansa approached him with a small bundle in her arms. She looked composed, though the corners of her mouth trembled slightly when she smiled. "Jon," she said softly, "I wanted to give you something I made." She handed him the bundle. Inside was a neatly sewn cloak of dark gray wool, lined with lighter fur at the collar. The sewing was tidy and careful, though not as ornate as southern finery. "I know it's plain," she said, fiddling with the edges of her long sleeves, "but I wanted you to have something from us when you leave." Jon unfolded it, touched the fur collar. "This is perfect," he said in a husky tone, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Sansa. It's more than I deserve." She shook her head. "You deserve it and more. I'm proud of you, that you're doing this for our family, for the realm." He swallowed a lump in his throat and gently clasped her hands. "You've done more than you know, Sansa. Don't ever doubt that." She managed a small, teary smile, then turned away. A moment later, Arya appeared, arms crossed. She wore a determined scowl, which Jon recognized as her way of hiding sadness. "It's not fair," she muttered. "You're always leaving, first to the Night's Watch, then to war, now across the sea. You should be here with us." Jon tried to smile. "I wish I could be everywhere at once. Remember what I said? I'll come back if I can." She nodded, her eyes bright. "You'd better." With that, she spun on her heel and stalked off, though not before giving him a fierce nod as if to say, "Don't you dare break your word." He watched her go, longing to stay in the warmth of Winterfell, to guard his family against every threat. But the realm's troubles would not let him remain. As the night wore on, people drifted away to their chambers, and the torches in the hall guttered low. Jon lingered by the dying fire, the new cloak Sansa had given him folded in his lap. When he finally rose, he found Ned waiting at the door. Ned met his eyes. "Time for rest, Jon. You have a long ride ahead." Jon nodded, and father and son walked silently through the corridors until they parted ways near Jon's chamber. There, Jon paused at his door, glancing back. Ned had already turned away, but Jon called after him softly, "Thank you, For everything. Ned paused in mid-step, looked over his shoulder, and gave a faint, sad smile. We'll be here, Jon. The North endures. Then he disappeared around a corner, leaving Jon to the hush of the corridor. Jon entered his chamber, set the cloak aside, and tried to sleep, but the night brought him no peace. His thoughts tumbled from anxiety to half-formed hopes, and at least once he dreamt of the wall and the dark shapes looming beyond it, shapes he could not name. When he awoke, sweating despite the chill, the blackness outside had turned to the dusky gray of pre-dawn. It was time. He rose, dressed, and slipped out into the corridor with the cloak about his shoulders. Down in the courtyard, the men he would take were already gathering with the horses, breath steaming in the cold. Sledges of provisions were stacked nearby, though minimal enough that the group could travel swiftly. Ned was there, boots crunching on the frozen ground, greeting each man in hushed tones. Robb stood at his father's side, face grim as he gripped the bridle of a tall chestnut courser. The small party consisted of 8 men total. Hally's Mullen, tall and rangy, wearing a battered breastplate and carrying a bow across his back. Tywin, gray-bearded and keen-eyed, always sniffing the wind like a ranger. Quent, their lean courier with a thin mustache, fiddling with a satchel of Raven's messages. 3 other guardsmen, each well-seasoned, and a quiet stable and chosen for his knowledge of backroads. Jon gave them each a nod, then turned to father and brother. Ned clasped Jon's arm. The gods watch over you. When you arrive in White Harbor, speak only with Lord Wyman Manderley or those he trusts. We can't risk word of your passage spreading. Jon nodded. Robb stepped closer, laying a hand on Jon's shoulder. Come back, brother, he murmured. With peace, if you can. Jon nodded again, too choked for words. He glanced around. Catelyn was standing near the keep's doors, watching with her arms folded. Sansa and Arya hovered in the shadows of an archway, silent but wide-eyed. Bran was absent, likely still Abed or under Maester Luwin's care, and Rickon was too young to fully grasp the farewell. Ghost was nowhere in sight, which might have been for the best, or perhaps the dire wolf couldn't bear the farewell. Finally, Jon mounted his horse, the others following suit. He guided the courser around until he faced the open gates. The portcullis was raised, showing the vast white expanse beyond. A hush fell, thick as the snow. Then Ned lifted his voice. Go with honor, Jon. Jon touched his heels to the horse's flanks, and the animal set off at a brisk walk. The men behind him followed, 8 in total, a narrow column. Outside the walls, the road glistened with patches of ice and powder. Jon looked back only once. Winterfell's gray walls stood proud, dusted in snow, the banners of the dire wolf snapping in the wind. Robb had moved up onto the gatehouse tower, watching them depart. Jon could just make out his brother's form silhouetted against the sky. Then the trail bent, and the castle vanished behind a drift, leaving only the wide, frozen north ahead. They made good time that first day, riding from dawn until the fading light of afternoon. The cold was merciless, but each and was well clad in furs. The roads near Winterfell were relatively safe, patrolled by Stark men and local villagers who knew the land. Jon said little as they rode, only pausing to confer with Tywin about their route. Tywin had a reputation as a skilled tracker. He recommended they angle eastward after a half-day's ride, avoiding certain heavily trodden paths that might host bandits or prying eyes. The second day brought them to sparser territory. Rolling hills of white, dotted by leafless trees that loomed like black skeletons against the overcast sky. Drifts gathered around the trunks, forcing them to pick a careful way forward. They spent the nights in small forest encampments, setting up a single tent for Jon while the others took turns on watch. Quent doled out a thin stew each evening, warmed over a low fire that glowed orange through the gloom. With each passing league, Jon felt himself drifting further from the life he had always known. He tried not to dwell on everything he was leaving behind, his father's careful advice, his siblings' faces. But when the nights grew still, memories washed over him like a tide, and he wondered if he would ever see Winterfell again. He had made all the farewells he could. Now the gods alone would decide. After 5 days of steady travel, they reached the outskirts of the neck where the land grew boggy and the cold fog clung to every surface. Low, marshy ground spread on either side of the road, dotted with thin sheets of ice. Frost-laden reeds rustled in the breeze. Tywin led them onto an overgrown path that twisted between stands of half-dead trees, the horses slipping occasionally on mud slicks hidden beneath the snow. The sense of isolation deepened. The men fell quiet, scanning the shadowy swamps. Once or twice they glimpsed the flicker of a distant torch or heard the faint croak of frogs. Jon suspected those watchers were crannogmen, loyal to Howland Reed and House Stark, unseen but vigilant. He could almost feel their presence in the swirling mist. Their greatest worry was whether any Lannister scouts might be lurking, but they saw no sign of red and gold banners or southern armor. The North's winter alone might have been enough to deter an enemy. Jon only hoped that Tywin Lannister lacked the cunning or the resources to send assassins this far. He forced himself not to dwell on it, focusing instead on guiding his horse through treacherous ground. One evening, they made camp on a small rise of dry land flanked by twisted trees. Howland Reed strung his bow, scanning the perimeter while Tywin built a modest fire. Quent rummaged through their supplies to produce a bit of salt pork, dried beans, and a handful of onions. It was the best meal they could manage. Jon sat on a fallen log, staring into the flames. He heard the soft bubble of the swamp water not far away. After dinner, Quent approached Jon, clearing his throat. "My lord, or, well, you've asked, we just call you Jon." He gave a slight grin. "I wonder, what do you think you'll find across the sea? A Targaryen queen with dragons, sure, but is she expecting you to join her in a war for the Iron Throne?" Jon gazed at the swirling flames for a moment before answering. "Likely so. From her letters, I gather she means to claim the throne of Westeros eventually. If she sees me as an ally, I might persuade her to spare the North. Or even to support our independence. But that's half a world away. I can't know her heart until I meet her." Quent exhaled. "Hard to imagine dragons if the rumors are true. Actual living dragons." Jon nodded. "I've heard enough from our father, Ned Stark, and from the old tales to suspect it's not a lie. Even Howland Reed wrote that he saw them with his own eyes in Meereen. But how large they've grown or how dangerous they are, no one can say for certain. We must be prepared." A hush passed between them. Quent drifted away to check the horses, leaving Jon alone with his thoughts. He felt an odd flutter of anticipation. If all went well, he would be the first Stark Targaryen, in living memory, to walk in a city where dragons perched on walls. That possibility both thrilled and terrified him. They pressed on at first light. The path grew drier as they neared the northern edge of the neck. By the 8th day since leaving Winterfell, they emerged onto more solid ground where a winding road ran east to White Harbor. Tywin assured them the city lay only 2 days' ride away. They made good speed, pushing from dawn until dusk. On the 11th day, they finally glimpsed the tall walls and towers of White Harbor rising in the distance, a cluster of pale stone near the mouth of the White Knife River. Snow-laden clouds hung low, tinted pink by the setting sun. The harbor's waters glimmered faintly, though much of the shoreline ice had begun to creep outward in thick slabs. Smoke curled from the city's chimneys. Even from a league away, Jon could see the silhouette of ships in the harbor, masts bristling with lines. As they approached the gates, a pair of guards in Manderly livery hailed them. Howland flashed a signed letter from Ned Stark, and the guards quickly waved them through. They rode onto cobbled streets bustling with townsfolk, fishermen, and laborers carrying crates. The wind off the sea stung even colder than the plains behind them, and snow drifted in swirling gusts around the city's white walls. Jon led the party to the new castle, the seat of House Manderly, perched near the water's edge. The guard at the gate recognized Howland from a prior visit and let them inside. They were led across a courtyard paved with patterned stone, half covered in a dusting of snow, to a broad hall decorated with the sigil of House Manderly, the merman holding a trident. Servants moved about, lighting torches and setting fresh rushes. The smell of salt brine mingled with the sense of roast fish. Lord Wyman Manderly himself was carried in on a cushion litter. He was a large man, his enormous girth obvious even in the layered robes of thick wool. A kindly-faced fellow, albeit one known for cunning and fierce loyalty to the Starks. He greeted Jon with a hearty laugh. "Jon Snow, or should I call you Lord Targaryen?" "Ah, no, I see you'd rather I not fuss with titles." "Very well, then. Ned Stark's letter told me to expect you, though we were uncertain when. I trust your journey wasn't too dreadful." Jon dismounted and bowed respectfully. "The cold was harsh, but we managed." "We're grateful for your hospitality, my lord." Manderly's cheeks jiggled as he nodded. "No sense standing out here in the chill. Come in, come in. Let's have you warmed by a fire, and you can tell me what you need. I suspect you're eager for a ship to carry you across the narrow sea." Jon disarmed, passing his sword belt to a waiting servant. His men did likewise. They trailed Lord Wyman into a smaller hall where a roaring fireplace dispelled the worst of the cold. A long table stood prepared with cups of mulled wine and bread. Jon noticed a tall, broad-shouldered man standing near Lord Wyman's side, a knight by the look of his attire. Manderly caught Jon's glance. My grandnephew, Ser Marlon Manderley, he said, introducing the knight. He's helping me manage the harbor. Good lad. Now sit, all of you. Jon and his men settled around the table, warming their hands on the steaming cups of wine. The fragrance of cloves and honey wafted up. Manderley sat at the head of the table, his chair reinforced for his bulk. He took a cup from a servant, sipped, and then gave Jon a thoughtful look. I won't pretend to know every detail, but your father's letter said you seek passage to Essos, specifically Slavers Bay. Meereen, I gather. Jon nodded. Yes. I need to meet Daenerys Targaryen. Manderley set down his cup, expression turning shrewd. Ned Stark implied that this could be the key to preventing more war, something to do with your Targaryen blood and her dragons. Well, far be it from me to pry. I'll do my part. That said, we must be cautious. The sea lanes aren't safe, especially not in winter. Ser Marlon spoke up. We do have vessels that sail year-round, but the storms can be fierce and pirates have become bolder with the realm in turmoil. Are you sure you want to cross now when the conditions are worst? Jon pursed his lips. If I wait, Daenerys might sail first or interpret the delay as refusal. Time isn't our ally. I'll risk the storms. Manderley rubbed his chins. I can arrange a sturdy ship. Likely a cog or a carrack, something big enough to handle rough seas but not so large it costs us a fortune in crew. You'll need supplies, of course, and a captain with real skill. We might have just the fellow one Lord Davos Seaworth recommended to me in a letter years ago. A Bravosi if memory serves, but loyal enough if the coin's right. Jon lifted his brows. Davos Seaworth, Stannis Baratheon's man? Manderley shrugged. He was, or is, or might be. Hard to say with all these shifting allegiances. But the man's a smuggler turned knight, famed for his honesty, ironically enough. If he vouched for a captain, that means the captain likely knows how to slip around trouble. He let out a deep belly laugh. Though I can't guarantee you won't meet pirates or storms out there. The narrow sea is treacherous at the best of times. Jon accepted the risk. I'm prepared. My men are too. They hashed out details, which ship, how many provisions, the port fees, the best route. As the conversation wore on, Manderley's servants brought out platters of fish pie and toasted bread. Though Jon was still weary from the journey, he forced himself to focus on the practicalities. In the corner of his mind, the enormity of what lay ahead pressed down on him, crossing an entire sea, braving unknown perils, then riding overland through unfamiliar territory to find a queen who commanded dragons. Still, every step had to be taken if they were to have any hope of preventing a far worse calamity. Lord Wyman insisted that Jon and his men stay in the new castle as guests while the ship was readied. It would take at least 3 days to gather a capable crew and the necessary supplies, barrels of fresh water, dried meat, hardtack, along with any trade goods that might ease their way in Essos. Jon gratefully agreed, longing for a few nights in a proper bed after weeks on the road. That evening, after a hot bath and a change of clothes, Jon found himself wandering a narrow terrace overlooking the sea. White Harbor's waters shimmered in the moonlight, though chunks of ice drifted near the piers. In the deeper harbor, larger ships rocked gently, lanterns twinkling. By day, it would be a bustling scene of fishing boats and cargo vessels, but at night, the hush gave it an eerie beauty. He leaned against the balustrade, letting the salty wind whip his hair around his face. From somewhere in the city behind him came the faint sound of music, drums and flutes, likely from a festival or tavern. White Harbor had always been more alive than most northern towns, open to trade and influences from across the narrow sea. Perhaps it was fitting that he depart from here, bridging two worlds, the north, which raised him, and the Targaryen blood that now demanded he journey east. He heard footsteps and glanced back to see Hally's Malin approaching. The veteran archer gave a curt nod. "My lord, Jon." Lord Manderley said the ship should be ready in 3 or 4 days. We can spend the time honing our gear or taking in the local scene. Jon turned back to the sea. Good. Make sure each man is prepared for a long journey, foul weather gear, enough to keep warm even in storms. We don't know how many days it'll take to cross. And I want to avoid trouble in the port if we can. Hally's took a spot beside Jon, leaning with a weary sigh. I've been to sea before, but never so far. We'll manage though. And if pirates do come sniffing, I've enough arrows for them. He paused, then added in a softer tone. You sure about all this? Crossing half the world to meet a queen with dragons. Jon let out a breath. Not sure, but I have to try. The realm might depend on it. If Daenerys is truly willing to ally with us, it could spare thousands of lives. Maybe more. Hally's nodded slowly. I'll follow you no matter where. The men trust you. That's why we volunteered for this madness. Just be careful with that queen." Jon managed a half-smile. "I will be." Halleys departed soon after, leaving Jon alone with the night wind. The waves crashed below, a steady rhythm. He thought of everything that could go wrong. Even if they reached Daenerys safely, how would she react? She was a stranger, tied to him only by blood and rumor. Could they truly forge unity between two lines of Targaryens, or would ambition and mistrust tear them apart? At length, he forced himself to retire. The next days passed in a flurry of preparation. Manderly's stewards assembled casks of water, sacks of dried beans, and crates of salted fish. Quent oversaw the loading of the ship, a sturdy Braavosi cog called the Moonrunner. Its captain, an olive-skinned man named Morio, spoke with a lilting accent and assured Jon that while storms might slow them, they'd find a path to Lys or Volantis, then around to Slaver's Bay. "No pirates want to tackle the Moonrunner," he boasted with a grin. "We outrun them if we must, or slip away in the night." Jon had his doubts. Morio's confidence might be half bravado, but there was little choice. The timing was urgent, and no other captains at White Harbor were eager to sail for Meereen in the heart of winter. So Jon agreed and offered fair coin from the funds Ned Stark had provided. Lord Wyman Manderly, too, contributed to the cost. "All for the sake of the North," he said, pressing a heavy purse into Jon's hands. "And for a chance at peace." Jon spent one last night in the new castle. The next morning, a piercing wind off the bay forced everyone to pull their hoods tight. They rowed down to the harbor, passing warehouses and fishmongers setting up their stalls. The faint stench of brine and decaying seaweed clung to the piers. Beyond, the waters looked turbulent, the waves crowned with white caps. The Moonrunner bobbed at a long wooden quay, her sails furled. Dockhands hurried to lash crates to the deck. Lord Manderly and Ser Marlin came to see them off, standing by the gangplank. Manderly clapped Jon on the shoulder. "I wish you calm seas and swift passage. Give Daenerys my regards, if you think she'd appreciate them." Jon nodded. "Thank you, my lord, for everything." Manderly smiled. "Bring us back that peace you keep promising. Then we'll call it even." He turned his jovial gaze to the men behind Jon. "You lot keep him alive here?" Halleys Malin and Tywin both bowed. "Aye, my lord." With that, Jon led his men aboard. The deck rolled underfoot, reminding Jon of the days he had once traveled a short route by ship, but never so far. A swirl of nerves tightened his gut as the sailors hauled lines. The Braavosi captain, Morio, shouted orders in a mix of common tongue and his native language. The harbor gulls wheeled overhead, squawking. Slowly, the gangplank was hauled in. Ropes were cast off. Sailors shoved poles against the quay to guide the cog out into the water. The moment they cleared the breakwater, a stiff wind caught the mainsail. The Moonrunner lurched forward, and Jon clutched the railing, tasting salt on his lips. In the distance, White Harbor's walls receded, the shapes of the city shrinking until they were small lumps on the horizon. A sense of finality settled over him. He was truly leaving the north. The next days at sea tested them all. Though the captain had boasted of outrunning storms, winter weather was unforgiving. Gusts battered the sails, and waves crashed over the deck. Jon and his men spent more time below than they would have liked, crammed into a small cabin that stank of tar and brine. Sleep came in fitful dozes. Twice, violent squalls forced the captain to reef the sails and ride out the tempest with minimal forward movement. Jon found himself pressed against the hull, listening to the ship's timbers groan in protest, each thunderclap echoing in his chest. But bit by bit, the Moonrunner made progress. They skirted eastward along the coasts, sometimes landing briefly for fresh water, though these stops were rare. The captain avoided major ports, not wishing to attract attention or pay hefty fees. He had maps marking hidden coves where smugglers often landed. Jon did not complain, though the secrecy wore on him. Each day they stayed at sea felt like an eternity. Weeks melted into a blur of gray skies and heaving waters. One calm morning, they spotted another ship flying no banner, trailing them from a distance. The captain cursed and changed tack, suspecting pirates. For a full day, they played a cat-and-mouse chase, with the moon runner slipping into a bank of fog while the suspicious ship loomed on the horizon. In the end, Morio managed to lose them, steering through a treacherous channel that only an experienced smuggler would dare navigate. Jon's nerves were nearly shredded by the time they were clear of the labyrinth of rocks. But the shadowing vessel did not reappear. Eventually, the captain announced they were nearing Lys. A warmer wind greeted them, carrying a tang of foreign spices. The water shifted from gunmetal gray to a deeper blue, though the sky remained overcast. Jon and his men, huddled near the prow one afternoon, gazed with curiosity as they passed small archipelagos dotted with palm trees, an exotic sight for northern eyes. The air grew less frigid, though hardly balmy. Now and then, rain drenched the deck in fierce downpours. They did not land at Lys, but skirted the city's outskirts, avoiding the authorities who demanded fees and tribute from visiting ships. Morio intended to continue east, hugging the coastline. Meereen is far, he told Jon, but we'll find rest in Volantis, maybe. Big city, easy to blend in, but also full of taxes. We must be careful. Jon's main concern was speed. He had no wish to linger in foreign ports where trouble or rumor might dog them. Already whispers circulated among the crew that these Westerosi passengers were traveling on urgent business. Jon kept mostly below deck, out of sight, letting Hallease and Tywin discourage idle questions. The fewer who knew that one of them claimed Targaryen blood, the better. Eventually, though, it might spread. Secrets never remained secret for long on the open sea, especially with bored sailors gossiping. Another stretch of weeks passed. They navigated the summer sea, then swung around the coastline, forging their way closer to Slavers Bay. The weather turned unpredictable again. Some days were so stifling that the men stripped down to undershirts, while nights could still bring chills. Jon had grown used to the ceaseless motion of the ship, though he never grew fond of it. He spent hours leaning on the rail, eyes scanning the horizon, thinking of Winterfell. Each day he wondered about the north, about Robb and Ned. Were they battling Lannisters by now? Had Tywin marched? Had Daenerys heard that Jon was on his way, or might she dismiss him? Perhaps she had already set sail for Westeros. The not-knowing gnawed at him, but there was no turning back. The die was cast, and all he could do was pray that his father and brother endured until this mission bore fruit. Land came into view at last, a green-brown shoreline with tall grasses dotted with distant shapes of caravans. According to Morio, they were nearing the outskirts of Slavers Bay. A hush of anticipation fell over the passengers. From the prow, Jon watched as the bay stretched before the waters tinted a murky turquoise beneath the filtered sunlight. In the far distance, the shape of a great city rose above the plains, ringed by walls that looked dusty pink. That's Meereen, Morio said, wiping sweat from his brow. Big place, bigger than Astapor or Ukai. All of them used to be slave cities, yes? But your Dragon Queen changed that, or so the rumors say. Jon nodded, peering intently at the silhouette. It looked vast, the walls bristling with towers, each step of the pyramid at the city's heart visible even from this distance. Banners fluttered atop the highest spire. The sight filled him with a tense awe. This was a place that had once dealt in flesh markets for centuries, and now Daenerys Targaryen ruled it, if she still reigned. The memories of hearing stories about her liberation of Slavers Bay swirled in his mind. He pictured dragons soaring overhead, lighting the sky with flames. Would that be the welcome he received? Morio guided the cog closer, navigating the waters carefully to avoid reefs and shallows. Smaller boats dotted the harbor, some ferrying goods, others fishing. As they neared the city, the architecture came into clearer view, colossal harpy statues that had once signified the slavers' power, now presumably repurposed or torn down. The harbor itself looked busy, with a jumble of foreign vessels from across Essos, merchant galleys, pleasure barges, trim coasters, even a few warships. Smoke rose from forges along the waterfront, mingling with the scent of salt and something more pungent, perhaps the dense population, the tang of rotting fish and sweaty laborers. The moment the Moon Runner approached one of the quays, a group of city guards in patched armor shouted instructions in a language Jon didn't understand, though Morio barked replies in a smattering of Valyrian. Eventually, ropes were tossed, the ship was moored, and a rickety gangplank laid down. The guards, who wore odd leather vests and carried spears, allowed them to disembark once Morio bribed an official with a small pouch of coins. The official marked something on a tablet, then waved them through. Jon stepped onto the quay, the wood creaking underfoot. The air was thick with heat compared to the north's winter, and the smell of spice and sweat rolled over him. Hallease, Tywin, and the others formed up behind him, each scanning the bustling crowd warily. Everywhere he looked were people of many complexions and dress, dark-haired merchants in flowing robes, pale-faced sellswords, copper-skinned laborers hefting crates. Some wore shackles or brand marks, though those were apparently the old ones. Daenerys had outlawed slavery here, but not all men changed their ways overnight. "How do we find the queen?" Tywin asked, voice low. Jon frowned. They had no plan for entering a foreign city and demanding an audience with Daenerys Targaryen. "We'll start by asking for Howland Reed," Jon said. "He came this way, and if she truly took him into her confidence, someone must know where he's staying. Or she might keep him in the Great Pyramid," Quent observed, glancing nervously at the immense structure rising within the city walls. "Do we just march up to her gates?" Jon's mouth went dry. "We might have to. But first, let's find an inn or a stable for our gear. Captain Morio will stay with his ship, gather more supplies for the return trip. Meanwhile, we'll make cautious inquiries." They found a small stable near the harbor's edge, paying a handful of local coins for the privilege of storing their horses. The stable master looked at them askance, pale Northmen in thick cloaks under the sweltering sun, but accepted their coin readily enough. Next, they ventured into the city proper. The streets were paved in places, dusty in others, thronged with hawkers selling fried fish, spiced goat, skewers of something unidentifiable. The men kept their hands near their sword hilts, mindful of pickpockets. More than a few eyes turned their way. Westerosi travelers were not unheard of, but they were hardly common, especially in winter. Over an hour of trudging through the chaos eventually led them to a broad plaza, ringed with half-finished statues of dragons. Oddly enough, some of the statues had been defaced as though vandals had hammered at them. Jon overheard snatches of low Valyrian from passers-by, but he couldn't piece together the meaning. He did, however, see a small cluster of men in battered armor bearing a sigil, a three-headed dragon on a black field. The Targaryen banner. He approached cautiously. One of them, a wiry man with a shaved head, stepped forward. "State your business," he said in a heavily accented common tongue. Jon took a breath. "We've come from Westeros. I seek an audience with Queen Daenerys Targaryen." A flicker of suspicion crossed the man's face. "Strange time for that. Many men have come claiming to serve her or to sell her worthless trinkets. Why should I bring you to her?" Jon lifted his chin. "My name is Jon Snow, though you might know me as Jon Targaryen. I'm the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." The words still felt odd on his tongue, but he had no choice but to claim them. "Queen Daenerys invited me." He reached into his belt pouch, pulling out a sealed letter that Ned had drafted, bearing the combined seals of House Stark and the newly crafted wolf and dragon mark. "If you doubt me, look here." The man took the parchment uncertainly, scanning the seal. His fellow guards exchanged surprised whispers. "Wait here," the wiry soldier said at last. "I'll fetch someone with more authority." He beckoned one of his companions and hurried off, disappearing into a side street that sloped upward toward the city's inner district. Jon glanced at Hallease, who gave a small shrug. They waited, ignoring the curious stares of passers-by. More than one child gawked at the tall Northmen in thick cloaks despite the warmth. Jon felt beads of sweat at his temples. In truth, the day was not truly hot, merely mild by local standards, but after so many weeks at sea and in the northern chill, it felt stifling. He had left his cloak open, revealing a simple leather jerkin underneath. After a nerve-wracking wait, the wiry soldier returned, accompanied by a tall knight with silver hair near the temples. He wore fine plate, old but well-kept, and a look of quiet dignity. Jon realized with a jolt that this must be Ser Barristan Selmy, once a Kingsguard to the Targaryens, then to Robert Baratheon, then exiled from King's Landing under Joffrey's cruelty. It all aligned with the tales he had heard in the north. Ser Barristan approached, studying Jon with piercing eyes. "Your men say you claim to be the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. That is no minor claim." Jon inclined his head. "Ser Barristan, I've heard stories of your valor." He tried not to sound nervous. "I am Jon Snow. Jon Targaryen. My father, Eddard Stark, raised me, but my blood father was Rhaegar. Queen Daenerys sent a letter inviting me to join her cause, or at least to meet her." Barristan's gaze swept over Jon's face, his posture as if comparing him to memories of Rhaegar. Then he glanced at Hallease and the others. "You come armed, but so does every man in the city. Still, if you truly intend peace, you'll lay your swords aside when you enter the palace." Tywin gave a skeptical grunt, but Jon silenced him with a gesture. "We'll respect your rules," Jon promised. "Is Howland Reed here?" "He was to be our envoy." Ser Barristan's expression flickered. "He is. The Queen has been in council with him these past weeks." Very well, if your claim is true, or at least if you believe it, the queen will want to see you. But understand, if you attempt any treachery, it will end poorly. There was no hostility in his tone, merely a sober statement of fact. Jon bowed. We mean no harm. I only ask for the chance to speak. Barristan nodded. Then follow me. The men you bring, keep them to a handful. The rest can find accommodations in the city. Jon quickly conferred with Halleys, deciding that only Tywin and Quent would accompany him as immediate retainers while the others found lodging. Halleys agreed, though he warned Tywin to keep his eyes sharp. The Targaryen guards watched warily as the group split. Jon patted Halleys on the shoulder. Find an inn near the harbor. Wait for word. If anything goes wrong, well, do what you must. Halleys pressed his lips into a firm line. You too. With that, Jon, Tywin, and Quent followed Ser Barristan and the wiry soldier uphill through winding streets that grew progressively grander. The buildings here were made of pale stone with carved pillars depicting coiling dragons. Freedmen in simple tunics and some in finer garb bustled along, carrying goods. Jon smelled exotic spices, frying meats, and the underlying tang of a city still grappling with its transformation from slavery to freedom. They passed massive gates flanked by watchtowers. The guards there wore Targaryen colors, black and red, though many of their pieces seemed mismatched, as if the army had been cobbled together from various sources. They bowed to Ser Barristan and allowed the group to enter a sprawling courtyard at the foot of the Great Pyramid. Jon craned his neck, gazing up the steep stairs that climbed to the pinnacle. Banners hung from the edges of balconies, the three-headed dragon, black on red. Though some of the old harpy statues had been torn down, a few remained, their heads defiled or replaced with crude dragon carvings. Barristan led them inside the pyramid, through corridors lit by torches. The air was cooler here, even dank in places, and the smell of incense lingered. Guards armed with spears stood at intervals. Jon's heart pounded. He was about to meet Daenerys Targaryen, the woman he had only known through letters and through the half-mythic stories of her conquests. At length, they emerged into a large chamber with wide pillars and decorative murals along the walls. A dais stood at the far end where a throne-like seat had been erected, draped in fabrics embroidered with dragons. Braziers glowed, casting dancing shadows. A handful of people waited there. Jon recognized only one immediately, Howland Reed. The crannogman looked thinner than when Jon had last seen him in Winterfell, but his eyes were bright with relief. He wore foreign silks as though forced to adapt to local custom and stood near the dais with a respectful posture. At the center of the dais sat Daenerys Targaryen. Her hair was silver gold, braided in an intricate style that framed her face. She looked younger than Jon had expected, no older than her early 20s, a slight figure draped in a pale dress that left her arms bare. But her gaze radiated a quiet intensity, and there was unmistakable steel in the way she held herself. A trio of small carved dragons flanked her seat. Jon realized with a jolt that they were not carved stone. One of them stretched its wings, letting out a low growl. These were living creatures, each perhaps the size of a large hound. Their scales glimmered in the torchlight, one black, one green, one a shimmering bronze. His throat tightened. Daenerys stood as Jon approached. Two unsullied soldiers in leather armor flanked her, motionless. Jon was dimly aware of others in the chamber, a dark-skinned man in fine robes, a stern-faced woman with curled hair, perhaps a scribe or advisor. But his attention riveted on the queen. She descended a step, her gaze sweeping over Jon. Her eyes were a striking violet, calm but sharp. Howland Reed bowed, gesturing. "My queen," he said softly, "this is Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, as I told you. He has come a long way to meet you." Daenerys nodded. "So you were the one I've awaited. You crossed an entire sea to stand here. Was it as dire as I feared?" Jon lowered himself to one knee, mindful of protocol, though he still felt uncertain whether he was meant to treat her as a queen or as kin. "It was not easy, your grace, but you wrote that you wished for us not to be strangers. I have come to honor that wish." She studied him for a moment, then said, "Rise." Her voice was soft but carried authority. Jon stood. The dragons shifted at her feet, tails twitching. She folded her arms. "Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen, so Lord Reed tells me. I saw the evidence he bore. You carry the same in your features, though also the stark look. If this is true, then you are my nephew. And yet we have never met." Jon managed to keep his composure. "We have not, your grace. Until recently, none knew I was Rhaegar's son, save for Ned Stark. Even I did not know until my father, my uncle, revealed the truth. I grew up believing I was a bastard, A flicker of sorrow touched Daenerys' expression. A bastard who is not a bastard at all. I too grew up in exile with only my brother's word for truth. How fate twists. She turned slightly, beckoning him closer to the dais. You came because I extended an invitation. Did you accept it out of desire for the Iron Throne? Jon swallowed, aware that every ear in the chamber was listening. I came because I want to prevent further war. My father, Ned Stark, believes that if we Targaryens stand united, the realm might avoid more bloodshed. The North does not seek to be conquered, nor do we wish to be your enemy. Daenerys' eyes gleamed with curiosity. So you do not claim the throne for yourself? Jon shook his head. I have no interest in crowns. I care about the welfare of the North, and of all Westeros, if truth be told. War with the Lannisters is inevitable, but it need not tear us all apart. The North is free now under King Robb Stark. We hope you will not challenge that if we ally against common foes. Daenerys pressed her lips together, considering. A free North, that is a great demand. The Seven Kingdoms have long been one realm. I intend to sit the Iron Throne in King's Landing, as is my birthright. Would you have me yield half that realm to the Starks? Jon struggled to find his words. I would have you respect the North's sovereignty, if that is what my brother desires. Or if you cannot grant that, at least find some compromise that spares the North from subjugation. We have bled too much already. Howland Reed stepped forward, bowing to Daenerys. Your Grace, if I may speak, the North is vast and harsh. They fought for their independence after King Robert's death. Many lords cannot be compelled to kneel easily. That does not mean they would refuse an alliance if they are treated with honor. Daenerys glanced at him, then back to Jon. The look in her eyes was guarded. These are questions that cannot be resolved in a single moment. Yet I did not bring you here to start an argument. I wish to see you to judge your character. And I sense honesty in your words. She gestured to the black-scaled dragon, which let out a soft hiss. Drogon is uneasy with strangers, yet he does not bare his teeth. That is a good sign, perhaps. Jon forced himself not to flinch as the dragon fixed its fiery eyes on him. I'm glad he's calm. A faint smile touched Daenerys' lips. She ascended the dais once more. We have much to discuss, nephew. War, alliances, the Lannisters, the fate of Westeros itself. But let us not do it here on show. Rest, refresh yourself, and I will summon you for a private audience soon. Barristan, see to it that Lord Targaryen and his men have suitable quarters. Jon bowed again, relief and lingering tension mingling in his gut. Thank you, your grace. With a regal incline of her head, Daenerys waved him off. He backed away, Tywin and Quent behind him. Howland Reed shot Jon a small smile of encouragement before returning his attention to the queen. Ser Barristan ushered them from the throne chamber down a side corridor. Jon let out a quiet breath, his mind spinning with possibilities. Daenerys had not rejected him outright, nor demanded immediate submission. That alone was a victory of sorts. Still, the matter of the North's freedom had plainly unsettled her. He recalled the steel behind her eyes. She was no naive girl. She had armies at her command, dragons at her beck, and a will strong enough to have toppled the old order in Slaver's Bay. How far would she go to reclaim the Seven Kingdoms? Would she truly risk scouring the North with dragonfire if they refused to kneel? He prayed not. Yet he had come to learn the truth, to see if she truly meant to be a just ruler or another tyrant. Barristan led them to a modest suite of rooms within the pyramid, overlooking a courtyard filled with exotic trees and a pool. The air smelled of citrus. Tywin let out a low whistle while Quent studied the arched doorways with undisguised fascination. Barristan set a servant to bring fresh water and food, then turned to Jon. Her Grace will summon you soon, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow. Until then, remain here. The palace can be dangerous for those who wander unescorted. There are factions who resent the Queen's rule, and some may see your arrival as a threat. Jon nodded. Understood. I have no wish to wander. I only ask that you bring me word of any decision regarding my audience. Barristan inclined his head. You'll have it. A ghost of a smile crossed his weathered features. For what it's worth, I served your father, Rhaegar, in my youth. He was a man of deep honor and tragedy. I see a flicker of him in you, but also something else. The North shaped you. Perhaps that will prove the realm's salvation. With that he departed, the door shutting behind him. Left alone, Jon slumped onto a low bench. Tywin sniffed the air. Gods, it's hotter than a smithy in here, he grumbled, wiping sweat from his brow. Never thought I'd miss the cold so soon. Quent dropped their packs in a corner. At least the place is clean. We'll see if they feed us as well as the Manderleys did. Jon stared at the intricately tiled floor, trying to quell the swirl in his mind. He had come face to face with Daenerys Targaryen, his aunt, the so-called mother of dragons, and lived to tell of it. She was no monster, that much was certain, but neither was she a meek supplicant. The sparks of power in her eyes hinted at a dangerous resolve. If he was to keep the North safe, he would need every ounce of diplomacy, every shred of Ned Stark's patience. A single misstep, and she might see him as a rival claim to be destroyed. He recalled the little dragons perched at her feet, how one had lifted its scaled head to regard him. There could be no illusions now. If they clashed, thousands would burn. But if they joined forces, perhaps they could break the Lannisters, free the realm from the endless cycle of war, and stand united against the looming threat from beyond the wall. The thought ignited a tremor of guarded hope in him. Night fell outside, the windows darkening. Tywin found a pitcher of cool water and poured cups for them. They drank in silence. Jon's stomach twisted with hunger and dread, but he forced himself to eat some dried meat from his pack. He half expected a summons that evening, but none came, so they extinguished the lamps and tried to rest. Quent snored softly in one corner, Tywin in another. Jon lay awake for hours, listening to the odd hush of the foreign night. Occasionally, he thought he heard the distant roar of something far larger than the young dragons he'd seen, perhaps more of Daenerys's brood taking wing above the city. It set his heart pounding, reminding him how precarious his situation truly was. He slept fitfully and woke at dawn to the calls of strange birds outside the window. The city was stirring, shouts and laughter rising from the courtyard. The same servant Barristan had assigned to them brought a platter of flatbread and fruit, bowing politely. When Jon asked if the queen had summoned him, the servant shook his head. "Not yet, my lord. Patience." Jon muttered a thanks and returned to the fruit. It was juicy, tangy on his tongue. Tywin and Quent devoured their shares. The morning passed in tense waiting. By midday, Jon paced the suite like a caged wolf, every so often gazing out at the courtyard's pool where a handful of freed children splashed in the heat. He could sense the significance of each passing hour. While he waited, the north stood threatened by the Lannisters and winter crept closer. Shortly after midday, Barristan arrived. "The queen will see you now," he said simply, beckoning. "Bring only one companion, if you please." Jon glanced at Tywin and Quent. Tywin gave a slight nod. "Take Quent, lad. He has a cooler head for words than I do. I'll stay here, keep watch on our gear. Just don't let them chop you to bits." Jon managed a faint smile. "I'll try not to." He motioned for Quent to follow, and they trailed Barristan through the winding corridors again. This time, the guards parted more readily, and they entered a smaller audience chamber, richly furnished with tapestries depicting dragons in flight. Braziers lent the space a warm glow, though the air felt stifling compared to a northern castle. Daenerys stood by a tall window draped with sheer fabrics that let in slants of dappled light. One of her dragons, Drogon, the black one, clung to a stone perch behind her, watching with unblinking red eyes. Close by her side stood Howland Reed, and to Jon's surprise, Missandei of Noth, the queen's close counselor, if the rumors were right. A handful of Unsullied guarded the doorway. Daenerys turned as they entered. She wore a flowing gown of pale blue this time, belted at the waist with a dragon scale pattern. Her hair was braided around her head, though a few locks cascaded free. She gestured for Jon to stand beside a low table where a carafe of wine and cups had been placed. Missandei poured the wine, offering cups to Daenerys, to Jon, and to Howland Reed. Quent stood slightly behind Jon, hands folded. The queen took her cup but did not sip. "Lord Targaryen, if I may call you that. I've spoken further with Lord Reed here about your upbringing in the north, about your mother Lyanna Stark and your father Rhaegar. He has assured me that Ned Stark acted out of love, not treason, in hiding you." Jon nodded. "He did. He knew King Robert Baratheon would have killed me if the truth were known." She regarded him steadily. "I bear no love for Robert nor for his usurping ways. But times have changed. Now I face Cersei Lannister's bastard boy, or so the rumors say. The realm is shattered by war. You come offering some form of alliance. Yet you also speak of a free north. I must understand precisely what you propose." Jon set his cup aside, taking a slow breath. I propose that we stand together against the Lannisters and any other threat that would tear Westeros apart. The North will not kneel lightly. Robb Stark was named king in the North. But if you can accept the North's right to choose its own rule, he may be open to a pact of friendship, trade, mutual defense, perhaps more. Our father, Ned Stark, believed the Targaryen line needn't seek vengeance but rather justice and peace. I ask for no Iron Crown. I ask only that you do not force war upon my brother's realm. How would that benefit me? Daenerys asked softly, though her tone was not unkind. If I muster armies, cross the narrow sea, and subdue the southern kingdoms, the North could still remain separate, beyond my reach. My ancestors united the 7 kingdoms at great cost. Why should I let that unity vanish? Howland Reed spoke up gently. Your Grace, the cost of forcing the North's submission might be ruinous to both sides. The land is vast, the Lord stubborn. Even your dragons cannot pacify winter itself. Daenerys's lips curved into a faint smile at that. I see you have your arguments well prepared, yet I have faced many so-called unstoppable foes. My dragons have grown large enough to burn a city if I so commanded. Do you think winter's cold is greater than dragonfire? Jon suppressed a shiver. It might be if you try to rule by fear. The North has endured invasions before, but I hope it will never come to that. There is more at stake than southern politics, Your Grace. The White Walkers, ancient beings of ice, stir beyond the wall. If they return in force, we will need every ally we can muster. This war for the throne will seem trivial compared to the war against the dead. She studied him for a long moment, searching his eyes. Lord Reed spoke of these White Walkers, too. He says you have seen them yourself. Strange tales, but I have learned not to dismiss the impossible. If such a threat truly looms, then dividing the realm might weaken our chances of survival. Jon forced calm into his voice. Or uniting the realm under a single banner might be easier said than done. Robb Stark's men have died to free the North from the Lannisters. They will not willingly bend their knees again, even for you. But they might fight beside you if you treat them as equals. I don't claim to have the perfect answer, only a plea that we avoid more needless slaughter. A silence draped the chamber. Drogon hissed, shifting on his perch, as if sensing the tension. Daenerys ran a hand along the scaled ridge at the dragon's neck, and the beast calmed. Then she faced Jon fully, stepping closer. He noticed she was nearly of a height with him, her posture regal. Let us speak plainly. You are my nephew by blood. Our family was cast down by Robert's rebellion. I have crossed deserts, seas, and battled tyrants to reach this point. Yet here you stand, another Targaryen, telling me the North may never kneel. Could we not unify our claims by another means? Jon's heart thudded. You mean marriage? He had suspected the notion might arise, but hearing it stated so bluntly still jarred him. Daenerys's gaze did not waver. It would not be the first time Targaryens married within the family. Or we might choose another arrangement, some formal pact that binds our lines. I am not yet sure. Only that war with the North would be a foolish waste of blood, especially if these White Walkers are real. But I must be certain I can trust you and that your brother, the king in the North, will not betray me. Jon inhaled slowly, glancing at Howland Reed. The Crannogman gave an almost imperceptible nod as if to say, this is your moment. Jon turned back to the Queen. I cannot speak for Robb on matters of marriage. But I can promise you that if you come to Westeros claiming the throne and offering peace to the North, we will not stand in your way so long as our sovereignty is acknowledged, at least in practice if not in name. Perhaps you and Robb could meet, see if something more formal can be arranged. The details might take time, but if you would help us defeat the Lannisters. She raised a hand, cutting him off. You speak of defeating the Lannisters as though they were still at their peak. My spies say they are weakened, though Tywin remains formidable. If the Tyrells shift allegiance, well, that is a matter for another day. As for the North's sovereignty, I will consider it. I must weigh it against what I owe to the rest of Westeros, to the people who believe I will restore justice. Jon's chest tightened. I understand. Just know that we Starks are not your enemies. Let us work together. Daenerys' smile was small but genuine. Very well. I will not declare you an enemy, nephew. Nor will I force you to bend the knee today. Let us say we are allies in principle. You shall remain here as my guest while we sort out the shape of this alliance. If all goes well, I may sail for Westeros sooner rather than later, in which case you shall sail at my side or ride if you choose to see Robb Stark face to face. We will see how our banners can align." A surge of relief coursed through Jon, though he kept his composure. "Thank you, Your Grace." She sighed, looking tired. So many choices. So many lives in the balance. Ruling a city is difficult enough. Ruling the entire realm, we shall see. She returned to the window, gazing out at the sunlight. Drogon hopped down from his perch to follow her, tail swishing. Missandei bowed to Jon, motioning that the audience had ended. Jon and Quent exchanged a glance, then stepped back. Howland Reed followed them to the corridor where they paused outside the chamber's heavy doors. Reed clasped Jon's hand, a broad smile lighting his face. "You made it. By the gods, you truly made it. And she hasn't threatened to roast you yet. That's a good start." Jon breathed out shakily. "She's strong-willed. But I sense she's not cruel, not like the old Mad King was rumored to be." Reed nodded. "She has her moments of fire, but she freed thousands of slaves, risked her life many times to protect them. The city isn't without strife, but she tries to be just. I believe there's hope." Quent coughed. "Did she really suggest marriage?" Reed pursed his lips. "She hinted yes. The Targaryen tradition. But that's not certain. She may use the possibility as a bargaining chip with Robb. We shall see." Jon barely knew how to feel about that. The realm's politics overshadowed his personal comfort. If it came down to a marriage to protect the North and unify the Targaryen claims, what would Robb say? What would Sansa, Arya, or Ned think? He set the thought aside for now. One step at a time. They parted ways, Reed promising to join Jon later to discuss details. The Crannogmen had a modest apartment within the pyramid. Jon and Quent returned to their suite, passing unsullied guards who watched them with impassive faces. Tywin leapt to his feet when they entered, eyes full of questions. Jon recounted the meeting in broad strokes, concluding, "She's open to negotiation. She won't try to kill us." Tywin let out a whoop, clapping Jon on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. That's more than half these folks get." He sobered. "So what now?" Jon rubbed his temples. "We wait, learn what we can. Possibly travel with her if she decides to sail soon. She wants to see if the realm is ripe for her arrival, particularly the situation with the Tyrells and the Lannisters. If she marches on King's Landing, we might have a chance to end this war before it spills more blood in the north." That night, Jon hardly slept, his mind buzzing with possibilities. The Queen was formidable, yes, but also burdened by the responsibility of a city she had freed from slavers. Could she truly break away now and sail for Westeros? Would the newly freed people of Meereen remain loyal once she left? Endless questions turned circles in his thoughts. Days passed in a curious limbo. Jon and his two companions were granted permission to move about parts of the city, always under guard. They saw the markets bustling with freedmen, some praising Daenerys for breaking the chains of slavery, others quietly resentful that the economy had been disrupted. They heard rumors of a new threat stirring in Ukai, possibly resurgent slavers plotting to retake Meereen. The Queen had to dispatch scouts and consider sending troops. It was a messy situation with no easy answers. Jon admired Daenerys' resolve, even as he recognized the parallels. The North, too, had broken away, leaving behind the old order. Now that old order threatened to reclaim them. Several times, Daenerys summoned Jon to the audience chamber or to a private garden to continue discussing the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. She asked for more details on Robb's armies, the resourcefulness of the Northern Lords, the number of ships they might muster. Jon explained that the North was large but lightly populated compared to the South, though fiercely independent. She questioned him about Tywin Lannister's strategies, about rumors of Stannis Baratheon and the Red Priestess, about Renly's death and the uncertain loyalty of the Tyrells. Some of it Jon could clarify. Some of it was beyond his knowledge. With each meeting, he felt them edging closer to an accord. Daenerys never openly agreed to let the North remain fully independent, yet she seemed willing to consider a compromise that recognized the hardships and sacrifices of Robb's domain. Meanwhile, she revealed glimpses of her own plans. Building a fleet to transport her Unsullied and Dothraki, forging alliances with houses in Dorne or the Stormlands, perhaps. Jon offered to write letters that might smooth the path, though whether they would be heeded was another matter. The swirl of politics remained dizzying, and though Daenerys had conquered a continent of slavers, Westeros was a different beast entirely. Jon also glimpsed her dragons more closely. Viserion, pale cream and gold, and regal, green and bronze, perched on ledges around the pyramid. Drogon was the largest, black as night, often vanishing for days on hunts. Once, Jon was invited to watch from a high balcony as Daenerys fed them freshly butchered cattle. The sight of the dragons tearing into flesh with savage grace made his heart pound with both fear and awe. No wonder the world trembled at the name Targaryen for centuries. If these creatures fought in the north, entire keeps could burn in an instant. He prayed that day would never come. Between discussions, he had smaller, more personal moments with his aunt. She asked about Lyanna Stark, about Rhaegar, about what Ned Stark had been like as a father. Jon told her what he could, though many questions had no simple answers. He had never known Rhaegar, and his mother had died bearing him. Daenerys in turn spoke of her own youth in the shadow of her older brother Viserys, how they had wandered the free cities in exile, the pains of forced marriage to Khal Drogo, the devastation of losing her child. Slowly, a fragile kinship formed, built on shared tragedies and a mutual desire to reclaim some lost sense of home. Yet underlying it all was the tension of two Targaryens, each with a claim to the Iron Throne, each shaped by different lands. At times, Jon sensed in her a flicker of possessiveness. She had lost almost all her family, endured countless perils, and now discovered she had a nephew who might one day claim her birthright. He reassured her repeatedly that he did not seek the throne. But words could only do so much. Trust was earned over time, not demanded. Meanwhile, news arrived from Yunkai that a band of Sells-Words loyal to the Old Masters had skirmished with Daenerys' outriders. Injuries were reported. That spurred more council meetings, more debate on whether to march out and crush the threat or remain cautious. Howland Reed attended many of these meetings, quietly encouraging Daenerys to keep her focus on Westeros. He recognized that if she got bogged down further in Slaver's Bay, she might never sail west. Jon admired Reed's diplomatic skill. The Crannogman had a way of weaving references to the North's plight into the Queen's decisions, reminding her that time was short and war in Westeros raged on. At last, after nearly a moon's turn in Meereen, Daenerys held a formal council in the pyramid's largest hall, summoning her key advisors. Missandei, Barristan and Selmy, Grey Worm of the Unsullied, the dark-skinned nobleman who governed trade, a few of her Dothraki blood riders, and a handful of Meereenese freedmen leaders. Jon and Howland Reed were invited as well, though they stood near the edges. Daenerys, seated on a raised seat with Drogon perched behind her, declared that Slaver's Bay was stable enough for her to consider returning to Westeros. She would leave a trusted governor behind, possibly Daario Naharis, though he was currently in the field, or perhaps a council of freedmen. The details would be hammered out, but her heart was set on taking back the Seven Kingdoms. A stir of excitement and apprehension rippled through the hall. Some worried that the masters of Yunkai or the remains of Astapor would rise again in her absence. Daenerys acknowledged the risk but declared that she could not neglect Westeros any longer. "My people suffer under Cersei Lannister's rule and the White Walkers gather in the far north," she said. "I will sail to Dragonstone, the Targaryen ancestral seat, and from there determine the next steps. If the North will stand beside me against the Lannisters, we can bring a swift end to their tyranny." She then looked directly at Jon across the hall. "Lord Targaryen, do you agree? Will your brother the king in the north fight the Lannisters, or will he remain aloof?" Jon took a breath, stepping forward. "Robb Stark has fought them already. He seeks justice for our father's imprisonment and the harm done to the north. He will not stand idly by. But he will want assurances that the north shall not be forced into your realm against its will. If that can be accepted, I believe he would join you in defeating the Lannisters." Daenerys nodded gravely. "Then we have a beginning. My ships are being gathered. We will soon set sail. Lord Targaryen, if you would join me, I will treat you as my kin and ally in what is to come." Jon bowed his head. "I will. Let us end this war and face the real threat that looms beyond all petty crowns." A murmur of agreement swept the hall, though some present still looked uneasy. The notion of traveling across the ocean to fight a war in a frozen land they scarcely believed in was daunting. But Daenerys's will prevailed. Preparations would begin at once. She would leave enough advisors and soldiers to keep Meereen from collapsing, while the main body of her forces, Unsullied, Dothraki, freedmen volunteers, would sail west. The scope of it was staggering, but the Queen's resolve was unwavering. After the council dissolved, Daenerys beckoned Jon and Howland Reed aside. "It may take several weeks to assemble the fleet, load supplies, and coordinate with my allies in other ports. In that time, I'd like to discuss the finer points of this alliance. If I am truly to accept the North's separate status, we must find a framework that will not lead to future conflict. And we must consider how to present ourselves to the rest of Westeros. Some will cry out that 2 Targaryens threaten the realm. We must speak with one voice. Jon nodded, feeling the weight of those words. We will do all we can, Your Grace. I only ask that you keep in mind the North's scars are deep. They will not trust easily. Daenerys' gaze softened. I've learned that trust is earned. I will do my best, nephew. Howland Reed placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, pride evident in his eyes. We shall begin drafting letters to send ahead, perhaps one to Ned Stark and Robb, to let them know you and the Queen stand together. That might calm fears and prevent unfortunate bloodshed should you arrive with dragons unexpectedly. Daenerys agreed. Yes, do it. And mention that I have no desire to burn the North. If they will stand with me, I will stand with them. They parted with the seeds of hope taking root. In the following days, word spread through Meereen that the Queen meant to sail west. Her Dothraki blood riders shouted it in the streets, stoking excitement and dread among the freed populace. Jon spent many hours at her side, helping craft messages to be sent by ship or by swift couriers to Dorne, to the Stormlands, and to the Vale if possible. The future of Westeros seemed poised on a knife's edge. If Daenerys' landing was successful and the North aligned with her, the Lannisters might crumble in short order. But Tywin would not go quietly, nor would he fail to sense an opening if the alliance faltered. Still, each day that passed without open conflict between Jon and Daenerys was a victory of sorts. She spoke more of Rhaegar, of wanting to learn who he truly was beyond the battlefield myths. Jon told her all he knew from Ned Stark's stories and from Howland Reed's account of the Tower of Joy. He sensed her sorrow at not having known her brother or any of her family besides Viserys. Meanwhile, she confided in him about the burdens of rule, how easily free cities could fall back into slavery if vigilance slipped. It was not a simple friendship, too much history loomed behind them, but it grew into a cautious bond. By the time the first of her new ships arrived, bearing the Targaryen banner from a port in western Essos, Jon felt a glimmer of genuine camaraderie. This was no callow, power-hungry tyrant. This was a woman shaped by hardship, bent on reclaiming a legacy she believed would heal the realm. Whether the dream would succeed was yet to be seen. At last, Daenerys announced they would depart Meereen within a fortnight, leaving the city in the hands of a governing council. Daario Naharis returned from the field with news that the Yunkish threat had been temporarily beaten back. The city bade farewell to their breaker of chains in a massive ceremony. Jon watched from the steps of the pyramid as thousands chanted her name, some in gratitude, others with anxiety. Freedmen threw flowers in her path, praising her for giving them a taste of freedom. Daenerys accepted their homage with poise, though Jon could tell her heart was heavy at abandoning them. When the day of departure came, the harbor thronged with soldiers, horses, pack animals, barrels of provisions, an army like none Jon had ever seen. The Unsullied formed silent ranks, disciplined and unflinching even under the blazing sun. Dothraki riders cantered back and forth, shouting to each other in their guttural language. Freedmen volunteers prepared to board ships, eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and fear. Above it all, the 3 dragons soared in lazy circles, occasionally letting loose roars that echoed over the city. Jon stood on the deck of a large war galley Daenerys had chosen for her personal flagship. Painted black, trimmed in red, it bore the Targaryen sigil on its sail. Across the bay, dozens of ships of various sizes ready to sail. Daenerys herself appeared at the quay, escorted by Missandei and Ser Barristan. She wore a flowing cloak of dark red over light armor that glinted around her shoulders. Drogon swooped low overhead, stirring waves in the harbor, then flew off with the other 2 dragons. They would follow above, Daenerys had said, guiding and guarding the fleet. As she boarded, the crew saluted, eyes shining with awe and fear. Jon moved to greet her. She gave him a slight smile. It begins, she said quietly, stepping onto the deck. Jon nodded, the enormity of their journey settling over him. He thought of Winterfell, of Ned and Robb, of the letter they had sent weeks ago announcing that he and Daenerys would arrive in Westeros together. No reply had yet reached them in Meereen. They might be sailing into unknown waters, unsure whether the North truly welcomed them or not. But there was no turning back now. The die was cast for the second time. Daenerys turned to face the assembled sailors and soldiers on the galley. Her voice rang out clear. Raise the sails. Signal the fleet. We set forth for Westeros. A chorus of cheers erupted from the decks, and across the harbor horns sounded. Sailors rushed to hoist sails emblazoned with the 3-headed dragon, wind catching the cloth and snapping it taut. Lines groaned, anchors were weighed. Slowly, the ships peeled away from the docks. The city's skyline receded behind them, the Great Pyramid growing distant. From the vantage of the harbor, Jon could see throngs of people lining the walls, some cheering, some fearful, some silent. The Targaryen fleet fanned out, forming a loose formation as they cleared the bay. The sun glinted off the water, gilding the sails. Above, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion flew in graceful arcs, their shadows flickering over the waves. It was a breathtaking sight, one that stirred hope even in Jon's guarded heart. This was what Targaryens had once symbolized: power, transformation, a grand ambition to unite the lands. Yet it could also spell devastation if misused. Standing at Daenerys' side near the prow, Jon gazed ahead, picturing the land he called home thousands of leagues away. Soon enough, they would make landfall in Westeros. War would follow, war against the Lannisters, perhaps negotiations with the Tyrells, uncertain dealings with Stannis and the Greyjoys. But if he and Daenerys held together, if they found common ground with Robb in the north, then maybe, just maybe, they could shape a future that spared countless lives. And in the far north, where the dead stirred, a united realm might stand a fighting chance. Daenerys turned to him, eyes bright with determination. "Are you ready, Jon Targaryen?" He met her gaze, the wind tossing his hair around his face. "I am," he said softly. "For my family, for the north, for the realm. Let's bring peace or die trying." She gave a resolute nod, and together they faced the horizon. The ships pressed onward into the open sea, dragons wheeling overhead, an exiled queen and a reluctant prince forging the future with each passing wave. In the swirl of salt air and the beating of mighty wings, the destiny of Westeros hung suspended, awaiting their arrival. And beneath it all, Jon held fast to the promise he had carried from Winterfell, that some truths, once revealed, could reshape the world and save it from a darkness older than any crown. All that remained was to see whether ice and fire, united at last, could truly stand against the storms to come. The fleet bearing Daenerys Targaryen, Jon Snow, called Jon Targaryen by some, and a mixed force of unsullied, Dothraki, freedmen, and various allies pushed west across the summer sea, sails taut in the wind. At the head of the armada, Daenerys' flagship cut through the swell, the Targaryen banner rippling from its mast, black and red against bright sky. Overhead, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion swept in ever-widening circles, sometimes vanishing into the clouds to scout ahead, sometimes dipping low to stir the waters with their beating wings. On the galley's deck, Jon stood near the prow, arms braced on the railing as he surveyed the rolling expanse of blue. The air here was warmer than the frigid north but carried a sharper tang of salt than the sheltered Bay of Meereen. Behind him, Dothraki riders, unaccustomed to ocean travel, muttered and clung to rigging. The unsullied formed neat ranks on the deck, controlled even under the jostling of waves. Nearby, Missandei oversaw last-minute details with the ship's captain, while Howland Reed spoke quietly to Quent about the route. The entire ship buzzed with tension, bracing for what awaited them in Westeros. Daenerys emerged from below, a cloak of pale gray linen draped over her shoulders. She paused at Jon's side, following his gaze toward the horizon where the faint line of land might appear in days to come. Her silver hair, now in a single braid, fluttered in the wind, and her face bore the pensive look of a ruler balancing countless worries. "You seem uneasy," she said softly. "Has the sea worn on you, or is it the thought of home?" Jon exhaled, turning slightly. "Home. If it's still the home I knew." He stared at the waves flecked with foam. "We've been at sea so long, I can barely remember the snow on the ramparts of Winterfell. And I can't help wondering if the realm has changed again while we've been gone. My father, Ned Stark, my brother Robb, have they fended off the Lannisters? Or has Tywin already marched north, forcing them into some desperate fight?" Daenerys' expression softened. "We sent word from Meereen. Perhaps by the time we land, they'll know. If they do, that might stay Tywin's hand. Or perhaps he will do the opposite and strike before we can unite." She paused. "We can only be ready. I left Meereen in part because I can no longer ignore the plight of Westeros nor the threat of the White Walkers you speak of. The longer we delay, the worse the realm's wounds become." Jon nodded, thinking of the letter he and Howland had penned. They had entrusted it to a ship's courier who promised to sail swiftly to Dorne, then send riders north with the news. Would it reach Winterfell in time? Would the Starks believe the message? He had tried to couch it in unmistakable language. Daenerys Targaryen was coming to Westeros in peace, inviting the North to stand beside her against the Lannisters and the greater threat of the undead. That alone might reassure Robb that Jon had not been coerced or turned into some puppet. But a letter could only say so much. He looked at Daenerys. "Have you decided on our first landing point?" She offered a thoughtful nod. "Dragonstone. My family's old seat, held by Stannis Baratheon until recently. My spies are uncertain who occupies it now, perhaps no one if Stannis marched away with all his men. Or perhaps a token garrison loyal to the Iron Throne. Either way, it's the most defensible place on the eastern coast. From there, I can gather allies or send envoys to houses who might be swayed. I want to avoid waging war on every front. Jon turned his gaze forward again, the deck pitching beneath his feet. Dragonstone. Then we can see if the Crownlands rally to the Lannisters or if some remember your father, King Aerys. He hesitated, seeing the flicker in her eyes. I'm sorry. She shook her head. I know what he was. I make no excuses for his madness. A shadow crossed her face, but it passed quickly. I am not him. And you are not Rhaegar either. We must forge our own path. If that means winning the realm's trust step by step, so be it. They fell silent as a trio of Dothraki hooped overhead, apparently daring each other to climb the rigging. The day's heat pressed down, but the salt spray kept them cool enough. After a time, Daenerys excused herself to confer with her bloodriders, while Jon joined Howland Reed by the mast. Reed had found a scrap of parchment with a rough map, courtesy of Missandei's store of references from Mirian's archives. They traced the shape of Westeros's eastern coast, murmuring about possible landfalls. Quen hovered nearby, listening intently. Do you think we'll meet any resistance at sea? Quen asked. We have many ships, but not enough to face the entire royal fleet if they come for us. Reed grunted. Likely the Lannisters are ill-prepared for an invasion by a Targaryen navy. They might have some warships stationed at King's Landing, but we're more likely to face storms than a pitched naval battle. If the Lions had a well-organized fleet at Dragonstone or Storm's End, we would know. Our best guess is that Stannis took or scuttled most of the ships that once served him. We might slip in with minimal fuss. Jon couldn't suppress a wry smile. That's the hope. War might come soon enough on land. So the voyage continued. They sailed for weeks, sometimes battered by squalls, sometimes drifting on calm seas under scorching sun. The men and women of the fleet adjusted to the rhythms of maritime life, taking shifts at watch, distributing rations, airing out bedding whenever the sun allowed. Daenerys made her rounds among the ships, transported by a swift galley, ensuring her many followers did not lose heart. The Dothraki grew restless, used to open plains, but the promise of glorious battles in Westeros kept them from mutiny. The unsullied, stoic as ever, drilled even on the ship's decks. Freedmen volunteers sometimes sang old SOC tunes in the evenings, a bittersweet echo of the liberation they had once enjoyed under Daenerys' rule. Jon found moments to practice swordplay with Tywin or Quent, though the limited space forced them to keep the sessions short. He also spent more time speaking with Daenerys about Westerosi houses. She asked about the Karstarks, Umbers, Glovers, Mormonts, and all the rest, curious whether they might accept her presence. Jon explained that they had already crowned Robb as king in the north. Many lords might balk if Daenerys demanded they revert to Targaryen rule. She seemed to listen, albeit with some lingering frustration. A realm cannot be half in, half out forever, she remarked once. But let us see how events unfold. At last, late one afternoon, the watch shouted that gulls wheeled overhead. Land was near. Everyone crowded the decks, scanning the horizon. In the fading light of sunset, a dark shape solidified in the distance. As they drew closer, craggy cliffs took form, pounded by white-capped waves. A hush of mingled excitement and nerves fell upon the armada. The dragons soared ahead, their silhouettes stark against the deepening sky. Daenerys stood at the prow, the wind whipping her hair. Jon joined her, heart pounding. It felt surreal to see Westeros appear after so long an absence from his home. Even if Dragonstone was a forbidding isle of black rock, it was still a part of the Seven Kingdoms. Here at last, the Targaryens returned. Jon wondered what Rhaegar might have thought, had he lived to see this day. Look! Daenerys raised a hand. Far to the south of Dragonstone's tall towers, a scattering of ships lay at anchor. Their sails, in the fading glow, bore no clear insignia. The sea beneath them churned with the tide. Who are they? Jon frowned. Too few to be a large fleet. Could be traders or perhaps smaller patrol vessels. Let's hope they're not carrying Lannister flags. Ser Barristan, who had been conferring with the ship's captain, approached. We can circle around to the northern approach, Your Grace. Dragonstone's main harbor might be well known, but we have the advantage of dragons to scout if we suspect a trap. Daenerys nodded decisively. Do so. Let Regal or Viserion fly overhead. If they do not detect ballistae or archers, we proceed." She paused, glancing at Jon. "Are you prepared to go ashore with me if the harbor is clear?" Jon set his jaw. "Yes, this is your house's ancestral seat. And I, too, carry your house's blood. It seems right that we stand together." A flicker of unease crossed him, remembering that the last Targaryen occupant had been Stannis. Yet he felt a strange pull, as though fate insisted that both him and Daenerys set foot on that ancient ground. The sun dipped below the horizon as the fleet swung northward, hugging the coastline. Darkness thickened. Lanterns and torches glimmered on the ships, and the distant lights of Dragonstone's fortress sparkled faintly at the top of its black stone towers. The sea grew rougher, the wind swirling around sharp outcroppings. Even so, Daenerys's dragons soared high, their forms visible whenever lightning flickered in a heavy cloud bank overhead. A storm threatened, gusting in from the sea, but the captain pressed on. Close to midnight, they reached the hidden cove that Barristan had identified from old maps. The dragons reported no major fortifications, if their roving cries and keen eyes could be said to report anything at all. Daenerys decided to land with a small group. Unsullied for security, Barristan, Missandei, Jorah Mormont, who had recently rejoined them, apparently forgiven for his past betrayals, and a handful of others. Jon insisted on coming, along with Howland Reed. Tywin and Quent volunteered to remain aboard to coordinate the rest of the troops if needed. Rowboats were lowered from the flagship into choppy waters. Jon climbed in with Daenerys and Barristan. The faint starlight revealed black waves rolling around them. Oars creaked as half a dozen unsullied rowed, faces impassive. The cliffs loomed overhead, daunting but not impossible to scale. However, they aimed for a small, half-forgotten beach. Barristan had heard rumor of it in King's Landing years ago, an old smuggler's cove. The tide would be low enough to grant them a strip of sand. They landed in a swirl of foam, the rowboat scraping over wet pebbles. Jon hopped out, boots splashing, helping Daenerys to alight. The Unsullied leapt after them, forming a defensive perimeter. Missandei and Jorah arrived in a second boat, while Howland Reed and a few more came in a third. Once all were ashore, they crouched near the dark line of cliffs. The night wind whipped at Jon's hair and cloak. He sniffed the air, salt, brine, a faint tang of volcanic rock. Dragonstone had once been shaped by ancient lava flows, or so the legend said. He turned to Daenerys. "Welcome home," he whispered, unsure if home was truly the right word for her. She inhaled deeply, eyes shining. "It feels strange. My brother told me tales of this place, but I was too young to remember anything. Let's see if the fortress stands empty or if we must fight to reclaim it." Barristan signaled for the Unsullied to lead the way, picking a narrow path that snaked upward through the rocks. The climb was steep, the footing treacherous with slick seaweed and wet gravel, but the soldiers moved with quiet efficiency, helping each other scale a crumbling ledge. Jon tested each foothold, mindful that one slip could send him tumbling into the surf below. Daenerys climbed near him, her eyes determined. They reached a plateau of sorts, a rocky shelf perhaps 30 feet above the beach. There, the path cut inland, curving around tall spires of basalt shaped by eons of wind. Moonlight broke through the cloud cover, revealing the looming silhouette of Dragonstone's fortress perched on the higher slopes. Even in half-darkness, the architecture was startling. Gargoyles, carved dragons, and twisted pillars that might have been shaped by Valyrian magic. Windows glowed here and there with faint torchlight, confirming that someone was inside. Barristan gestured for them to halt. He sent 2 Unsullied scouts ahead, creeping in the shadows. They vanished among the jagged outcrops. Jon clenched his teeth, scanning the fortress walls for any sign of watchers or archers. The night gave little away. A hush fell, broken only by the distant crashing of waves and the soft hiss of wind through the rock formations. Minutes passed. Then one scout returned, beckoning vigorously. Barristan motioned for the group to advance. Quiet as they could, they followed the path until they spied a half-open postern gate in the outer wall. The second scout crouched there, indicating no visible guards beyond. Yora frowned. Odd. Why leave a gate unguarded if they know we're coming? Howland Reed, panting slightly from the climb, murmured, Perhaps they don't know, or the fortress is truly abandoned, or perhaps it's a trap. Let's be cautious. They slipped inside. The postern opened onto a cramped courtyard that reeked of old fish and damp straw. The walls rose on all sides, dotted with arrow slits. Barristan led the way, sword half-drawn, while the Unsullied fanned out. Jon stayed near Daenerys, heart thudding. In his mind, he half-expected enemies to appear, Lannister men or Stannis' leftover garrison. But the yard remained quiet. The only movement was a pair of crows hopping on a crumbling ledge overhead. Another open doorway led them further in. The corridors showed signs of neglect. Cobwebs drifting from the rafters, puddles from a leaky roof, the stones chipped in places. At last they emerged into a grand entry hall. Columns shaped like dragons' necks lined the walls, and a wide stairway twisted upward. Braziers glowed faintly at intervals, fueled by cheap tallow or old coal. A single figure stood in the middle of the hall, dressed in battered armor, shoulders hunched. At the sight of them, the figure turned, and the torchlight revealed a narrow, weary face. Jon recognized him vaguely. Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, who had once served Stannis Baratheon. He had a salt-and-pepper beard, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Seven save us," Davos muttered, one hand drifting to the hilt of a short sword at his belt. "I was expecting Sel's words, or perhaps a handful of pirates. Not this." His gaze flicked to the Unsullied, then to Daenerys, and finally to Jon. "I'd ask your business, but I can guess you're Targaryens. Or Targaryen supporters anyway." Barristan stepped forward. "Ser Davos? I recall you from King's Landing, albeit briefly. You served Stannis. Has he left you here?" Davos nodded warily. "He took most men north to deal with matters of the Iron Throne, or so he claimed. I was left behind to maintain Dragonstone in case he needed a fallback. But with the realm in chaos, he never returned. The men trickled away, lost to desertion, famine, or they joined other causes. Now it's just me and a few holdouts." He eyed Daenerys' silver hair, then the dragons embroidered on her cloak. "You must be the Dragon Queen I've heard rumors of across the Narrow Sea." "Daenerys, was it?" Daenerys inclined her head. "Daenerys, storeborn of House Targaryen. We've come to reclaim our family's seat." Davos gave a hollow laugh. "Well, it's yours for the taking. I doubt Stannis would have any claim left. He marched off to face the Boltons, last I heard, and I suspect he fared poorly." He looked at Jon with curiosity. "And you have the look of a Stark, but you wear black and red too. Jon Snow, perhaps?" Jon nodded slowly, stepping closer. "You know my name?" "I've heard bits and pieces from the north," Davos said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Word travels. They say you're Ned Stark's boy, though some say you're more than that. Targaryen as well. Hard to believe, but I've heard wilder tales." Jon exhaled. "It's true. Rhaegar Targaryen was my birth father, though Ned Stark raised me. Long story. Ser Davos, we come in peace. The Queen wants to use Dragonstone as a foothold in the war against the Lannisters." Davos studied them for a tense moment, then let his hand fall away from his sword. "Well, I've no love for the Lannisters. They executed Shireen Baratheon, or so the rumors say. Cersei had no care for children. And Stannis, if he's still alive, he never sent word here. I've been waiting for a ghost. Might as well let you have the place. But be warned, the castle's stores are low, the walls need repairs, and the surrounding waters can be perilous if a real navy arrives." Daenerys' lips curved into a faint smile. "Understood. We'll bring men and supplies ashore. Thank you for not raising steel against us." He shrugged. "What good would it do? I've got a handful of half-starved men. You've an army out there if those sails I saw in the moonlight are any indication." He glanced past them to the Unsullied, who stood like silent statues. "I suppose I'm your prisoner or your steward, whichever you prefer." Daenerys glanced at Barristan. "Ser Davos was known for honesty, if not always for supporting the rightful king," Barristan murmured. "He might be an asset. I'll be your asset if you promise me one thing. Not to let the realm burn," Davos said, a note of weary conviction in his voice. "We've had enough kings and queens who think they can set the world ablaze to get their way." Daenerys inclined her head solemnly. "I don't want to burn the realm. I want to save it from the Lannisters, from tyranny, from the threat in the north." She shared a glance with Jon, who nodded in agreement. Davos took a step back, gesturing around the dark hall. Then you might want to get some torches lit properly. Show your men you hold this castle. Let me gather what remains of the garrison. No more than a dozen, I'd guess. We'll open the main gates for your army. If you'd like, I'll even show you to the old stone table upstairs. Stannis used it as a war room. It was shaped like Westeros, if you recall your history, carved in Aegon the Conqueror's time. At that, Daenerys' eyes brightened with recognition. Yes, my brother once told me about it, though he never saw it himself. Let's see it. We'll make that our command center. So it was that Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow, and the men who followed them, peacefully took possession of Dragonstone with barely a skirmish. The ragged garrison under Davos Seaworth's nominal command emerged, blinking in surprise at the sight of the Unsullied. They offered no resistance. Before dawn, word was sent to the ships circling offshore that the fortress was theirs. Boatloads of soldiers and supplies began to come ashore under cover of darkness, and by morning's first light, the Targaryen banner flew once more over the ancient stronghold. At sunrise, Jon stood on the upper battlements of Dragonstone, gazing out at the sea. A wan, golden light broke across the horizon, illuminating the jagged towers and spires of volcanic stone. Sea birds wheeled overhead, shrieking at the bustle below. The docks at the base of the island were now crowded with rowboats and barges hauling crates of grain, barrels of water, and weaponry. Tidy columns of Unsullied marched up the twisting roads. The Dothraki horses, unsettled by the stone under their hooves, snorted and kicked at the rocky ground, but their riders cajoled them into line. Behind Jon, Daenerys joined him at the parapet. She wore a dark leather coat trimmed with dragon scale motifs, a cloak pinned at one shoulder by a three-headed dragon brooch. Her expression was a mixture of triumph and unease. "We're here," she murmured. "Yet the real war hasn't even begun." Jon nodded. "This is just a foothold. Tywin Lannister remains in King's Landing, for all we know, and the North is still under threat from winter, and from everything beyond the wall. But at least we've gained a vantage point. From here, you can land your army safely and begin reaching out to potential allies." Daenerys set her hands on the cold stone. "I've dispatched riders, some of my Dothraki who speak the common tongue, north and west, seeking news. Davos says there's a fishing village on the mainland we can use as a base for further reconnaissance." She paused. "I want to send ravens as well, but I'm not sure how many maesters remain loyal to the Lannisters." Jon grimaced. "We can't trust all the maesters, but we can at least attempt to contact the North. We already wrote to them, but that may not have reached Winterfell. Let's try again from Dragonstone." She agreed. Together, they descended the winding stairs to the great hall where the painted table lay, a massive carved rendition of Westeros, centuries old. Torches flickered along the walls, revealing the coastline etched into the wood in remarkable detail. Daenerys traced a finger along the shape of the crownlands, the Vale, the North. Jon watched her, marveling at how the map's craftsmanship offered a bird's-eye view of the realm they now sought to restore or reshape. Howland Reed stood nearby, conferring with Missandei about the fastest roads to the Riverlands. Barristan and Yora reviewed what little intelligence Davos had gleaned over the past months. Rumors that Stannis had marched on the Boltons, that the Riverlands were still contested by pockets of resistance under Brynden Tully, and that King Joffrey was dead, replaced by the younger brother Tommen, or so the talk went. But Tywin Lannister was said to be the true power behind the throne, forging alliances with the Tyrells. When Daenerys approached, Barristan straightened. "Your Grace will need to confirm these rumors. If Joffrey is indeed dead, the Lannisters might be less stable. But Tywin is cunning. He may have consolidated control behind King Tommen. The Tyrells are likely still allied, though for how long?" Yora added, "We must also consider that the Iron Islands are stirring. Davos says he heard talk of Balon Greyjoy's death, leaving uncertain who rules the Ironborn. They might raid the coasts or ally with whoever seems strongest." Daenerys placed her palm on the painted table's depiction of King's Landing. "One crisis at a time. We must confirm the state of the capital. Jon, you've said the North will fight the Lannisters, but if they're battered, they might not ride south. We need them, especially if your brother Robb is still recognized as king in the North. Jon nodded. I suspect Robb is more than ready to finish the Lannisters if it means justice for everything they've done. But he'll insist on the North's autonomy in some form. I've not changed that stance. Daenerys exhaled, glancing at Missandei. Draft another letter, then. From me, Daenerys Stormborn, offering an alliance to Robb Stark. I'll express my respect for Northern sovereignty and request a meeting. We'll see if it draws him out. Meanwhile, we must also contact the Tullus, the Vale, even Dorne if we can. The realm is vast. Yes, your grace, Missandei said, already mentally composing the letter. Barristan gestured at the swirling lines that represented the Riverlands. If we can coordinate with Edmure Tully or the Blackfish, they might help us cut the Lannisters off from the west. Then if the Tyrells sense the tide turning, they may abandon King's Landing to join us, or at least remain neutral. Yora tapped the carved image of the Westerlands. We must be mindful that Tywin can still raise a large force from Lannisport and the gold mines of his domain. If we let him rally unopposed, we risk a major confrontation near the capital. The question is, do we move swiftly on King's Landing or try to secure alliances first? Daenerys studied the map. Conquest by fire would be the fastest route, but also the bloodiest. I want to avoid raising half the city if possible. Let's see what our scouts return with. For now, we fortify Dragonstone, gather intelligence, and reach out diplomatically. Unless Tywin attacks us directly, we can afford some weeks of preparation. Jon stepped closer, his gaze drifting to the painted table's depiction of the North vast, dominated by Winterfell. The flayed man of the Boltons wasn't indicated here, but he couldn't help recalling rumors that the Boltons had grown more prominent. If Stannis marched on them, how had that turned out? The table offered no answers. Daenerys, he said quietly, the longer we wait, the deeper winter sets in. The White Walkers will not be stopped by stone walls and keeps. We can't forget that war, no matter our dealings with the Lannisters. She nodded somberly. I haven't forgotten. But we need the rest of Westeros united behind us before we can face a threat like that. If they think I'm just a foreign conqueror with dragons, they'll never rally in time. So we must tread carefully. Jon couldn't argue. Perhaps uniting the realm under Daenerys was the best chance of confronting the undead. It still felt like an impossible dream, but he had come this far. He glanced at Howland Reed, who offered a subtle nod of encouragement. They would do everything in their power to see this alliance succeed for the sake of all the living. Over the next fortnight, Dragonstone underwent a transformation. Unsullied squads cleared debris, reshingled battered roofs, and refilled old cisterns with fresh water from the ships. Dothraki patrolled the island's rocky slopes, grumbling about the lack of grazing lands for their horses. Daenerys's freedmen volunteers set up tents in the castle courtyards and along the beaches. Crates of grain and salted meat were hauled up from the ships to replenish the fortress's meager stores. Steadily, the place came alive with the hum of a bustling camp. Daenerys established a makeshift throne in the painted table's hall, no grand seat, just a carved chair behind the table. Here she received visitors. Local fisherfolk who arrived with catches to trade, SOC captains seeking to sell supplies, and, most importantly, any scouts who returned from the mainland with intelligence. One such scout brought word that the Crownlands were quiet, with no sign of a major Lannister host. Another reported that the king in the north had reached the Riverlands but was embroiled in small-scale skirmishes. Neither had confirmed details about Tywin's next move. Meanwhile, ravens took flight from Dragonstone, bearing messages to House Stark and to various lords across the realm. Each letter declared that Daenerys Targaryen had arrived to restore peace and justice, inviting them to join her cause rather than shed more blood under Lannister oppression. For the North, she specifically wrote of forging a treaty that recognized northern independence or near independence in exchange for unity against mutual foes. Jon penned a personal addendum to Robb, urging trust. He signed it as Jon Snow while also acknowledging his Targaryen heritage. They could only wait and hope the birds found their destinations. To Daenerys' mild surprise, the first significant response came not from the north, but from Dorne. A slender, dark-skinned courier, identified as a retainer of Prince Doran Martell, arrived by ship. He carried a missive that greeted Daenerys warmly, stating that Dorne had not forgotten Elia Martell or the crimes visited upon her children by the Lannisters. Prince Doran was willing to meet with the Targaryen queen to discuss an alliance, provided she could guarantee certain freedoms for Dorne. Daenerys read this aloud to her inner circle with a triumphant smile. See, old wounds run deep. The Martells have yearned for justice ever since my father's reign ended. If we can win Dorne, that's a start. Barristan nodded. Prince Doran is cautious, but if he's willing to negotiate, we have a foothold in the south. The Lannisters will be forced to divert resources if the Dornish commit to your cause. Daenerys tapped her nails on the painted table. I can't sail to Dorne personally, not yet. I won't abandon Dragonstone, but we should send a strong envoy, someone to show we take them seriously. Ser Barristan, would you go? He bowed. If you wish it, your grace, though I'd prefer to remain at your side in these uncertain times. Yora cleared his throat. I could go if that's your command. I've traveled widely, though not recently in Dorne. Daenerys weighed her options. In truth, we need someone with a connection that might impress Dor and Martell, a living link to the realm's concerns. She glanced at Howland Reed. My lord, you were close to Ned Stark. Would the Dornish respect you for that? Given the ties between House Martell and the memory of Elia, who was Rhaegar's wife. Reed considered. They might, though I have no personal ties to Dorne. And I worry about leaving you and Jon here without my counsel. But if it serves the cause, I'll go. I can speak to Prince Doran about what I witnessed in the rebellion, how Rhaegar truly cared for Elia and her children before everything changed. Daenerys nodded. Yes, that might help. Barristan, you or Yora can accompany Lord Reed to ensure safety. We can spare a small detachment of Unsullied to guard your route. Try to secure an alliance quickly. If the Dornish armies march north on our side, it might inspire other regions to follow. So it was decided that Howland Reed, escorted by Yora Mormont, would sail to Sunspear within the week to meet with Prince Doran. Barristan remained at Dragonstone to advise Daenerys and oversee defenses. Meanwhile, Jon continued to quietly help coordinate logistics for the swelling host. At times, he joined Dothraki scouts on short trips to the mainland to gather food or news. The Crownlands seemed eerily calm, villages scratched out a living, knights loyal to the throne patrolled in small numbers, but there was no sign of a grand Lannister muster. It felt like the calm before a storm. Amid these preparations, Daenerys and Jon often spoke in private, hashing out the delicate matter of the North's status. More than once, she raised the possibility of a marriage alliance, an echo of the Targaryen tradition that once united houses or even siblings. Jon always deflected, explaining that such a union was a major step and that Robb would want a voice in that decision. Moreover, the entire North might balk at the notion of a Targaryen wed to a Stark, given the complicated legacy of Rhaegar and Lyanna. One evening, Daenerys seemed more pensive than usual, her eyes lingering on the painted table's depiction of the Vale. Your brother cannot remain king in the North forever if the realm is to unite, she said quietly. Yet I promised I would not force his subjugation. Where does that leave us? Jon paced the chamber. We might craft some arrangement. Maybe a personal union, like 2 crowns on one head, but separate realms. Or maybe the North retains autonomy in peacetime, but pledges to defend the realm against the White Walkers. The details can be hammered out if trust exists. That's what it comes down to, trust. Show them you won't turn Dragonfire on them, and they may welcome your leadership in the broader realm. She sighed, brushing her fingertips over a carved representation of the wall at the table's northern edge. I know. But trust is fragile, and if Tywin attacks while we're still negotiating, we could be forced into a rushed decision. Jon's thoughts flicked back to the White Walkers. We have no choice but to try. If we fail, the realm tears itself apart and the dead sweep in unchecked. Let's not fail. She cast him a thin smile. Let's not. A month passed. Dragonstone thrived under Daenerys' rule, with more ships arriving from Essos carrying supplies or reinforcements of freedmen who believed in her cause. The restlessness of the Dothraki cooled somewhat as they found ways to train on the island's beaches. The Unsullied patrolled diligently. Daenerys' dragons, free to hunt in the skies above Blackwater Bay, sometimes alarmed local fishing vessels, but no major conflict erupted. With each day, the fortress's storerooms filled, the walls were patched, and it began to look like a seat worthy of a queen. Then, one breezy afternoon, a galley under a white banner appeared on the horizon. The watchers in the towers shouted, and Jon hurried with Daenerys to the battlements. Through a borrowed Myrish lens, Barristan studied the distant sails. A Manderly ship, he declared, seeing the Merman sigil. From White Harbor, I believe. The same type that once carried men on Robb Stark's behalf. Jon's pulse quickened. White Harbor. That must mean a northern envoy, or a letter at least. He turned to Daenerys. This could be the response we've been waiting for. She nodded, lips curving with cautious hope. Let's welcome them. By the time the galley docked, the sun had drifted low in the sky, painting the fortress walls with a golden hue. Daenerys descended to the main courtyard with an honor guard of Unsullied. Jon walked at her side, heart hammering with anticipation. If the Manderleys had sailed all the way here, it likely meant word from Winterfell had reached them. A small party disembarked from the ship, led by a towering man with a thick gray beard, Wyman Manderley, bedecked in fine but travel-worn clothes. He was flanked by younger knights and a handful of guards in the Merman sigil. Jon recognized Hally's Malin among them, blinking in awe at the fortress's carved dragons. That sight made Jon's heart leap. Hally's had parted from him in Meereen many moons ago after the initial crossing. Something significant must have happened for him to arrive now in Manderley's company. Manderley approached, bowing to Daenerys with impressive grace for a man of his size. "Your Grace, Daenerys Targaryen, I presume? I am Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbor. We have come on behalf of the king in the north." Daenerys inclined her head regally. "Lord Manderley, welk. Your city's name is well spoken, though I have not yet seen it myself. I trust your journey was safe." He gave a hearty chuckle. "As safe as any in these troubled times, but we endured. I bring you greetings from Robb Stark, along with letters for both you," and he turned, eyes searching the crowd, then lighting on Jon. "Ah, there you are, Jon Snow. Or do I call you Lord Targaryen now?" Jon stepped forward, clasping Manderley's hand. "Jon is fine, my lord. I'm glad to see you. Is my father, Ned Stark, well? Is Robb?" Manderley hesitated, then nodded. "The Starks are well, so far as war allows. They hold Winterfell. Lord Ned is there, shoring up the North's defenses, while King Robb," he coughed politely at the title. "He marched south to the Riverlands to aid Edmure Tully again. Many skirmishes, no great battles yet, though rumor says Tywin Lannister musters near Harrenhal." A wave of relief washed over Jon. At least Ned and Robb were alive and holding their own. "What does Robb say? Will he negotiate with Daenerys?" Manderley's eyes flicked to Daenerys. "His Grace has asked me to see for myself if this alliance truly stands on fair ground. If you truly intend to let the North remain free or near enough, and if your forces truly stand a chance against the Lannisters. If so, Robb is open to meeting in person, somewhere in the Riverlands, perhaps, or at Moat Cailin. But he needs assurances. He won't lead his men into a trap nor see them overshadowed by dragons." Daenerys studied the Lord's face. "I understand his caution. We can arrange a meeting in neutral territory. We'll provide hostages or whatever sign of trust is required. I have no desire to fight the North. My quarrel lies with the Lannisters who usurped my family's throne and who continue to bleed the realm dry." Manderley considered this, stroking his thick beard. "I well said. And I do carry a letter from Ned Stark as well, meant for both you and Jon." He reached into a leather satchel carried by one of his knights, withdrew 2 scrolls sealed with wax. One bore the dire wolf seal, the other the combined sigil that Jon had used, the dire wolf and dragon facing each other. He presented them to Daenerys and Jon. Ned's words are more formal, but he basically says, if you come to the North as a friend, he will hear you out, especially if Jon vouches for you. But if you come as a conqueror, Daenerys took the scroll with a wry smile. "I would expect no less from Lord Stark." "Thank you." She passed Jon the second scroll. "We'll read them and respond at once." Turning to the assembled crowd, she spoke clearly. "My lords, you are welcome here. You must be weary from the voyage. Rooms will be prepared in the keep. We can speak more in comfort." Manderley bowed again, gratitude on his face. "We thank you, your grace." Jon signaled Hally's Malin over. The archer greeted him with a grin. "Jon, I never thought I'd see the day Dragonstone under Targaryen banners again." He lowered his voice. "We left Meereen thinking to find you in trouble, but here you are, right at the Queen's side. The North had some doubts, but I told them you were no traitor." Jon felt a warm surge of affection. "Thank you, Hally's. Let's catch up after you've had a chance to eat. I want every detail about Winterfell, about the war. We're starved for news." Hally's nodded eagerly, stepping aside to help the Manderley men corral their baggage and follow an unsullied guide into the castle. Meanwhile, Daenerys led Jon to a quieter corridor, flanked by Missandei and Barristan. She unrolled Ned Stark's letter, scanning it with keen interest. Jon did likewise. The text was carefully worded, full of the measured courtesy Ned favored. In essence, Ned confirmed that he had no quarrel with Daenerys so long as she did not threaten the North's independence. He recognized that Tywin Lannister posed a danger to all. He also asked for proof that Daenerys would not become another Mad King and that she took the White Walker threat seriously. If these conditions were met, the North would open negotiations for a formal alliance, with Robb leading the armies against the Lannisters if the terms were fair. Daenerys gave a satisfied nod. "This is more conciliatory than I expected." Ned Stark sounds like a man of reason. Jon's eyes flicked over the final lines. He is. You won't find a more honorable lord in the Seven Kingdoms. If he extends his hand, it means he's genuinely willing to talk. Barristan remarked, that is good news. The North's strength may be overshadowed by the Southern Kingdoms, but their position is vital. And they have a fierce reputation. Daenerys pressed her lips together, reading again. He wants me to meet Robb in person. That might be risky if Tywin has spies. But perhaps a small delegation, choosing a neutral location, Moat Cailin, as Manderley suggested, or maybe Riverrun if the Tullus can guarantee safety. This could be done. Jon carefully rolled his scroll. I'll advise for Moat Cailin. It's an old fortress in the neck, easier for the North to access, and we can approach from the sea or from the road. But we must confirm the rest of our allies like the Dornish. We can't just vanish from Dragonstone without ensuring it's secure. Daenerys nodded in agreement. True. Let's finalize our defenses here, perhaps wait for Howland Reed and Yora to return with Dorne's stance. If that goes well, we can plan a grand meeting with the North, the Tullus, maybe even men from the Vale if they'll come out of their isolation. Then we decide how to strike at Tywin. Barristan tapped his chin. And if Tywin attacks first? Daenerys' expression hardened. We hold Dragonstone? If he tries to siege us at sea, my dragons will give him more trouble than he's known in a generation. And if he marches on the north, then Robb will hold him there until we can strike from behind. One way or another, Tywin's days of dominion are numbered. Jon watched her quietly, feeling the aura of command she radiated. She was not as brash as rumor might have implied. She listened, weighed counsel, then forged a path. He recalled her vow to avoid burning cities needlessly, yet he knew she would be ruthless if forced. Still, this fragile alliance with the North might offer a path to victory with minimal devastation. And afterward, the real war against the White Walkers would loom. They reconvened in the Painted Tables chamber that evening with Wyman Manderley and his retinue. After a hearty meal, Daenerys had insisted on offering her guests fresh fish, roasted vegetables, and wine. Everyone gathered around the ancient map. Manderley studied the craftsmanship, impressed, while Daenerys explained her plan to meet Robb halfway. Manderley listened politely, occasionally glancing at Jon as if to gauge his sincerity. Finally, Manderley said, I can carry a proposal back north, that you and the king in the north meet at Moat Cailin in a moon's time. We'll guarantee the route is open for you, though you'd be wise not to bring an entire army, just enough to feel safe. Likewise, Robb won't appear with all his bannermen. We want a genuine parley, not a trap. Daenerys inclined her head. Agreed. We can come by ship, land near the neck. Or perhaps approach from White Harbor. We'll decide the route once we see the situation in the south. Manderley shifted his weight. That suits me. My only caution is that we cannot speak for every northern lord. Some still bristle at the name Targaryen. The memory of the Mad King lingers. But if Ned and Robb both vouch for your good intentions, well, that will carry weight. Daenerys smiled graciously. I look forward to proving myself in person. For now, let us unify our efforts against the Lannisters who have butchered and betrayed so many. Elia Martell, my father's loyal lords, your own king in the North's family. Once the threat is ended, we can negotiate the finer points of the realm's future. That night, Jon found Hally's Malin outside the keep, leaning on a low wall that overlooked the rocky beach. A pale moon shone on the sea, and the crash of distant waves resonated below. Jon joined him, breathing in the briny air. Hally's offered a crooked grin. Feels like old times, doesn't it? Us in a foreign land ready for the next fight. Except now you've got dragons at your side. Jon snorted softly. Old times were simpler. The Night's Watch or a march or two in the Riverlands. Now everything's more complicated. Hally's nodded. True enough. But at least we know who our enemies are, Lannisters, maybe others. And who our allies might be. He turned, resting his forearms on the parapet. The North has changed in your absence. Winterfell stands, but the snow is relentless and the war weighs on everyone. Robb's men have been battered from the battles in the Riverlands. The Freys turned on us at the Twins, remember? Then we had to rebuild alliances piece by piece. Lord Ned's presence in Winterfell helps, but they worry that if you come home as a Targaryen, you might bring foreign rule. Jon felt a pang. I'm not returning as some overlord. All I want is to protect the North and face the threats beyond the wall. If the Lannisters conquer everything south of us, we'll be too isolated. Daenerys offers a chance to end that war swiftly and unify the realm for the real battle. That's all. Hally's patted his shoulder. I know. I told them that. Some lords doubt, some believe me. Lord Manderley believes, obviously he's always favored the Starks. Once Robb sees you face to face, that'll settle it. Jon stared at the moonlit waves. I hope so. Sometimes I wonder if I've risked everything for a dream. But Daenerys, she's genuine. She freed the slaves in Essos. She doesn't want to be the next Mad King. Her dragons are terrifying, sure, but I'd rather have them on our side than face them in war. Hallie's nodded agreement. I wouldn't fancy meeting a dragon on the field. Let's pray it doesn't come to that. In the meantime, we'll carry your word back to Winterfell. We can sail in a few days, once we've rested. Unless you'd rather we remain here. Jon considered. Better if you go. Deliver Daenerys's letters, Ned's letter to me, and my own letter in reply. The faster we settle these doubts, the better. The war against the Lannisters won't wait forever. So the plan took shape. Manderly and his men would rest at Dragonstone for a short span, gather their strength, then sail back to White Harbor with the official invitation for Robb to meet Daenerys in neutral ground. Hallie's Malin would accompany them, carrying personal messages from Jon to Ned, Robb, and any other Starks who needed reassurance. Days later, on the dawn of their departure, a new threat arrived. A battered fishing boat stumbled into the bay, its crew half dead of thirst and exhaustion. The fishermen gasped tales of Lannister ships sighted in the waters west of Crackclaw Point, at least a dozen war galleys bearing the Golden Lion. They seemed to be patrolling or staging, possibly preparing to block any attempt by Daenerys to sail north by hugging the coastline. Daenerys summoned an immediate war council. Gathered around the painted table were Ser Barristan, Yora, who had just returned from Dorne with news that negotiations were promising, Howland Reed, likewise back from the southern trip, Wyman Manderly, Jon, and a few others. The fisherman was brought in, babbling about how the Lannisters nearly caught him, but he eluded them in the night. He swore they carried siege weapons on deck, possibly scorpions or ballistae meant for fighting dragons at sea. Barristan folded his arms. It's no secret that Qyburn at King's Landing has been working on anti-dragon measures if rumors are true. Tywin must realize you're here, your grace, and he wants to contain you. Manderly frowned. If the Lannisters hold the sea west of Crackclaw, they can make it risky for you to sail around to the neck. That might force you to travel overland across the Crownlands, which could be a bloodbath if they muster near King's Landing. Daenerys studied the painted table. So Tywin is trying to box me in. If I can't move north by sea easily, I must march through contested territory. Perhaps he hopes to pin me in a protracted land war. But we have dragons. That changes the equation. Yora rubbed his jaw. True, but sending dragons to burn the Lannister fleet might be what Tywin wants. He could be setting a trap with hidden weapons. And the moment you use dragonfire on a wide scale, you risk the realm seeing you as the second coming of the Mad King. A grim hush followed. Daenerys exhaled. I cannot simply let Tywin strangle us, but we must be careful. If we appear too eager to unleash dragonfire, the Iron Throne's propaganda will paint me as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Jon, leaning forward, said, what if we bypass them in smaller ships? Or use the dragons for reconnaissance rather than mass destruction? We only need to get a small party to Moat Cailin for the parley with Robb. The rest can remain here to guard Dragonstone. Manderly nodded. That might be workable if your smaller ships can slip past the blockade under cover of darkness or a decoy. Then we sail swiftly for White Harbor, land, and ride to Moat Cailin. The Lannisters might not even realize we're gone until it's too late. Daenerys shared a glance with Ser Barristan. Risky, but less so than a full-scale naval battle. If we keep the main bulk of our fleet here, Tywin might remain fixated on Dragonstone. Meanwhile, a handful of vessels slip away to carry me, Jon, and an escort north. Once we're ashore, we can travel by land to meet Robb. Barristan tapped the table. We'd still need a strong enough escort to repel bandits or Lannister outriders. Daenerys shrugged. We can bring a few dozen Unsullied and some Dothraki outriders. That should suffice. Let the realm see we are not meek, yet we're not an invading horde either. Howland Reed chimed in. I like that plan. It also shows good faith to Robb. We're not marching with an entire host into the neck. We're approaching with a modest retinue to talk, not conquer. They hashed out details for hours. Eventually, a consensus emerged. The Targaryen main force would remain at Dragonstone under Barristan's command. The dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion would also stay, except possibly one that might accompany Daenerys for her personal protection, though that was debated. In the end, it was decided that Drogon, the largest, would remain at Dragonstone, while Rhaegal and Viserion might join Daenerys at intervals to scout overhead. They'd limit displays of fire unless forced to fight, preserving the illusion that the Queen was not bringing an apocalypse to the North's doorstep. A final matter. Manderly himself would sail with Daenerys, guiding her ships to White Harbor. Once there, he could smooth over any friction with local lords. From White Harbor, Daenerys and Jon would travel south to Moat Cailin for the meeting. If all went well, they'd secure an alliance with the North and then decide how best to confront Tywin. A week of furious preparation ensued. While the main Targaryen fleet and army remained anchored around Dragonstone, Daenerys and Jon oversaw the outfitting of 3 swift galleys, one for Daenerys, one for the Unsullied, and one for supplies and the Dothraki horses, albeit a small number of them. The rest would remain behind. The overall traveling party would be no more than 300 strong, modest enough to avoid major confrontation on land while still ensuring some protection. Jon felt a knot of excitement and dread twist in his stomach as the day of departure arrived. He had not set foot in the north for what felt like ages. Now he'd return, side by side with Daenerys Targaryen, hoping to forge an alliance with Robb. The stakes felt impossibly high. If anything went wrong, if Tywin's blockade closed on them, if the North perceived Daenerys as a threat, if a stray rumor sparked violence, the fragile peace could shatter before it began. Daenerys herself exuded a calm resolve. On the morning they were to slip away, she stood on Dragonstone's highest balcony wearing a midnight blue coat embroidered with subtle dragon motifs. Her hair was done in 3 small braids at the crown, the rest flowing free. Drogon perched on a nearby parapet, watching her with predatory golden eyes. She stroked the dragon's snout briefly, murmuring soft words. Then Drogon leapt from the wall and soared over the bay, the downdraft rattling the watchtower. Barristan approached, bowing. "Your Grace, the galleys are prepared. We've stationed archers at the fortress walls, and the Dothraki remain vigilant. If Tywin tries to strike here, we'll be ready." She nodded, thanking him for his service. Then, with Missandei and Jorah in tow, she descended to the courtyard, where Jon and Howland Reed awaited her beside the galley that would carry her to White Harbor. The early sun glistened on the water, and a brisk wind tugged at cloaks and banners. The usual hustle of the fortress yard stilled as soldiers paused to watch the queen depart. Daenerys paused to address them. "My friends," she called, voice carrying in the crisp air, "continue to fortify this place. Obey Ser Barristan as you would me. Soon we shall reunite, whether in victory or in war. Stand proud. Our cause is just." A ragged cheer went up. The Unsullied struck spear butts on the stone in a rhythmic salute, and the freedmen clapped or raised fists. Daenerys smiled, though tension pinched the corners of her eyes. Then she turned, boarded the galley's waiting skiff with Missandei, Jorah, and a small retinue. Jon and Howland joined them. The skiff bobbed across the short distance to the sleek galley named the Dawn Star, a suitable name for a new beginning, Daenerys had noted wryly. Once aboard, the crew wasted no time hoisting sails. 2 additional galleys pulled alongside, carrying the Unsullied detachment and the Dothraki outriders. Beneath the watchful gaze of Barristan and the garrison, they glided out of Dragonstone's harbor, rounding the isle and taking a southerly route initially to Fane, heading toward Dorne. The plan was to loop back east under cover of dusk, then sweep north in open water, hoping to slip past the Lannister patrols. Jon stood near the prow as the fortress receded behind them. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in him, relief at moving forward, anxiety that a Lannister ambush might appear any moment, and a quiet pang that he was leaving what had become a temporary home. Daenerys joined him, the wind sweeping her silver hair back from her face. She touched his arm lightly. "We move from one gamble to another. Are you ready?" He managed a faint smile. "I've been gambling my whole life, just never with so many lives at stake. But yes, I'm ready." She turned her gaze to the horizon, eyes gleaming. "Then let's reclaim the realm, piece by piece, until it's strong enough to face the coming darkness." They sailed. Gulls screeched overhead and the bright sun slowly climbed. The day wore on uneventfully, to Jon's relief. No sign of red and gold sails appeared. By late afternoon, the small flotilla caught a favorable wind blowing east, turning the day's warmth into a refreshing breeze. Once night fell, they carefully changed course north, the sails lit only by sparse lanterns to avoid drawing attention. Days stretched into a routine of constant vigilance. The mariners scanned each wave for glimpses of the rumored Lannister blockade. No enemy ships materialized, though once they spied a distant silhouette that prompted a flurry of tense orders before it veered away. Regal and Viserion soared overhead on occasion, watchers in the sky. The dragons sometimes unleashed for a day to hunt inland, returning with fresh kills, bones clutched in their talons. Each time they returned, Daenerys smiled, as though reassured by their presence. One morning, as a pale sun rose over a milky horizon, the lookout shouted that land was spotted to the northwest. Soon the coastline of the north came into view. A rugged shore lined with stony beaches and pines, battered by the cold sea. The temperature dropped noticeably, a biting wind cutting through cloaks. Daenerys inhaled sharply, her breath visible. "So this is the edge of your homeland, Jon?" He nodded, mind flashing with memories. Wolf hunts, endless forests, the hush of snow. "Aye, feels like home already. White Harbor is further up the inlet. We should arrive by tomorrow if the wind holds." They pressed on. The cold intensified as they wound into the bay that led to the White Knife River. Overhead, storm clouds gathered. By evening, a drizzle of icy rain pelted the decks, forcing everyone to bundle in furs. The Dothraki huddled grumpily, cursing the northern climate, while the Unsullied stoically endured. Jon kept near Daenerys, ensuring she had enough layers to ward off the chill. She seemed intrigued by the cold, though not entirely comfortable with it. At dawn, they spotted the walls of White Harbor rising in the distance. Pale stone ramparts, turrets crowned by new-fallen snow, and a harbor jammed with fishing vessels. The Merman banner fluttered from the gates. A sense of mingled relief and nervousness washed over Jon. Would they be welcomed as allies, or greeted with suspicion? Wyman Manderly, on deck with them, chuckled at Jon's tight expression. "Don't fret. My people have prepared for your arrival. They might gawk at dragons, but they'll see reason soon enough." Daenerys inhaled the cold air, her breath a cloud. "Then let's show them our good faith." She turned to the ship's crew. "Lower sails. Make port with caution. Let's keep the dragons in the sky at a distance so we don't terrify everyone at once. Regal and Viserion can circle overhead but won't land unless needed." The ship glided into White Harbor's docks, passing piers bustling with workers in wool cloaks. Many paused mid-task, dropping crates or fish nets, eyes going wide at the sight of Unsullied in formation on the galley's decks, at the foreigners with braids and curved blades. Some shouted questions or exclamations. Then a hush fell as the figure of Daenerys Targaryen became visible near the prow, flanked by Jon Snow in black and gray. The watchers seemed both startled and wary. A phalanx of Manderly guards rushed to the quay, halberds in hand. Wyman Manderly hollered at them from the ship's rail. "Stand down, you lot. We come in peace. This is the queen in the east, Daenerys Targaryen, and she travels under my protection, and that of the king in the north." The guards exchanged uncertain glances, but lowered their halberds. Slowly, the Dawnstar bumped against the pier and lines were thrown to moor it. Gangplanks rattled into place. The chill air was thick with tension as Daenerys descended first, Jon at her side, Missandei and Yora close behind, then a file of Unsullied. The local onlookers parted, some pressing back to avoid contact, others leaning forward to glimpse the legendary queen from across the sea. Wyman Manderly stepped ahead, arms raised. "Welcome to White Harbor, Your Grace," he proclaimed loudly. "Our city is at your service under the auspices of House Manderly and the King in the North." A few scattered cheers broke the silence. More people trickled out from nearby alleyways, curious about the newcomers. The smell of salted fish and wood smoke drifted over the docks. Snow drifted in small flakes, melting against Daenerys's hair. She gazed around with a steady composure. Jon saw the flicker of wonder in her eyes. This was the first true northern city she had ever stepped foot in. The Manderly guard captain bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, Lord Snow, my lord, I'll escort you to the new castle if that is your wish. Accommodations are prepared. Lord Manderly's steward awaits your instructions." Daenerys inclined her head. "Thank you. Please, lead on." Jon touched her elbow lightly. "White Harbor's known for its generosity," he murmured. "Though they might be cautious. Let's just show them courtesy." She gave him a small smile. "I intend to." So they followed the guard captain along the cobbled streets, flanked by thick stone houses that rose 3 or 4 stories high. Above them, the sky threatened more snow. Townsfolk peered from windows or doorways, eyes wide. Whispers carried, "The Dragon Queen, they say she has 3 dragons, Jon Snow, the Lost Stark?" Jon felt a tug of nostalgia for the simpler times he'd passed through White Harbor as Ned Stark's presumed bastard. Then he had been barely noticed. Now a hush accompanied every step. They crossed a broad square near the harbor's center, passing fishmongers at hastily abandoned stalls. The smell of eels and cod lingered. Up ahead, the towers of the new castle glimmered in the shifting light. If the architecture of Dragonstone was shaped in black basalt and dragons, White Harbor's keep was paler, more welcoming, though the winter gloom lent it a somber cast. Inside the castle gates, the steward, a middle-aged man in fine furs, hurried forward to greet them. "Your Grace, Lord Snow, my Lord Manderley. We have prepared chambers for you. Fires are lit. Please come in from the cold." Daenerys offered a gracious nod. "Lead us then." Within the keep, the corridors were relatively warm. Tapestries depicting maritime scenes adorned the walls, mermen battling sea monsters, ships in swirling tides. Servants scurried about, obviously nervous but trying to maintain courtesy. Some stared openly at the unsullied. Others whispered about the presence of the Dothraki outriders who had begun dismounting outside. Jon quietly guided Daenerys to the hall where they would dine. He recognized the route from his earlier visits. This was a place of relative civilization in the north, known for trade and southern customs, so perhaps it was the best-located city to greet a foreign queen. Even so, tension vibrated in the air. By evening, a modest feast was laid out, featuring White Harbor's trademark fish stew, fresh bread, and even some roasted boar from inland hunts. The hall was large but not overly lavish. Candles flickered in iron sconces, lighting thick wooden beams overhead. Manderley's family seats stood at the high table. Daenerys and Jon took places of honor. Missandei, Jorah, and the Manderley household joined them. Below, lesser knights and visiting officials chattered in subdued excitement, glancing up at the queen whenever she spoke. Daenerys rose at one point, raising her cup to the assembled. "I thank House Manderley for its gracious welcome. I come not to impose but to unite. We stand on the brink of great trials, war with the Lannisters, war with winter itself. Let us face them together that we might preserve the North and all of Westeros for generations to come." A smattering of applause and polite nods followed. Jon took his turn, echoing her sentiment. "I was born of the North, but I stand with Daenerys Targaryen. We seek not to subdue but to protect. As my father, Ned Stark, has said, our true enemy lies beyond petty crowns." Wyman Manderley added his own flourish. Here. Long live the unity between the North and the Stormborn Queen." He lifted his horn of ale, sloshing some over the rim. The crowd responded with more robust applause this time, the tension easing slightly. After the meal, in a more private setting, an antechamber off the Great Hall, Daenerys conferred with Manderley, Jon, Missandei, Jorah, and a few of Manderley's top knights. There they planned the journey to Moat Cailin, which lay some leagues inland along the King's Road that cut through the neck. Manderley explained that a small escort from White Harbor would join them, ensuring safe passage. News had already been sent ahead to Winterfell and presumably to Robb in the Riverlands that Daenerys was in White Harbor. If all went as planned, Robb would ride north from the Riverlands to Moat Cailin around the same time Daenerys arrived from the city. Jon gleaned from conversation that Robb was still deeply engaged in skirmishes near the Red Fork, harassing Lannister foragers and trying to maintain Tully control of certain strategic routes. Edmure Tully had retaken Riverrun from a small Lannister force, but Harrenhal was still in Lannister hands. Tywin appeared to be biding his time, possibly waiting for the right moment to strike. The question was whether he'd pivot north or try to blockade King's Landing from the Tyrells. Daenerys listened intently, occasionally sharing glances with Jon. Jorah suggested that if they secured the North's open alliance, Tywin might be forced to keep his forces in the south, lest a combined Targaryen northern host sweep down. The strategic advantage was clear, an alliance bridging the neck spelled trouble for the Lannisters. "Then we proceed with the meeting," Daenerys declared. "We should leave soon, within a day or two. The snows deepen every day we delay." Manderley agreed. "Aye, we can outfit you with furs for the journey. The roads might be poor, but we'll manage. If we push hard, Moat Cailin is a week's ride from here, maybe less if weather holds." That night, Jon tried to sleep in the comfortable guest quarters provided, but his mind swirled with thoughts of seeing Robb again, of seeing Ned again if Ned came south from Winterfell for the parley. The old illusions of being Ned's bastard had fallen away, replaced by the truth of his Targaryen blood. Would Ned embrace him with the same warmth? Or would the weight of politics overshadow everything? He eventually dozed off, lulled by the crackle of a hearth fire and the muffled hush of the city outside. The next morning dawned gray, a thin swirl of snow drifting over the rooftops. Daenerys took to the courtyard early, examining the northern horses Manderley had set aside for her and her retinue. She tested the fit of a heavy fur cloak a stable hand offered, wincing at the weight of it. Jon tried not to grin. She looked both regal and slightly overwhelmed, wrapped in so many layers to fight the cold. But he admired her determination to adapt. They set out 2 days later. The column was small but diverse, 100 unsullied on foot, a score of Dothraki riders who insisted on coming, and about 50 knights and men-at-arms from House Manderley, plus a handful from minor northern houses who had come to see the Targaryen queen themselves. Daenerys and Jon rode at the center, flanked by Missandei, Yora, and Wyman Manderley. Their banners were minimal, a single Targaryen standard, a single Stark direwolf, and Manderley's merman. Snow blanketed the road as they left White Harbor, forging south along the King's Road that cut inland. Jon felt the nostalgia keenly. The North's landscape, austere and beautiful, spread before them, rolling hills of snow-dusted pines, frozen streams, scattered farmsteads half buried under drifts. The air stung his face, but he breathed deeply, relishing the crispness. Daenerys kept her hood up, her cheeks reddened by the cold. She gazed about with wide eyes, taking in each new sight, a herd of shaggy northern ponies, a half-frozen waterfall, the wind-sculpted drifts. "You truly grew up here," she asked Jon softly at one point. He smiled. "Winterfell is further west, but yes, the north has always been my home. Cold, harsh, but there's beauty in it if you look." She nodded thoughtfully. "I see that. Perhaps I'll grow used to the chill in time." The journey was not without challenges. The roads were rutted with ice, and more than once the Dothraki horses slipped, prompting curses. The Unsullied trudged stoically, though some looked uneasy without the security of a city's walls. Still, progress was steady, and the local folk they encountered, usually from a distance, seemed less hostile than Jon had feared. Word had likely spread that Daenerys came under Manderley's protection and that Jon Snow accompanied her. Peasants sometimes peered from behind fences or out of half-frozen huts, but none attacked or fled screaming. The presence of a disciplined escort and Wyman Manderley's open welcome did much to calm nerves. About halfway to Moat Cailin, they made camp in a pinewood, the trees blocking some of the biting wind. Night fell early, the sky heavy with snow clouds. Fires crackled among the undergrowth. Soldiers huddled under tents or lean-tos. Daenerys's tent was larger, warmed by braziers. Jon visited her there to discuss the next day's route, but ended up lingering, drawn by her conversation about the differences between this northern forest and the deserts she'd once crossed with the Dothraki. She recounted the bone-dry dunes, the scorching sun, the taste of horse's blood in a skin. Jon, in turn, described winter hunts for game, the hush of new-fallen snow, how Winterfell's walls never fully froze thanks to the natural hot springs below. The talk turned introspective. What did each of them truly desire beyond the immediate war? Daenerys admitted she had never imagined a life of comfort or peace. She had always been driven by survival, then by the dream of reclaiming her birthright. Jon murmured that he had only ever wanted a place to belong. Once, he thought it was the Night's Watch, but fate had other plans. They fell silent, glancing at each other over the glow of the brazier. Eventually, Jon cleared his throat. "We should rest. We meet Robb soon enough, and that might be more challenging than any road." Daenerys lowered her eyes. "Yes. Good night, Jon." He left, stepping back into the snowy darkness. Part of him wondered if, in another life, they might have been free to connect without the burdens of crown and war. Another part of him reminded himself that any closeness was fraught with the complicated entanglements of their bloodlines and the realm's needs. He pushed the thought away, focusing on the mission ahead. 2 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Moat Cailin, a fortress older than living memory. It loomed from the marshy ground, 3 crumbling towers straddling the causeway, once the key to defending the north from southern invaders. Now battered by centuries of neglect, Moat Cailin's walls sagged in places, though it was still formidable. The neck swamps stretched around it, cold and half-frozen, swirling with pale mists. A bitter wind swept the plain. Scouts reported that another force had arrived from the south, a large northern contingent bearing Stark banners. Jon's heart leapt. That had to be Robb. The Watchers signaled that they were setting up camp on the opposite side of the moat, presumably waiting for Daenerys to approach. The sense of anticipation rippled through her column. The Unsullied formed ranks, Dothraki checked their blades, Manderley's men offered to ride ahead to greet the Starks. Daenerys turned to Jon. "This is it," she said quietly, eyes searching his face. "Are you ready to see your family?" Jon swallowed. "Yes, and I hope they accept you." They pressed forward. The causeway leading to the fortress was narrow, forcing them to ride 2 abreast. On the far side of the moat, a wide clearing had been cleared of snow, with tents pitched in neat rows. The Stark banner flew from a tall standard at the center. Men in cloaks of gray and brown moved among the tents, leading horses and distributing firewood. The moment the Targaryen column drew near, horns sounded from the Stark camp. Jon glimpsed banners of Mormont, Glover, Serwyn, and many more familiar sigils from his youth. A hush fell among Daenerys's retinue. Then, from the ranks of the northern men, a small party rode forth under the direwolf banner. Leading them was a tall, auburn-haired figure clad in fur and mail. A chill shot through Jon's body. Robb Stark. His brother, no, his cousin by blood, but still his brother in every way that mattered. Daenerys urged her mount to a halt. Jon did likewise. The Targaryen standard-bearer planted the black and red banner in the muddy ground. Across the clearing, the Stark standard flapped in the wind. Robb approached, flanked by grey-cloaked knights. Jon recognized them, the great Jon Umber, Rickard Karstark's nephew Harrion, and others. Robb himself wore a plain steel breastplate over thick winter furs. His face was older than Jon remembered, lined by war and sorrow, but the same fierce resolve burned in his eyes. Jon slid from his horse, heart-pounding. He stepped forward into the open space between the two forces. Robb dismounted as well, leaving his men behind, though they eyed the Unsullied warily. The chill wind whipped at both men's cloaks. For a moment, they just stared at each other, the weight of years and war between them. Then Robb's mouth broke into a grin that was half relief, half disbelief. He strode forward and pulled Jon into a hard embrace. Jon returned it, emotion welling in his chest. They clung to each other, ignoring the watchers who held their breath all around. "Jon," Robb said in a voice thick with feeling. "The gods, it's good to see you. I thought some said you'd be lost in Essos or turned by Targaryens or—" I didn't know what to believe. Jon stepped back, eyes stinging. "I missed you too. I came back, with Daenerys Targaryen, but it's still me. I swear it." Robb nodded, gaze flicking over Jon's shoulder to the line of Unsullied. "So it's true. The Dragon Queen stands with you. Father believed it after reading your letters, but some lords still doubted. Where is she?" As if on cue, Daenerys guided her horse forward. She dismounted smoothly, handing the reins to Missandei. Clad in heavy northern furs, she approached, boots sinking into the damp ground. The watchers on both sides tensed. Daenerys, face calm but serious, halted a few paces from Robb. She inclined her head. "Robb Stark," she said, voice carrying in the hush. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms, yet I come to you in peace, seeking not your submission but your alliance." Robb studied her, tension coiled in his posture. A swirl of conflicting emotions passed over his face, curiosity, caution, a glimmer of respect. He bowed slightly, stiffly. "You're welcome here, Daenerys Targaryen, so long as you truly mean no harm to the north. If Jon Snow vouches for you, that carries weight. Still, we have much to discuss." Daenerys dipped her head. "We do. Let us talk, not as enemies, but as those who share a common foe, Tywin Lannister, and the greater darkness beyond the wall." Robb's expression grew grim. "Indeed. Come, there's a pavilion prepared, neutral ground within the fortress walls. We can speak plainly there." With that, a single moment of understanding passed between them. The lords exhaled. The tension in the clearing ebbed as both sides realized that no immediate fight would break out. Yet everything hinged on what would follow, the meeting of ice and fire, the forging of a fragile alliance to save a realm teetering on the brink. Jon silently prayed to the old gods that this would be the turning point, that all the sacrifices thus far lie in a secret, Ned's honor, Daenerys' struggles in Essos might culminate in a unity strong enough to face the storms ahead. As Daenerys and Robb strode side by side toward Moat Caelin's gates, Jon fell in behind them, his heart brimming with cautious hope. The north wind howled across the marsh, carrying echoes of ghosts and promises. Above, the sky churned with thick clouds, and a scattering of fresh snow began to fall like silent witnesses to the meeting. On Th. Is threshold, the future of Westeros would hinge on the decisions made by a young queen and a young king, bound by the vow of a man once called Jon Snow, now recognized as both wolf and dragon. And beyond, in the far north, an ancient darkness stirred, waiting to test whether their unity was more than mere words in the gathering chill of winter. The ancient walls of Moat Caelin stretched above them, ragged ramparts hunched against a sky leaden with thickening clouds. Snow drifted in ghostly swirls across the marshy clearing, gathering in patches along the stone causeway. Daenerys Targaryen, Robb Stark, and Jon Snow, son of Rhaegar, raised as a Stark, walked side by side into the fortress's outer ward, followed by a tense retinue of Northerners, Unsullied, Dothraki, and Manderly men. Everyone felt the weight of history beneath their feet. Countless armies had passed through the neck across the centuries, some in peace, most in war. Today, the future of Westeros might hinge on what would be said within these walls. The wind carried a faint chorus of creaking timbers and snapping banners. The fortress comprised 3 main towers separated by ruined segments of wall, each tower partially collapsed and patched by hasty repairs of wood and stacked stone. The moats around them had turned to mucky swampland beneath a thin crust of ice. A wide courtyard had been cleared, half-frozen mud trampled underfoot. Fires crackled in braziers spaced at intervals, offering meager warmth and light. A large tented pavilion stood in the center, bright banners hanging from tall wooden poles. The direwolf of Stark, the merman of Manderley, and one banner that combined Targaryen black and red with an added streak of gray in deference to Jon's dual heritage. Some of the northern lords muttered warily about that new emblem, dire wolf and dragon, side by side. But they kept their misgivings to themselves for now. Ahead, soldiers parted. Robb led Daenerys and Jon past a cluster of banners and into the pavilion. Outside, the Watchers remained, Grey Jon Umber, Harry and Karstark, a scattering of Glovermen, and certain lords loyal to House Mormont. On Daenerys' side, Grey Worm and a handful of Unsullied took up posts, eyes alert beneath their tall spears. A few Dothraki lingered near the perimeter, scanning every corner with hawkish stares. Snow whisked over their boots, a climate they found utterly alien. Inside the pavilion, the tent was surprisingly spacious. Thick rugs had been laid over the frozen ground, and braziers glowed, lending a modicum of warmth. A sturdy wooden table, flanked by chairs and benches, awaited the negotiators. Several large lanterns hung from the crossbeams, illuminating the interior with a soft golden light. Robb gestured for Daenerys to take a seat at the table's head, across from him. Jon settled beside her. Missandei and Yora followed, while Wyman Manderley and a few selected Northerners, trusted men in Robb's inner circle, took positions around the edges. The hush was palpable, all eyes lingering on the Targaryen queen, on the living proof of old Rhaegar's blood next to her, and on Robb Stark, king in the north. It was a meeting of two realms that had broken from the Iron Throne yet now considered forging a brand new shape for Westeros. Robb studied Daenerys with curious eyes, his manner polite but alert. The boyishness Jon remembered in him had faded beneath the burdens of war. He was no longer a youth who practiced sword forms in Winterfell's yard but a king who had watched men die and carried the crown of the north. "My lady," he began, voice calm, "we can speak freely here. The men around us are loyal. My father, Ned Stark, was unable to travel so far so quickly. He holds Winterfell, consolidating the North's defenses. But he sent me with full authority to treat with you." Daenerys inclined her head, meeting his gaze directly. "Thank you, Robb. I appreciate your willingness to parley. Titles aside, let us be plain with each other. I wish to end the Lannister hold over Westeros and bring justice to those who have caused so much suffering. Jon has told me of your own struggle in the Riverlands. We have a common foe." Robb folded his hands on the table. "I, Tywin Lannister. He holds power through his grandson, King Tommen, but we all know who truly rules King's Landing. My bannermen have fought the Lannisters since they first took my father hostage. We have no love for them. If overthrowing the Lannisters is your goal, you'll find willing swords among us, but we must know what you intend for the North in the aftermath." A slight tension rippled through the gathering. Daenerys could feel the weight of 1,000 old resentments in these men's eyes. She glanced at Jon, receiving a subtle nod of encouragement. "I did not come to subjugate the North," she said clearly. "Jon has impressed upon me that your people have endured enough. You crowned Robb as your king in the midst of war and betrayal, understandable, given King Joffrey's cruelty and the injustice visited upon House Stark. I will not demand you cast aside that crown if you do not wish it. But I also believe in a united Westeros, strong enough to face all threats, including the White Walkers beyond the wall, which Jon has spoken of." A murmur spread among the northern lords. Robb's expression tightened. "We've had reports of whites and other terrors from the wall. My father gave them credence after hearing from Jon and from some rangers who returned half-mad with fear. I understand the need for unity if the dead truly walk. But your talk of a united realm, does that mean you still claim the entire kingdom for yourself?" Daenerys chose her words carefully. "My claim to the Iron Throne is a legacy of House Targaryen. Robert's rebellion toppled our dynasty. Some say it was just given my father's madness. Others say it was built on lies. I'm not here to debate that history in full. I do believe that Westeros, as a single realm, stands a better chance against the storms to come, whether they be White Walkers or foreign armies. But I have seen in Essos how conquest can sow bitterness if forced by the sword. My hope is that we can find a new arrangement. Perhaps the North remains essentially sovereign while still standing with me against the Lannisters. We can decide the details together if we share enough trust." Robb regarded her with measured scrutiny. A short silence fell. Outside, the wind rattled the pavilion's canvas. Then Wyman Manderley cleared his throat. "Your Grace, I believe what the Queen suggests is a form of alliance wherein the North is not forcibly bent. Partnership. That's the gist, yes. Daenerys nodded. Yes, I'd prefer not to replicate the horrors of old Targaryen conquest. Dragons are fearsome weapons. I will use them if I must to protect the realm from the Lannisters, or from abominations beyond the wall, but I do not wish to turn them on my allies. That would achieve nothing but hatred. Jon, who had stayed quiet to allow Daenerys and Robb to set their terms, now spoke up, voice low but clear. Robb, you know me. I've never sought a crown for myself. I only want to shield the North from further bloodshed and ensure we're prepared for the threat in the far north. Daenerys is willing to respect your kingship, but we must coordinate. If Tywin gathers his armies and the White Walkers stir, we can't stand alone. She has dragons, unsullied, Dothraki, vast power. If that power stands with us instead of against us, we might end this war swiftly. Robb tapped a finger on the table, thinking. His gray-blue eyes shifted from Jon to Daenerys, as if trying to peer into both souls at once. I cannot speak for every single Northern lord. Some remain suspicious of anything Targaryen. But I am the king in the North, and if I declare an alliance, most will follow my lead. My father also wields great respect. If Ned Stark vouches for your sincerity, that will help. He paused, glancing at the cluster of Northern lords near the pavilion's edge. The great Jon, Haryon Karstark, a Glover envoy, a Mormont captain. None contradicted him out loud. All right, Robb continued. Let's propose a formal alliance against the Lannisters. The North remains free. We do not kneel. But we will coordinate our armies with yours to dethrone Tywin and his puppet king. If that war is won, we will revisit the question of how the rest of the realm is governed. We can't commit to rejoining the Seven Kingdoms unless we see real proof that your rule will be fair and that you truly share power, not impose it. Daenerys let out a breath. That is an acceptable start. I do not demand immediate fealty. Perhaps, once the Lannisters are ended, the rest of the realm will see that a new order can be born without further bloodshed. If they resist, we'll find ways to bring them to the table. But that is for later. Robb gave a short nod. Aye. Let's keep the focus on the immediate threat. The Lannisters must be stopped. Tywin has kept the war going long enough, burning villages in the Riverlands, trying to starve us out, perhaps planning to assault the North once winter fully takes hold. I want him undone. And I want the realm to know who helped us do it. At that, a faint smile tugged at Daenerys' lips. Then we have a basis for cooperation. Let us see if we can formalize the broad strokes. Once we have an agreed statement, we can each dispatch messengers to our forces so they know the North and House Targaryen are allies henceforth. One of Robb's advisors stepped forward, a lean man with gray hair and the sigil of House Serwyn on his cloak. He produced a quill and parchment, evidently prepared for such negotiations. With a brief glance at Robb, he began scribbling down the major points, that the North and Daenerys Targaryen recognized each other as equal allies in war, that both sides would refrain from aggression, that any northern lands traveled by Targaryen forces would be afforded the same respect as if they were Daenerys' own, and that the North would remain self-governing under Robb's crown until the outcome of the Lannister conflict was determined. The final lines mentioned the White Walkers urging mutual readiness to defend the realm if the threat from beyond the wall manifested at scale. As the scribe wrote, hush settled among those present, broken only by an occasional cough or the rustle of shifting feet. Daenerys studied the parchment. She was no stranger to letters of alliance. She had formed treaties in Meereen and Yunkai, though often under more pressing conditions. This felt more delicate. She was forging a bond not just with a local warlord but with an entire kingdom that had seceded. If done right, it could change everything. Robb, for his part, spoke quietly to Haryon Karstark and the Great Jon, verifying they had no immediate objections. The Great Jon, huge and boisterous, let out a grunt. If this queen can help us smash the Lannisters, let her. And if she tries to burn the North, well, we'll stand up to her dragons. That's the old way. He shot Daenerys a not-quite-friendly grin, more a challenge than anything. She simply nodded, undaunted. At length, the scribe set down his quill, blowing on the ink. Robb read the words carefully, Daenerys leaning in to do likewise, with Jon looking over their shoulders. A few minor phrasing changes were requested. Robb wanted to ensure references to the autonomy of the North were unambiguous, while Daenerys insisted that lines about coordinating armies did not imply immediate subordination to Stark command. Eventually they hammered out a final text. The scribe carefully rewrote the treaty onto a fresh sheet of fine parchment. Robb then affixed his dire wolf seal in red wax, while Daenerys pressed her black and red dragon seal next to it. A hush filled the tent as the two leaders watched the wax cool. Jon couldn't help the flutter in his chest. This was something never before seen in Westeros. A Targaryen monarch forging an alliance that allowed the North to remain an independent kingdom. The ramifications might echo for generations. Robb set the sealed parchment aside, meeting Daenerys's eyes. So be it. We are allies against the Lannisters. Word will spread swiftly. That alone might shake Tywin's nerve. Daenerys relaxed a fraction, her shoulders easing. Yes, he relies on intimidation and division. If he sees the North united with me, he may hesitate, or he may lash out. Either way, we must be ready. I propose that we coordinate a two-pronged campaign. Your armies holding the Riverlands from the north, mine potentially landing near Storm's End or Dorne, or even crossing from Dragonstone to the Blackwater if we find an advantage. We can close a vice around King's Landing. Robb leaned forward. It's a good thought, but we must confirm what the Tyrells are doing. If they remain allied with the crown. A voice interrupted from the tent's entrance. They won't remain so forever, I'd wager. Heads turned. Wyman Manderley parted the canvas flap, allowing Howland Reed to enter. Reed had been outside, letting the younger men do their part. Now the Crannogman bowed slightly. I heard mention of the Tyrells, your grace and my lord. From the whispers I gathered in the south, the Tyrells are uneasy. Mace Tyrell likes the prestige of being father to a queen, Queen Marjorie. But if King Tommen is overshadowed by Tywin, the Tyrells may be looking for a better arrangement. We have no formal guarantee yet. Daenerys nodded at Reed, remembering how he'd gone to Dorne to open negotiations. Thank you, Lord Reed. Have we heard anything further from Prince Doran Martell? Reed spread his hands. I have a messenger en route from Sunspear. Prince Doran wants a face-to-face meeting, but he's encouraged by your offer of justice for Elia Martell. He might align with us if the terms are right, especially if the Lannisters are vulnerable. Robb frowned, swirling a cup of ale he'd been handed by a squire. So many alliances in flux. The realm is like a puzzle. One piece moves, and everything shifts. A puzzle indeed. Daenerys agreed, a trace of wry humor in her tone. But we have our first solid piece. The North stands with me and I with the North. Let us build from that. She offered her hand to Robb in a gesture reminiscent of how lords might seal a vow. Robb eyed it, then clasped her forearm. Applause rose from the onlookers. The treaty was done. Now the real work began. That evening, the new allies made camp within the Moat Cailin enclosure, though the swirling wind and snow made the fortress feel as though 1,000 ghosts roamed its halls. Robb's men had pitched tents, while Daenerys's small escort, Unsullied, Dothraki, and a handful of Essosi volunteers, camped on the far side of the courtyard. Neither side mingled much, still wary. But the tension was softened by the knowledge that a formal alliance now existed. Under a collapsed tower, there was a partially roofed hall that served as a communal gathering place for feasting or warmth, with fires blazing in a long hearth. Robb invited Daenerys, Jon, and their retinues to dine there. The fare was simple: salted fish, stewed roots, tough goat, black bread. The meager supply lines in the neck did not lend themselves to lavish feasts. Even so, the Northerners made an effort to welcome their guests, passing around hard ale and spiced mead. Daenerys sipped politely, acknowledging the courtesy. Jon ate quietly, content to observe the interplay between the two sides. The great Jon eventually approached Daenerys with an unsubtle grin. So, you're the Dragon Queen, eh? Heard you've got beasts the size of warhorses. And a horde of savages from across the sea. Where are they? Daenerys set down her cup, her posture poised. My dragons remain at Dragonstone, save for two who sometimes follow overhead. They're not easily tethered to my side at all times. As for my Dothraki, some are here, though only a small number. She gestured to a cluster of swarthy riders conferring near the far hearth, warily avoiding the crowd. The Greyjohn's grin widened. Savage or not, any man who hates Lannisters is welcome in my book. He let out a booming laugh that startled a few Dothraki. But Daenerys recognized the half-drunken bravado and responded with a measured smile. The big man raised his ale horn. To dragons and direwolves, then. A ragged chorus of "aye" followed. The tension eased a bit further, replaced by the sense that this alliance might actually hold. Robb and Daenerys exchanged glances across the firelit gloom. Jon saw a moment of mutual relief in their eyes, each acknowledging the long road ahead but thankful for this step. When the meal concluded, Robb and his advisors offered Daenerys a private discussion. Jon accompanied her, as did Yora, Missandei, and Howland Reed. They moved to a side chamber, little more than a storage space, but shielded from the noise. There, after the servants lit a few lanterns, they pored over rough maps of Westeros pinned to a plank on the wall. Robb traced lines across the riverlands. My current force stands near Riverrun, commanded by Edmure Tully and the Blackfish. They maintain pressure on Lannister supply routes. Tywin apparently still controls Harrenhal. If we push too hard, he might strike at Riverrun in force. Alternatively, he may pivot to King's Landing if he senses a threat from you, Daenerys. Right now, he's in a waiting posture. Daenerys nodded, arms folded over the heavy fur cloak she wore. Meanwhile, I hold Dragonstone with the bulk of my Unsullied and Dothraki. I can either attempt a direct landing near King's Landing, risking a pitched battle, or sail further south to ally with Dorne, push north from there. Or even attempt to land near the Reach if the Tyrells show signs of turning. Robb frowned at the map. A direct assault on King's Landing might be swift if you have dragons, but that could lead to massive civilian casualties unless you can seize the city quickly from inside. Do you have spies in the capital? Daenerys shook her head. Not as many as I'd like. Qyburn, the Lannisters' master of whisperers, is cunning. If we tried to infiltrate, we might lose agents quickly. Another option is to approach King's Landing from land, building a siege. But Tywin could intercept. Jon studied the coastline. What if we stage from Dragonstone, cross the Blackwater near Massey's Hook, and place an army between Harrenhal and King's Landing? We could block Tywin from moving south easily. Meanwhile, Robb's men in the Riverlands could push from the west. If Tywin tries to hold Harrenhal, he risks being cut off from the capital. Robb tapped his chin. A good thought, though we need to be sure we have enough numbers to hold that position. The Crownlands can muster forces loyal to the Lannisters. And the city's gold might buy Sel's words. If they come at us in a combined push with the King's Landing garrison plus Tywin's own men, can we withstand it? Daenerys' expression turned resolute. If necessary, the dragons can tip the balance. I dread unleashing them in a mass battle, but I'd rather break Tywin's army quickly than drag this war on. The people have suffered enough. Robb nodded solemn. Agreed. I'll speak with Edmure Tully about a possible push from Riverrun once you land in the Crownlands. But we'll need to coordinate carefully. If Tywin sees the plan too early, he might concentrate his armies at Harrenhal or along the Blackwater, forcing a brutal standoff. Yora coughed lightly. In the midst of all this, we must not ignore the Iron Islands. If Euron Greyjoy truly rules now, there are rumors Balon died, he might launch raids along the western coast, hoping to exploit the chaos. Perhaps not a major factor yet, but it could disrupt your supply lines, Robb. Robb scowled. I've already had trouble with the Ironborn. Theon Greyjoy once served as my ward. He's tried to remain loyal to me, but his father's men launched attacks on the Stony Shore. If Euron is in charge, it might only get worse. I'll keep men posted along the coastline, but I can't spare too many. The priority is Tywin. They reached no final decision, only a broad concept. Daenerys would soon return to Dragonstone, gather her main army, and plan a landing on the Crownlands coast. Robb would muster near Riverrun. When the time was ripe, they would converge, hoping to trap Tywin. If possible, they might parley with the Tyrells or Dorne to further strengthen their cause. The meeting ended with a sense of fierce possibility and overshadowing danger. The war's final stage was approaching. Over the next 2 days, Daenerys and Robb hammered out practical details, which roads their supply wagons might use, how they would communicate by Raven in code words if Tywin's spies intercepted messages, how to handle possible negotiations with King Tommen or the Tyrells, and so forth. Each morning, the fortress awoke to the sound of freezing wind gusting off the swamps. Each night, the alliance felt a fraction stronger as northern soldiers grew accustomed to the presence of foreign troops. The Dothraki roamed the outskirts, marveling at a land of ice and mud, while the Unsullied drilled in neat squares. Daenerys occasionally walked the battlements, scanning the horizon with Jon at her side, or ventured out on horseback to see more of the neck. On the third morning, a new arrival stirred excitement. A small party of riders under House Stark's banner approached from the west. Word spread that Lord Eddard Stark himself was among them, having traveled at speed to see if this alliance was truly real. Robb gathered Daenerys, Jon, and a few key advisors to greet Ned in the courtyard. Jon's heart pounded. Ned Stark had been father and mentor for most of his life, the man who had raised him as a son, though Jon was truly Rhaegar's child. So much had changed since Jon last saw him, Ned's great secret exposed, the realm's war continuing. Jon felt a confusing mix of gratitude, trepidation, and deep love. They waited in the courtyard as the riders dismounted. Ned Stark, tall and lean with gray flecking his dark hair, stepped forward. He wore a heavy cloak of wolfskin and the lines on his face spoke of months of stress, but his gray eyes were warm. Robb moved first, bowing his head to his father. Ned clasped Robb's shoulder with a faint smile. "Robb," he said softly, "you've done well to hold the North through all this. I'm proud of you." Then Ned's gaze shifted to Jon. He exhaled, stepping closer. "Jon," he murmured. "Or should I call you Aegon Targaryen?" Jon swallowed. "Jon," he managed, voice tight. "I'll always be Jon, no matter what name I carry. Father." But he got no further as Ned pulled him into a quick embrace. "I'm glad you've returned safely," Ned said, voice thick with emotion. "The realm weighs heavy on you, I can see." Jon clung to him for a moment, the smell of leather and cold furs sending him back to boyhood. Then they parted and Ned turned to Daenerys, inclining his head politely. "Your Grace," he said, "I have long wondered what manner of Targaryen might reappear in Westeros. I was not prepared for this. But from my son's letters, from Wyman Manderly's reports, and from Robb's word, you seem an ally we can trust. I hope to see it for myself." Daenerys offered a respectful nod in return. "Lord Stark, I know your name carries great weight in the North. I am honored you would come. I vow to you, as I vowed to Robb, that I do not seek to burn or pillage these lands. My quarrel is with the Lannisters. I only ask that the North stand with me so we can end this war and prepare for the threat beyond the wall." Ned's eyes flicked to Jon, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. "That threat is real, and I fear we are not ready. Thank you for acknowledging it. And thank you for treating with my sons. If the North is to unify with you, I must be certain it leads to peace, not new subjugation." He paused. "But for now, let's speak of these matters inside. The wind here would freeze the Iron Throne itself." A faint smile touched Daenerys' lips. "Agreed." They moved to the same half-ruined hall that had hosted the previous feast. Great Jon Umber, Manderly, and other northern lords gathered as well, curious to see Ned in the presence of Daenerys Targaryen. Over a simple midday meal, Ned asked pointed questions about her actions in Essos, how she had freed slaves, how she commanded the Unsullied, how she intended to treat any who opposed her. Daenerys responded calmly, describing the liberation of Meereen, her refusal to restore the old slaving practices, her efforts to govern fairly. She did not shy away from the harsh truths. She had used dragonfire on those who stubbornly clung to chains, but only after giving them a chance to bend. Some in the North found that statement disturbing, but Ned listened with a grave calm, seeing parallels to how a strong ruler might handle rebellious lords. When Daenerys finished, Ned drummed his fingers on the table. "You believe in mercy, but also in swift action against those who cling to cruelty?" "Yes," Daenerys said simply. "And I will show no mercy to the White Walkers. There can be no compromise with the dead." Ned nodded. "Then your heart may be in the right place. Still, the memory of the Mad King haunts these lands. I ask that you prove your good intentions not only in words but in restraint. Should we face Tywin, use your dragons wisely? The realm is already battered by war. We do not want to become the very monsters we claim to oppose." Daenerys met his gaze. "I understand, Lord Stark. I will do everything I can to minimize destruction. But if Tywin tries to unleash horror upon the innocent, I will answer with the power I have, dragons included. I cannot let thousands die because I fear to act." Ned sighed, lines of weariness etched in his face. "A fair stance, I suppose. We have no illusions that war is kind. If you keep your vow, you will have my support and that of the North. I'll see it done in Winterfell. The lords who still mistrust you will follow me or face the consequences." A wave of relief coursed through Jon, though overshadowed by the knowledge of the war ahead. This was as good a blessing as Daenerys could hope for from the North's patriarch. The next day, Ned planned to ride back to Winterfell to ensure the muster of forces was complete and to organize watch posts along the King's Road in case Tywin tried to push north. Robb would return to the Riverlands soon after, rejoining the bulk of the northern host. Meanwhile, Daenerys would journey south again, back to White Harbor, then sail for Dragonstone to assemble her armies for the campaign against Tywin. Jon spent a precious few hours walking with Ned around the perimeter of Moat Caelan's battered walls. The old stone felt slick beneath their boots, the wind slicing across the marsh. The conversation was both personal and weighty. "I never thanked you," Jon said, voice hushed. "You risked everything keeping my parentage secret. You faced Robert's rage, the realm's suspicion. If you hadn't, I'd be dead." Ned frowned. "I did what I had to. Lyanna made me swear I'd protect you from Robert, from all who would have ended your life for fear of Targaryen blood. I regret the pain it caused Catelyn and the confusion for you. But I'm glad you live." They paused, gazing out at the next gray horizon. Jon asked quietly, Do you regret not telling me earlier?" Ned let out a slow breath. "Some days I wonder if honesty from the start would have been better. But Robert was so bent on eradicating Targaryens. I dared not risk it even within my own walls. Perhaps I should have told you once Robert died, but the war after his death made everything uncertain. By the time I considered it, events had carried us along. I can only hope you forgive me." Jon felt a tightness in his chest. "I do. I always admired you, I still do. No matter my blood, you are the father I knew." Ned's eyes shone with emotion he rarely displayed. He clasped Jon's shoulder. "Thank you, son. Let us see if we can save this realm together for all our children's sakes, Stark or Targaryen or both." Jon nodded, gaze drifting to the snowy sky. "Yes. But we must be ready for the White Walkers. I've seen them, father. The world barely believes they exist, yet they're out there, gathering. If we survive the Lannisters, we must turn north in earnest." Ned's face set in determination. "Agreed. The watch is undermanned, we have limited dragonglass, and few truly understand the threat. But once the war with the Lannisters ends, we can muster every corner of the realm. Perhaps by then, Daenerys' dragons will be grown enough to help us. Fire might well be the key against those monsters of ice." Jon swallowed, recalling the terror he'd witnessed beyond the wall. "Let's hope we have time." They said little more, each preoccupied with dark possibilities. But at least father and son parted on better terms than they had known in many moons, united by a final acceptance of Jon's identity and a common cause to defend the living. Dawn came. Ned and a small escort departed for Winterfell. Robb, having made final arrangements with Daenerys, prepared to ride south to rejoin the Tullis. Before leaving, Robb and Daenerys walked the length of the fortress's courtyard, discussing last-minute points. Jon followed a few steps behind, listening. "How soon will you strike at Tywin?" Robb asked. Daenerys considered. "I must sail back to Dragonstone and gather my full might, Unsullied, Dothraki, and the freedmen. That might take a few weeks. After that we sail to the Crownlands. I'll send ravens as soon as we land. If you can apply pressure from the west, Tywin will be forced to split his forces. We can trap him." Robb nodded grimly. "We'll hold Harrenhal in check, keep pushing along the Trident. Edmure and the Blackfish can handle the local defense while I try to maneuver Tywin into an unfavorable position. Once you're ashore, we coordinate. If the Tyrells shift loyalties at the right moment, we'll have the advantage." A brief silence. Then Robb faced Daenerys squarely. "I want you to know, my father's caution aside, I do sense you genuinely mean peace for the North. I won't forget that. You could have tried to claim it by fire, as your forebears did. But you came to talk. I respect that." Daenerys offered a subdued smile. "Thank you, Robb Stark. I know how dear your freedom is to you. I have no wish to rip it away. Let's end the Lannisters, then see what shape Westeros takes." Robb nodded, tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He turned to Jon. "Will you go with her back to Dragonstone?" Jon glanced between them. "Yes. I promise to stand with her, help coordinate, bring the word of the North. If we land in the Crownlands, I can ensure your men know we come as allies, not conquerors. I'll rejoin you when the time is right." A flicker of regret crossed Robb's face, but he forced a half-smile. "Then we'll see each other soon, hopefully in victory. Take care, brother." They clasped arms, that old sign of Stark camaraderie, even though their blood told a more complex tale. In that moment, none of it mattered. They were family. They parted with renewed determination. Robb led his host south, while Daenerys and Jon prepared to travel back to White Harbor with their own retinue, Unsullied, Dothraki, and Wyman Manderly's escort. Thus, the alliance had been forged. By mid-morning, Moat Caelan was once again a swirl of hooves, trudging boots, and swirling snow, both armies departing in different directions. The battered fortress was left to a small caretaker garrison from the north. A hush fell across the neck, as though nature itself was bracing for the next storm of war. The journey back to White Harbor was much the same as before. Cold winds, drifting snow, and watchful peasants peering from huts. Yet a subtle difference pervaded the traveling column. The tension that had hung over them on the way south, wondering whether the North would spurn Daenerys, had softened. Now, rumors circulated among the Unsullied and Dothraki that the king in the north had pledged to stand with their queen. Northern scouts guided them more confidently, occasionally pausing to trade small courtesies with Daenerys's foreign entourage. Jon took heart in these small signs of acceptance. Overnights around the campfires, northern men sometimes swapped tales with Dothraki in halting common tongue, marveling at each other's worlds. Deserts versus snowfields, horses as life's blood versus heavy warhorses bred for cold climates. Missandei bridged language gaps, her polyglot skills a boon. In her quietly observant way, she helped defuse tensions by encouraging friendly exchanges. Daenerys herself rode near the front, enduring the cold with stoic resolve. Each time they passed a bleak, frozen homestead, she would watch the inhabitants, as if trying to gauge their hardships. Jon noticed how she offered kindly words to a mother who stood at her cottage threshold, children clutching her skirts, eyes wide at the queen's retinue. A small gesture, but it hinted that Daenerys truly cared about the common folk, not just the lords. One afternoon, as they crossed a half-frozen stream, Daenerys paused to marvel at how thick the ice was. In Essos, she recounted, water rarely froze except in the highest mountains. Jon joked about the ancient Stark tradition of ice fishing. She laughed softly, though her laughter carried a wistful edge, as though a part of her wondered if she could ever truly belong in such a land. At last they approached White Harbor. The city's pale walls rose from the swirling snow, the White Knife River glinting in the low winter light. Inside the gates, the travelers found a measure of comfort. Wyman Manderly's stewards offered warm rooms, hot baths, and fresh winter clothing to replace garments worn threadbare by the road. Daenerys accepted the hospitality with thanks, mindful of how quickly these resources could be depleted. The winter made every morsel precious. Jon spent the first evening back in White Harbor reconnecting with Hally's Mullen, who had remained behind to oversee local arrangements. Hally's reported that no new word had come of Lannister fleets in the Narrow Sea. Possibly Tywin kept his warships near King's Landing or had them patrolling further south. Good news, in a sense. Daenerys's route back to Dragonstone might remain open so long as they stayed vigilant. The next day, the Queen's small fleet, 3 galleys plus a handful of support craft, readied for departure. The plan was to slip away quickly, returning to the seat of Targaryen power before Tywin could react. Late that afternoon, Daenerys and Jon stood on the quay overseeing the loading of supplies. Snow whipped around them in gusts, stinging their cheeks. The docks of White Harbor were busy with Manderly men hustling crates while the Unsullied formed protective cordons. Wyman Manderly himself appeared, wrapped in furs, his broad face ruddy from the chill. He greeted Daenerys with a courteous half-bow. "Your Grace, all is in order. The sea might be rough, but your ships are sturdy. I trust you'll have a safe passage back to Dragonstone." Daenerys nodded. "Thank you, Lord Manderly. You've done much for me and for Jon. When the final war against Tywin begins, I hope you'll be at our side." Manderly chuckled, pressing a heavy hand over his chest. "You have my pledge, as well as the pledge of the king in the north. Our ships will sail when called. For now, I'll remain here to keep White Harbor secure." Jon clasped the man's arm. "Thank you, my lord. The north wouldn't be half so strong without your loyalty." Manderly's jowls wobbled as he smiled. "Don't forget to mention that if we ever negotiate port tariffs, He let out a hearty laugh. "Godspeed, both of you." With that, Daenerys, Jon, Missandei, Yora, and the core retinue boarded the waiting galley. The sails were soon raised and the lines cast off. By evening, White Harbor's lights receded into the snowy gloom and the small Targaryen flotilla glided into open waters. The wind was cold but favorable, blowing them eastward. Overhead, a sky thick with gray clouds portended storms, yet the sailors pressed on, hopeful they could outrun or weather any squall. 2 days passed with relative calm. On the third day, clouds gathered ominously and the horizon darkened. The temperature plummeted. The second mate on Daenerys's flagship muttered about an unusual winter storm rolling in from the east. By late afternoon, the wind howled, ripping at the sails. Waves climbed, tossing the ships violently. Daenerys remained on deck briefly, her hands gripping the railing, silver hair lashing her face as she watched the roiling seas. Jon stood beside her, braced against the mast. Lightning flashed, revealing the swirling black clouds overhead. A crack of thunder reverberated. "Below decks, your grace," the captain shouted, fearful for her safety in the gale. Daenerys gave a curt nod, retreating with Jon to the ship's cramped cabin while the Unsullied tried to secure cargo. The storm hammered them, waves slamming the hull with bone-rattling force. The timbers groaned, sails snapping. They had no choice but to reduce sail drastically, letting the wind drive them as the helmsman fought to keep the prow angled into the breakers. All night, the tempest raged. Water leaked in through the decking seams, forcing men to bail. A Dothraki rider retched from seasickness. Several sailors prayed to the Seven or to the drowned god or any deity who might spare them from the freezing foam. Jon clung to a cabin support beam, once glancing at Daenerys to ensure she was faring well. She maintained a grim composure, occasionally checking on Missandei. Yora stoically endured each violent roll. Only near dawn did the storm abate, leaving them battered and off course. The captain navigated by partial starlight, swearing they were well east of the intended route. When the sun finally crept over the waves, a watery pallor revealed a distant shoreline. The lookout squinted through the morning haze and announced they must be somewhere near Crack Claw Point, far too far south. Daenerys emerged on deck, wincing at the sight of a damaged mizzenmast. One of the other galleys was visible on the horizon, but the third had vanished, presumably blown away or separated in the night. Her eyes flickered with worry. "We must regroup. Signal the second ship. Then we make for calmer waters and see if we can find the third." Jon frowned at the coastline. Crackclaw Point is in the Crownlands, near the border with the Vale. If Lannister ships patrol, we're at risk. But maybe we can repair here, hidden in a sheltered cove. She nodded. "Yes. I won't risk open sea travel with a battered mast. We'll land, effect repairs quickly, and hope Tywin's scouts are absent. The mother of all storms nearly drowned us. If we're lucky, it also kept his ships off the water." So the ragged pair of galleys limped to shore, finding a small, hidden cove ringed by steep, wooded hills. The water here was calmer, the wind gentler. The crew dropped anchor, and rowboats ferried men and supplies to the narrow beach. Daenerys disembarked with Jon, Missandei, Yora, and a squad of Unsullied to examine the area. Tall pines and beech trees crowded the slope, their branches laden with snow. A creek trickled into the cove. No sign of civilization. It looked a place seldom visited even in gentler seasons. They established a makeshift camp above the tide line. Sailors set about patching the damaged mast and rigging. Others scouted for fresh water and game. The unsung problem was time. Each hour spent here risked discovery by Lannister loyalists or local Crownlands watchers. Daenerys was impatient to continue to Dragonstone, but the repairs could not be rushed. She had to accept a short delay. Night fell and watchfires glimmered among the trees. Daenerys and Jon sat near a small blaze, conferring with Yora about their next steps. The best guess was that the third galley might have been blown further out to sea or possibly wrecked. They prayed it wasn't lost with all hands. "If it doesn't appear by midday tomorrow, we sail on," Daenerys decided, voice subdued. "We can't linger indefinitely." Jon nodded. "Agreed. But we should keep a vigilant watch. This is exactly the kind of remote area where a Lannister scout patrol might stumble upon us or one of Pycelle's spies or the like." As if summoned by ill fortune, trouble arrived before dawn. Jon was roused from a light doze by the frantic cry of an Unsullied sentry. He jerked awake, hand fumbling for his sword. Outside the tent, the wind hissed through pines. He heard shouts in harsh common tongue, steel ringing. Daenerys emerged from her own tent, eyes flashing with alarm. Yora rushed to her side, blade in hand. Missandei huddled behind them, pale with fear. They scrambled to the edge of the camp, where dawn's gray light revealed shapes moving in the trees. A group of armed men in mismatched armor, many bearing the Golden Lion sigil or Lannister colors, had crept close under cover of darkness. They must have discovered the beached ships. Now they were attacking, presumably to claim or destroy the intruders. Unsullied lines formed swiftly, spears leveled. The Lannister raiders advanced with grim determination, outnumbering the Targaryen party. Arrows hissed overhead, forcing Daenerys to duck behind a boulder. Jon cursed, deflecting a stray arrow with the flat of his sword. There were easily 50 or more foes, while Daenerys had perhaps 30 Unsullied near the main camp, plus a handful of Dothraki, some still struggling to wake and arm themselves. "Form a shield wall." Grey Worm's voice cut through the chaos. The Unsullied braced their tall shields, locking them in a half-circle. Lannister archers loosed another volley, but the hardened shields took most of the shafts. Then the Lion men lunged forward in a rush, hacking and slashing. Steel clashed, men grunted and died in the snow. The slope's uneven ground made it difficult to maintain formation. Blood spattered the frost. Daenerys knelt behind the shield wall, Yora crouched beside her to guard against flankers. Jon scrambled to her other side, sword in hand, scanning for a vantage. The Dothraki fighters, savage in close combat, flanked the Lannisters from one side, but they were few. Shouts and curses filled the air. A Lannister knight broke through the line, charging toward Daenerys with a wild yell. Yora met him with steel, parrying furiously. Jon lunged in, slicing the knight's leg. The man toppled with a scream. Yora finished him with a thrust. They're trying to kill or capture the queen. Jon shouted, breathing hard. We must push them back or break free to the ship. Grey Worm heard the call. Unsullied, advance, he bellowed in Valyrian. The disciplined soldiers pressed forward in a wedge, driving the Lannisters back step by step. The attackers faltered, but more poured in from the tree line. It became a swirling melee, the crack of spears on shields echoing. Daenerys's heart pounded. She wished desperately for her dragons. But Rhaegal and Viserion were far away, likely soared off after the storm. Drogon was at Dragonstone. For the moment, she was mortal, reliant on her men's skill. She rose, cloak flapping, scanning the chaos. If they lost this fight, she'd be captured or killed, and all the alliances would crumble. A flash of fur at the corner of her eye startled her. Ghost? For a heartbeat, Daenerys thought she saw a large white wolf bounding between the trees. Then Jon gave a short cry of surprise. Indeed, Ghost emerged from behind a stand of pines, fangs bared, leaping onto a Lannister soldier. The soldier screamed as the dire wolf tore at his arm. Another Lannister tried to run, but Ghost sprang on him too. The sight galvanized Daenerys's men. The North's presence was with them in more ways than one. Jon let out a disbelieving laugh of relief. Ghost, you came. He had left the wolf behind at Winterfell to protect the Starks. But it seemed the dire wolf had found his way to him as if by an uncanny bond. They had no time to marvel. The Lannisters wavered under the combined assault of unsullied discipline, savage Dothraki ferocity, and a giant dire wolf snapping at their flank. Sensing defeat, a Lannister captain shouted, "Fall back! Fall back!" The lion men disengaged, stumbling away. The Unsullied pressed them a short distance into the trees, but Grey Worm recalled them before they overextended. Bodies littered the snow, mostly Lannisters, though a few Unsullied lay still. Daenerys's chest burned with adrenaline and sorrow at each lost soldier. Daenerys and Jon rushed to the clearing's edge, peering after the retreating shapes. The Lannisters vanished into the pines, presumably fleeing to some hideaway or small fort. The morning light grew stronger, revealing the ragged carnage. Jon found Ghost, stroking the wolf's bloodied fur. "Good boy," he murmured, though tears shone in his eyes. He'd been certain he would never see Ghost again. Daenerys surveyed the aftermath, trembling slightly. "They found us. Tywin's men are everywhere. We must leave at once." Grey Worm knelt by a fallen Unsullied, bowing his head briefly. Then he rose. "Repairs to the mast are nearly complete. We can sail in a few hours." Jon nodded grimly, checking his sword's edge. "Then that's what we do. We can't risk a second attack. If they muster reinforcements, we'll be trapped." They spent the morning burying their dead with what rites they could manage. The Lannister corpses were stripped of anything useful, then burned in a mass pyre to avoid the stench of decay. Daenerys quietly thanked each Unsullied who had fought, expressing sorrow for the lives lost. Grey Worm accepted her words with stoic grace, though pain flickered behind his eyes. By midday, the repairs were finished enough to attempt sailing. A rough patch job on the mast and rigging would let them limp to Dragonstone with caution. The third galley remained missing. Daenerys prayed it had not fallen into Lannister hands. Before boarding, she turned to Ghost, uncertain if the dire wolf would accompany them on the ship. The huge white beast sniffed at the gangplank, then seemed to look to Jon for guidance. Jon petted Ghost behind the ears. "You hate boats," he said quietly, "but I can't leave you behind. If you choose to come, Ghost, I'll find a place for you on deck. Or you can roam the coastline, find your way back to the north." Ghost nuzzled Jon's hand, letting out a soft whine. Then, as the Unsullied coaxed him, the dire wolf padded onto the gangplank, whining again at the rocking motion. Jon nodded, relieved. "We'll find a corner for you, boy." So the battered flotilla weighed anchor. Sails rattled, the prow cutting through choppy water. The cove receded behind them, revealing a bleak coastline. Daenerys stood at the stern, scanning the horizon for any sign of pursuers. None appeared, though the memory of that savage fight lingered. They had been lucky. If the Lannister patrol had been larger, or if they'd struck an hour later, the outcome might have been grim indeed. The next 2 days saw calmer seas, though the wind remained biting. At last, the familiar silhouette of Dragonstone's black towers broke over the horizon. Smoke twisted from the fortress's chimneys, a sure sign the garrison still held strong. Daenerys exhaled in relief. Home of a sort. She signaled to the watch, a horn answered from the walls, and the battered ships slipped into the harbor. Barristan and Selmy, from a vantage on the ramparts, spotted them and hurried down. Once they docked, Daenerys and Jon disembarked. Barristan strode up, concern in his eyes. Your Grace, we feared the storm might have taken you. Another ship arrived yesterday reporting no sign of your galleys. Are you all right? Daenerys mustered a tired smile. We had a close call both with the storm and with Lannister raiders. But we return alive with an alliance forged. She gestured to Jon. The North is with us, Sir Barristan. Barristan looked profoundly relieved, though his gaze flicked to the damaged ship. And your losses? She sighed. Some men. One ship missing. We don't know its fate, but we secured a treaty with Robb Stark. That is what matters for now. We must gather the army. Soon we march on Tywin. Barristan nodded solemnly. We've been preparing in your absence. The Unsullied stand ready, the Dothraki grow restless. We've also had fresh volunteers arrive from Essos, stirred by your cause. Many ships remain anchored in the bay. He paused, eyeing Ghost as the direwolf leapt onto the quay, shaking off sea spray. I see we have a new companion? Jon introduced Ghost with a small grin, my direwolf. He found us in the wilderness. Barristan blinked, then nodded. Welcome indeed. As they ascended the steps to the fortress, Daenerys felt the weight of the next steps pressing down. She had the North's pledge conditional but vital. Now she had to muster her forces, cross the narrow sea to the Crownlands or Stormlands, and strike a blow so decisive that Tywin Lannister would be unable to respond. At the same time, she needed to keep an eye on the bigger picture, building alliances with Dorne, possibly wooing the Tyrells, and ensuring the rest of Westeros did not see her as an avenging monster. The task seemed endless. Jon walked beside her, steps heavy with fatigue. She glanced over, noticing the set of his jaw. We'll have to move swiftly, she said softly, before Tywin can adapt. I'm sorry we lost men. You saved my life in that fight. Jon shook his head. We saved each other. And we will keep saving each other until Tywin is gone and the realm can face the real war beyond the wall. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. We will. Thank you. They stepped into Dragonstone's great hall, the painted table in the center, the flicker of torches illuminating the carved contours of Westeros. Daenerys paused, gazing at it. Before, it had felt like an impossible puzzle. Now, with the North secured, a large piece was in place. Yet the shape of future battles glared up at her in the etched lines around King's Landing and Harrenhal and the Stormlands. Too much remained uncertain. The only certainty was that she and Jon and all their allies had to press onward, forging alliances and preparing for the final blow against House Lannister. And after that? She looked to the map's upper reaches, the wall stretching across the top like a jagged scar. White Walkers. The terror lurking in the far ice. Jon's warnings echoed in her mind. Everything they did now was but a step toward that ultimate confrontation. If they failed to unite the realm before the dead marched, all would be lost, Targaryen or Stark or otherwise. She took a steadying breath. The next phase of the war would begin soon. They had come far, endured storms of wind and storms of steel, faced ancient hatreds and fresh alliances. Now, with the might of the North behind her, Daenerys believed they might actually stand a chance of victory if only they moved as one. Looking at Jon, she saw the same determination in his eyes. For the sake of all the living, she would lead and hope the realm followed. Stepping forward, she pressed her palm to the painted table's depiction of King's Landing. Rouse the armies, she murmured to Barristan. We have a war to finish, and another to prepare for. Jon nodded, silent but resolute. Ghost padded around the table, sniffing at the carved edges as if searching for ghosts. Outside, the roil of the sea continued, but the storm inside Daenerys had calmed, replaced by iron resolve. The alliance with the North stood. The final battle against the Lannisters loomed. Winter was deepening, and so was the realm's desperation. If they succeeded, the shape of Westeros would never be the same. And if they failed, all would be consumed by the darkness that crept ever closer from the edges of the known world. She left the hall, heading to consult with her captains, while Jon followed. Together they would guide armies, negotiate alliances, and do whatever it took to break Tywin's hold. For one brief heartbeat, Daenerys glanced over her shoulder at the painted table, at the carved silhouette of the North. She thought of Robb and Ned, of the promise she'd made them. She would uphold it. For the North, for the realm, for the living, and beyond the horizon. In the swirl of snows and the silent hush of forests far to the north, an ancient power stirred. The living had rallied once before in legends older than memory. Now the world would see if they could do it again, under the banners of direwolf and dragon, forging a new future from the embers of the old. Daenerys Targaryen stood on the wind-swept ramparts of Dragonstone, her cloak rippling behind her as she gazed out at the churning sea. The sky overhead was a pallid shade of gray, brightening by slow degrees with the early winter dawn. Weeks had passed since her return from the north, weeks of tireless preparation and anxious waiting. In those long days, the fortress bustled with a growing host of unsullied, Dothraki, freed freedmen from Essos, and the occasional Westerosi recruit lured by rumors of a Targaryen queen. Ships crowded the harbor, bearing provisions from Meereen and Volantis, or carrying ravens off to uncertain destinations. Yet the vastness of their task, and the looming war, pressed in on every hour. She breathed in the salt air. Once, she had found the north's chill bracing. Now, even the temperate cold of Dragonstone stung her cheeks. Her mind strayed to Robb Stark's words at Moat Cailin, that Tywin would strike if she took too long. They had parted in cautious optimism, an alliance sealed in ink. But ink would mean nothing if the next moves were fumbled. She could not let her newly forged bond with the North fail. The realm was fragile, and each day Tywin consolidated his position, preparing for the blow she meant to strike. A muffled tread sounded behind her on the stone walkway. She turned to see Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen by blood, emerging from a turret staircase. His dark hair whipped in the same stiff wind, Ghost padding silently at his flank. The direwolf's presence was something the Unsullied and Dothraki still eyed warily, but after the battle at Crack-Claw Point, none doubted Ghost's loyalty or lethality. Jon halted beside Daenerys, resting a gloved hand on the parapet. The swirling gust tugged at his cloak. "I saw the supply ships from Lys arrive," he said in a low voice. "They'll unload more grain and dried fish. We should have enough to feed the armies through a campaign of a few months if we ration carefully." Daenerys nodded, forcing a faint smile. "That is good. We'll need every crumb if Tywin refuses to break. Any word yet from our scouts along the Crownlands coasts?" Jon exhaled, eyes narrowed. "We've had conflicting reports. Some say Lannister war galleys still patrol near the Gullet, but in fewer numbers than rumored before. Others claim they saw ships bearing a Stag and Flame banner, Stannis' old sigil, though that might be mere gossip. At least we haven't heard of any major Lannister blockade forming again. I'd wager Tywin is focusing on land. Perhaps he expects us to come by road from the Stormlands or Dorne." "Then let him be wrong," Daenerys said. "If we land abruptly in the Crownlands, we might catch him off guard, especially if Robb's men press from the Riverlands. Still, we must be certain we can hold ground once we land." Jon's gaze lingered on the horizon. "We need firm allies in the southern regions. The king in the north can only tie up Tywin so much. If we can convince the Tyrells or Dorne to join us definitively, Tywin might be cornered. That's half the realm refusing him. Or more." Her brow furrowed. "I've corresponded with Prince Dor and Martell. He's cautious, understandably. My father's regime cost Elia Martell and her children their lives. But Doran has indicated a willingness to meet somewhere near the coast of Dorne. I'd considered sending Yora or Barristan to negotiate, yet I wonder if I should go in person." Jon frowned. "That would delay you again. We've already lost weeks to storms, repairs, and mustering. If you vanish to Sunspear, Tywin might glean an opening. Perhaps a smaller envoy? Or we wait until we've landed near King's Landing and let Doran see our momentum." She weighed his words in silence. The swirl of possibilities felt overwhelming at times. Each choice in one corner of the realm risked consequences in another. At last she sighed. "We'll see if we can arrange a meeting at sea or in a secure location close to the Straits of Tarth. That might satisfy Doran's caution. In any case, I cannot linger too long here. My men grow restless, and the longer we wait, the better Tywin can prepare. We must take the war to him." Jon studied her face, a mix of concern and resolve. "Then let's muster the fleet soon. Another week to finalize readiness, maybe less if the weather holds. We sail to the Crownlands. Robb's messages indicate he stands ready to engage Tywin near Harrenhal. If your landing draws Lannister forces from the fortress, Robb can spring a trap. And if Tywin marches south in full force, we can converge on King's Landing itself." Daenerys took one last look at the choppy sea. "I'll discuss it with Barristan, Grey Worm, the Khalasars, and the others. We might never have a perfect plan, but better to act with force than let Tywin pick us apart. They descended from the ramparts, ghost padding behind, and made their way into Dragonstone's main keep. The painted table's chamber was abuzz with activity. Unsullied officers conferred in low Valyrian. Dothraki coast led by a tall, scar-faced rider named Koro studied a rough map of the Crownlands, and new associate recruits, scarred men once enslaved, hung back, awaiting orders. The hall smelled of charcoal and old parchment. Torchlight flickered against the black basalt walls carved to resemble dragons' ribs. Ser Barristan and Selmy stepped forward, bowing crisply. "Your Grace, Jon. We've received a fresh raven from Storm's End. There's news of a local revolt against some Lannister castellans. The people there might welcome your arrival." Daenerys' face lit with interest. Storm's End? That was Stannis Baratheon's seat. So the local folk are resisting the Lannisters still? Barristan nodded. Yes. According to the Raven, a knight named Ser Gilbert Faring led a small mutiny, drove off the Lannister-appointed garrison, and now raises the Baratheon sigil. He lacks men, though, and begs for support. If we secure Storm's End, that'd be a powerful foothold south of King's Landing. Jon pursed his lips. That might be a better landing site than some random stretch of beach. Storm's End is formidable, nearly unassailable by siege. If the garrison truly invites us in, it could be a perfect springboard. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Barristan. How reliable is this Ser Gilbert Faring? Might it be a trick to lure us? Jorah Mormont, who had been conferring with Unsullied Captain S, turned at the question. Faring was loyal to Stannis once. Hard to say if he's a cunning Lannister ruse or genuine. But from what we know, there's no love for the Lannisters in that region. Even if it's a risk, capturing Storm's End could rally Baratheon loyalists. She rested her palm on the painted table's wooden coastlines. The shape of the Stormlands was carved with swirling detail. Storm's End it is then. We'll sail for the peninsula, see if we can slip ashore. If Faring truly holds the castle, we'll occupy it swiftly. If it's a trap, we fight our way in. Storm's End might become our base while Robb ties down Tywin at Harrenhal. A ripple of agreement spread among the gathered officers. Daenerys tapped the table. We must move soon, within days. Barristan, see to the final distribution of rations. Grey Worm, ensure the Unsullied are loaded onto the ships. Koro, gather your Dothraki riders. We'll need them ready to disembark quickly even if the ramparts are high. Jon added, I'll dispatch a raven to Robb, letting him know we're aiming for Storm's End. That might make Tywin shift his focus east, giving Robb the opening we want. Daenerys nodded firmly. Good. Let's do it. She straightened, voice clear. All of you prepare. This is the moment we stop waiting on Tywin's next move. We make our own. I want ships sailing at first light in 3 days. They dispersed, the shuffle of boots echoing off basalt floors. Daenerys lingered at the table, eyes drifting over the carved shape of Storm's End, its towers depicted in miniature. She had never set foot there, she knew it only through half-remembered stories from her brother about its siege during Robert's rebellion. But if she could claim it, it would send shockwaves through the realm, a Targaryen occupying a storied Baratheon stronghold. Let Tywin try to uproot them from behind those unyielding walls. 3 days later, with dawn still a smudge of purple on the horizon, Dragonstone's harbor was alive with torchlight and the rattle of anchor chains. A long line of war galleys, cogs, and repurposed merchant ships rocked against the piers. Unsullied marched aboard in disciplined ranks, carrying spears stacked with lethal precision. Dothraki herded their horses onto wide vessels, the beasts snorting at the slippery decks. Daenerys oversaw it all from the flagship's prow, cloak flapping in the cold wind. Jon stood near her, giving quiet instructions to a Manderly courier about messages that must go north. Ghost, thoroughly displeased by another sea voyage, sulked by the gangplank. But the direwolf followed Jon obediently up the ramp, stepping gingerly onto the ship's deck. Sailors eyed the giant beast with a mix of awe and wariness, but none dared complain. Barristan, armor gleaming in the torchlight, approached Daenerys. We're almost ready, Your Grace. Word from the other captains is that the tide is favorable. We can sail out soon. She nodded. Then let's waste no more time. In her mind, images of storms and ambushes flickered, but she pushed them aside. This time they had scouted the route carefully, choosing a day with moderate weather. The risk of a fierce winter gale remained, but they had to act. War would not wait for calm seas. With a roar of commands and the crack of sails, the fleet pulled away from Dragonstone, each vessel forging its own wake in the gray water. The watchers on the fortress walls saluted with horns, the sound echoing off black rock. Daenerys felt her pulse quicken. Once again, She was venturing forth to carve a new fate for Westeros, trusting in alliances carefully made. The North stood with her in spirit, if not in person. Storm's End, if they could claim it, would be proof to the rest of the realm that House Targaryen was no passing storm, but a force here to stay. Daylight emerged watery and pale, painting the rolling sea in bleak tones. The wind was cold but not brutal, and the ships made decent headway. By midday, the last spires of Dragonstone vanished behind them. Daenerys took a moment to speak with the Braavosi navigator, who charted their course along the coast. Their aim was to avoid the gullet's narrower waters, skirting potential Lannister patrols. If all went well, they'd sight the coast of the Stormlands in 2 days and slip into the waters near Storm's End. Jon spent much of that day conversing with Grey Worm and the Unsullied about the likely shape of a landing. Storm's End was famed for near-impregnable walls. If they were welcomed in, it was easy. If not, the fortress might hold out. The Unsullied carried rope and grapple kits in case they needed to scale. The Dothraki, less at home with sieges, readied themselves for open combat if the gates were forced. No one wanted a drawn-out siege on foreign ground. Speed and surprise had to be their watchwords. Daenerys lingered along the stern in the late afternoon, staring at the sun sinking into a haze of clouds. She recalled how differently the world felt only a few moons ago. Uncertainty about the North, secrecy regarding alliances, the haunting memory of her father's madness. Now she had new confidence, buttressed by the knowledge that Ned Stark accepted her good intentions. If House Stark, the proud guardians of the North, could trust her, so might the rest of Westeros, if she proved worthy. That was the hope that kept her going. But she knew Tywin's cunning. He would not yield easily. Night fell without incident. The next day brought calm seas again, though the temperature dropped so sharply that icicles formed along the hull of smaller boats. Men huddled in cloaks, stamping their feet to ward off numbness. The Dothraki hammered small braziers to the deck, letting their horses cluster around the warmth. Daenerys wore thick layers beneath her scaled coat, occasionally sipping hot tea. Even so, her lips felt chapped and cold. Hers was not a land of winter, but the realm needed her fire now. Late that evening, with clouds blotting out the stars, Jon joined Daenerys on the quarterdeck. Ghost lay at their feet, ears flicking at each wave's crash. She saw the tension in Jon's eyes and guessed his thoughts. Soon, they would commit to the first major blow of this campaign. Lives would be lost. Victory could shift the realm's balance. But each step also carried them closer to the dreaded question of the White Walkers. If the war took too long, the North might be overrun before Southern lords even believed. The story of the Army of the Dead was still whispered about like some distant legend. Jon exhaled, visible in the cold air. We'll do what we must. I only hope Storm's End is truly on our side. If the Lannisters got there first, She laid a hand on his arm. Let's trust the messenger we received. If it's a trap, we'll respond with all the force we have. Storm's End belongs to no Lannister if I can help it. He nodded, then fell silent, letting the hush of the sea fill the gap. The rigging above creaked. No sign of any storms or war galleys loomed in the blackness, just endless water. On the third morning, the watch sighted land, tall, rocky bluffs rising from the mists, whipped by whitecaps. The Braavosi captain conferred with Missandei, who studied a battered map. This was likely the southwestern coast of the Stormlands. Storm's End itself should lie further west, perched on a promontory battered by centuries of howling winds and raging seas. The ships turned, hugging the coastline carefully, seeking a vantage. As midday approached, Daenerys' flagship, flanked by 3 war galleys, rounded a rocky point. The lookout shouted, jabbing a finger to port. Through the mist, the massive silhouette of Storm's End hove into view. The fortress sat atop a cliff overlooking the sea, its drum tower and thick outer walls hammered by waves far below. Even from this distance, Daenerys could sense its immense presence. Tales claimed no army or storm had ever truly breached those walls. She ordered the fleet to slow, sails trimmed. Through a spyglass, Yora surveyed the ramparts. No Lannister banners flew, only a patched white stag on a black field, Stannis' old sigil, ironically. On the eastern tower, though, a cloth hung that looked ragged and half-torn. Possibly a distress signal. The fortress gate showed no sign of heavy defenders. Only a few men paced the ramparts, searching the sea with anxious posture. Seems they're undermanned, Yora concluded, lowering the glass. It doesn't look like a trap, but we can't be sure until we land. Daenerys turned to Grey Worm. Ready the landing party. A portion of the Unsullied plus some Dothraki. We row ashore at once. If they open the gates peacefully, we talk. If not, she left the rest unsaid. Jon tightened his sword belt. I'm coming with you. If it's a trap, you'll need every blade. She gave a short nod, ignoring the anxious flutter in her gut. Let's do this. Rowboats were lowered. The seas near the cliff base churned, so they aimed for a small cove a short distance away where a shingle of rocky beach led to a sloping path up to the fortress. As Daenerys descended into the boat, a spray of salt stung her face. She clutched the gunwale, scanning the other small craft bobbing behind them. Grey Worm and about 50 Unsullied sat stiffly, oars in the hands of sailors or freedmen. Another rowboat carried Dothraki, horses to be offloaded at some flatter ground if they could find it. The row across felt tense. Waves slapped the wooden hull, and the hiss of the sea over pebbles grew louder. When they reached the cove, the men hopped into knee-deep surf, helping Daenerys and Jon disembark. She steadied herself, ignoring the chill that seeped into her boots. The Unsullied fanned out, spears at the ready. Ghost bounded onto the beach with a splash, shaking droplets from his fur. A narrow footpath zigzagged up the bluff. At the top, a section of crumbling stone steps led toward a side gate of Storm's End's outer wall. Daenerys could see a handful of figures peering down. She lifted a hand, calling, "We come in peace," by invitation of Ser Gilbert Faring. "Let us speak." One figure vanished. Another hoisted a battered banner that seemed to bear the Stagan flame. Then a shout came, "Who approaches Storm's End?" Daenerys raised her voice over the wind. Daenerys Targaryen, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms, with allies from the north and Essos. We've heard you rebelled against the Lannisters. We've come to aid you if your cause is true. A murmur echoed. The Watchers conferred. After a moment, they signaled for her to approach. Grey Worm gestured for a double column of Unsullied to flank Daenerys and Jon. The rest remained behind, securing the cove. If it was a trap, they would not expose the entire landing force. Step by step, they climbed the narrow path, battered by gusts that whipped from the ocean. The fortress walls loomed, a testament to the Baratheon's old might. At the top, the path widened into a rocky courtyard outside the lesser gate. The iron-studded doors creaked open. A small party stepped out, a half-dozen men in worn plate, the first of them short and stocky, face lined with stress. He carried no helm, revealing thinning black hair. On the breast of his dented cuirass was the stag sigil. This had to be Ser Gilbert Faring. He halted a few paces away, taking in the sight of Daenerys' retinue. His eyes lingered on the Unsullied, evidently recognizing them from tales of Essos. Then he bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, you come indeed. Praise the Seven for that. I feared no one would answer my calls." Daenerys studied him. He looked sincere enough, though desperation haunted his eyes. "Ser Gilbert," she said evenly, "you claim to hold Storm's End in the name of Stannis Baratheon? Stannis is likely dead or vanished. The Lannisters held this castle for a time. How came you to wrest it free?" Gilbert swallowed. "I served Stannis loyally. When he marched north, a Lannister-appointed castellan replaced him here. But the men hated the Lannisters. They taxed us harshly, starved the folk in the storm-swept lands. We rose against them, overpowered their guard, and reclaimed the walls in the name of House Baratheon. But the Lannisters are surely marching to punish us. We cannot hold the fortress alone. We're short on provisions, short on men." "Why call upon me, then?" Daenerys asked. "Surely you know House Targaryen and House Baratheon were at odds." Gilbert's look turned pleading. "We're at odds with the Lannisters more than anyone. Word spreads that you stand against them, that you freed cities in Essos from tyranny. The realm is torn, my lady, and I see no other hope. If you will protect Storm's End from Tywin's wrath, we'll swear ourselves to you." Silence fell. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Jon. He gave a slight nod. Grey Worm and the Unsullied watched stonily, spears grounded. The winds howled around them as though urging a decision. At last, Daenerys drew herself up. "Then let it be so. If you open your gates fully, if your men truly accept me as queen, I will defend Storm's End from the Lannisters. You must renounce any other overlordship, Baratheon or otherwise, and follow my commands. Do you agree?" Gilbert knelt on the stony ground, a gesture that would have impressed her once, though now she felt only the gravity of it. "I do. By my honor, Storm's End is yours. Only help us survive the Lannisters." Daenerys glanced at the walls overhead, half expecting hidden archers. But no sign of betrayal emerged. She reached out a hand, bidding Gilbert rise. "Very well. We come as liberators, not as conquerors. Show us inside. We must see what defenses remain." The gates groaned open wider. Daenerys, Jon, and a squad of Unsullied strode through into the outer bailey. The stones were ancient, worn smooth by centuries of unrelenting storms. A battered courtyard stretched ahead with stables on one side and a massive curtain wall leading to the main keep. Soldiers, perhaps 50 in total, looked on with wary awe. Some wore rusted armor or partial leathers, the ragtag remnants of Stannis' supporters. They parted to allow Daenerys and Jon deeper inside. Ghost prowled at Jon's flank, drawing nervous looks. In the shadow of the inner ramparts, Daenerys paused to take in the scale of the place. Storm's End soared above them, a central drum tower rising from the massive ring wall. Archers' positions, arrow slits, and steeply pitched battlements loomed overhead. Even the winds seemed to swirl in strange eddies here, as if forced around the keep's cyclopean design. The fortress radiated a sense of defiance, a structure built to outlast the wrath of gods and men. Gilbert gestured for them to follow into the Great Hall. Inside, the hall proved simpler than King's Landing's extravagances, but built with imposing stone columns and thick walls that resonated with the howling wind outside. Tapestries bearing the stag's head and flame symbol had been torn or burned in places, replaced in patches with older Baratheon banners. A few torches fought to dispel gloom. At the high dais, a single battered chair stood, overshadowed by tall windows that admitted little winter light. Daenerys saw that the men inside were thin, their faces lined with worry. A handful of women and children clustered near a side passage, eyes wide at the newcomers. The keep felt half-abandoned, as though it had not recovered from some recent siege. She turned to Gilbert with a gentle tone. "I see you've struggled. How are your supplies?" "Lo," he admitted with a grimace. "We have salted fish, some root vegetables, not much else. The farmland outside is ravaged by storms and Lannister raids. The harvest was meager. Many folk fled inland." Daenerys' gaze softened. "We'll share what we can. My ships carry some provisions, enough to keep your folk alive for a time. But we also need to feed my soldiers. We must plan carefully." Jon stepped forward, a note of sympathy in his voice. "I've seen winter scarcity before. Rationing is key. If you can direct us to safe storehouses or farmland we might salvage, we'll help gather supplies. Maybe the coastline yields shellfish or seaweed if the storms allow." Gilbert nodded, half in relief. "Yes, that might help. Thank you. The peasants who remain will obey if they see you bring food rather than pillage. The Lannisters just took what they wanted." Daenerys placed a hand on Gilbert's shoulder, surprising him. "Then we bring a different rule. I do not turn people into beggars if I can help it. Once we stabilize here, we'll fortify Storm's End to repel any Lannister attack. Are you certain Tywin's men are on their way?" Gilbert winced. Word came that a Lannister force was gathering in the Stormlands, near Haystack Hall. They might come soon to retake the fortress. "We can't guess how large." She exchanged a meaningful look with Jon. "If they do, we'll be ready. Storm's End is built to endure. We have the advantage of your walls and my soldiers who know discipline. We'll also have dragons if needed." Her heart clenched at that last statement, for her dragons, Drogon at Dragonstone, Rhaegal and Viserion possibly in the skies, were not always at her beck and call. Yet the threat of them might suffice to deter any Lannister captain who valued his life. Gilbert brightened. "Dragons? By the gods, that alone might spook them. They say Tywin's had Qyburn forging scorpion bolts to fight dragons. But if your beasts are truly unstoppable—" "No dragon is unstoppable," Daenerys cut in gently. "They're mighty, but they bleed. I prefer to avoid wanton destruction. We'll see how the Lannisters respond." Gilbert bowed his head again. "Understood, my queen. Storm's End is yours." Word spread swiftly among Daenerys' fleet. Over the next day, more ships landed men and supplies at a shallow cove a few miles from the fortress. Unsullied columns arrived, forming up in the wide outer bailey. Dothraki horsemen found it difficult to ride within the cramped, winding approach roads, but they patrolled the cliffs outside. Daenerys herself rode out to supervise. She wore a thick black cloak edged with silver thread, determined not to appear weak in the biting wind. Soldiers gaped at the fortress's ramparts, some remarking that it truly seemed unassailable. If they could hold Storm's End, the rest of the Stormlands might follow. Inside the keep, Jon busied himself with an inventory of the storehouses. Missandei used her gift for organization to list every barrel of grain, every salted fish, every cask of mead. The supply from Daenerys' ships helped replenish the fortress, though it remained a precarious situation. If a large Lannister host arrived, Storm's End could feed only so many people for so long. A siege might test them severely. Daenerys warned her officers that if Tywin's men approached, they must not let themselves be surrounded entirely. If necessary, the Targaryen ships could ferry out some portion of the army to avoid entrapment. On the second morning after their arrival, a light snow fell, dusting the fortress walls in a thin layer of white. Daenerys stood on the battlements with Yora, gazing out at the hammered sea below. Great waves smashed against the rocky base of the cliffs, sending up plumes of spray. The wind roared, nearly snatching away speech. But the day's relative calm was about to end. A trumpet blast sounded from the southwestern approach. One of the watchers in a corner turret shouted down that riders were spotted, carrying a Lannister banner. Tension electrified the fortress. Daenerys and her advisors descended to the courtyard, mustering men in readiness. Grey Worm formed a spear line at the main gate. Jon joined Daenerys at the gatehouse walkway, peering over the parapet. A small part. Why have mounted knights in Lannister colors, golden lions on crimson, approached at a walk. Their leader held aloft a white flag of parley. They reined in some 50 yards from the gates, muddy snow churned by their horses' hooves. Jon's hand dropped to the hilt of his sword. Likely an envoy, not an immediate attack. They must know we hold Storm's End. Daenerys nodded, lips pressed tight. Open the postern gate. Let them approach within the courtyard, unarmed. We'll speak with them. But keep archers at the ready. They organized a quick receiving line. The gate rumbled open enough for the knights to pass in single file, forced to leave their swords and lances behind with unsullied guards. The riders were led by a lean man with a hawkish face and pale green eyes. His crimson cloak bore the golden lion clasp. He dismounted under the watchful stares of unsullied spears, then approached Daenerys in the courtyard, inclining his head with stiff courtesy. Behind him, a half-dozen men mirrored his posture. I am Ser Kevan Lannister, he said, cousin to Tywin, though less famed. I come bearing words from Lord Tywin Lannister, hand of the king and protector of the realm. His gaze flicked over Daenerys, taking in her Targaryen coat and the unsullied ranks. He spared a glance at Jon, eyebrows tightening slightly when he noticed Ghost near his feet. Daenerys' voice was calm. Ser Kevan, you stand in Storm's End, which is no longer a seat for Lannister oppression. State your business. Kevan cleared his throat. Lord Tywin offers terms if you will relinquish your rebellious hold on this fortress. He knows you conspire with the traitorous North. Surrender Storm's End, disband your foreign army, and return to Essos, and the crown may grant you clemency. Otherwise, he paused, letting the threat hang. Otherwise, Lord Tywin will march with a host too large to resist. He has the realm's authority behind him. The folk in these lands still recognize King Tommen as rightful ruler. A hush followed. The unsaid mention of Tywin's manipulations hovered in the air. Daenerys let the silence stretch, studying Kevan's face. This man seemed less arrogant than many Lannisters, but he was Tywin's envoy. She recalled the stories of Tywin burning villages in the Riverlands, orchestrating the Red Wedding in some accounts, though the details varied in rumor. Letting him stroll into Storm's End with such demands felt a bold gambit. She cast a quick look at Jon, who gave her the slightest nod. She turned back to Kevan. Tell Lord Tywin that I reject his offer. The rightful queen does not beg for clemency from the usurpers who butchered my family and half the realm. I have the North's alliance, I hold Storm's End, and I have no intention of returning across the sea. Tywin may try to besiege me if he wishes. My dragons will meet him. The men behind Kevan exchanged uneasy looks at the word dragons. Kevan's expression tightened. You speak of old glories. The Targaryens no longer hold the Iron Throne. The Baratheon rebellion ended that line's tyranny. Daenerys' eyes sparked. And replaced it with Lannister tyranny, you mean? Enough. I come to end this war. If Tywin stands down and yields King's Landing, there need be no further bloodshed. If not, she lifted her chin. I promise you, no matter how large his army, the tide will turn. You see the Unsullied behind me? They do not break. The North does not break. My dragons do not break. Kevan's jaw clenched, though he kept his tone measured. So you give me no chance to avoid bloodshed? I offer Tywin a chance, Daenerys corrected. Surrender the crown, retire from the city, and allow Westeros to choose a new path, one that does not revolve around Lannister greed. If he refuses, the war continues. That's his choice. Kevan's gaze flickered with some private misgiving, but he drew himself up. Very well. Then I've delivered my peace. I see no hope of reconciliation. Lord Tywin will come with fire and steel. Then tell him I will be waiting, Daenerys said. Kevin bowed stiffly and turned to leave, his knights retrieving their weapons outside the gate under the Unsullied's wary oversight. The moment the visitors vanished into the swirling snow beyond the walls, the tension in Storm's End's courtyard broke. Soldiers exhaled, shaking off the confrontation's chill. Jon turned to Daenerys, face grim. He'll return to Tywin, who will march on us. We can't be certain how many men he'll muster. Grey Worm said, we can hold a siege for some time. The walls are strong. Daenerys blew out a breath. Yes, but we risk being pinned down while Robb depends on us. If Tywin invests Storm's End with a massive army, it may hamper our entire campaign. We might become stuck. Jon bit his lip. Alternatively, we can try to meet Tywin in open battle before he invests the fortress. If we sally out with the Unsullied and Dothraki, we might catch him in the field, especially if you can bring the dragons. She considered, recalling the minimal supplies. A siege or a field engagement? Neither is simple. Storm's End is a strong castle, but we can't feed an infinite number of troops for months. And if I wait, the North might suffer. Best we keep mobile, perhaps? We hold here just enough to rattle Tywin, but if he truly marches, we slip away with our ships, land behind him at King's Landing, or link with Robb at Harrenhal. Jorah quietly nodded. That would be cunning. Let Tywin waste time marching on Storm's End only to find it half empty. Meanwhile, your fleet relands near Blackwater Bay, forcing him to scramble. Daenerys's mind whirled with possibilities. War was a game of illusions as much as steel. Tywin was an old hand at such maneuvers. She needed a decisive stroke, but it had to be carefully planned. She looked to Jon, who frowned thoughtfully. The main question is, when? We can't vanish too soon, or Tywin might simply pivot back to King's Landing or Harrenhal. We want him to commit to attacking Storm's End. Then we slip away, Grey Worm added. And we can leave a token garrison, enough to give the appearance that we remain in force. Daenerys's tension eased slightly. Yes, a small garrison of disciplined men can hold for a while, especially if the defenders appear more numerous than they are. That might buy us precious days. She turned to the men around her. We should begin making those preparations quietly. I want rumors that I plan to remain at Storm's End for the winter, that more ships are coming with supplies. Let Tywin believe I mean to stand a long siege. They agreed, the seeds of a stratagem forming. She would bolster the fortress's defensive show, encouraging local peasants to talk about the Targaryen queen settling in. Meanwhile, in truth, she would keep her fleet ready for a swift departure. If scouts warned that Tywin was near with a large host, she would load the bulk of her forces onto the ships overnight and sail away, maybe to the Rose Road region or the Crownlands. By the time Tywin realized, she could strike deeper into the realm, coordinate with Robb, and threaten King's Landing itself. In the days that followed, Storm's End bustled. Daenerys ordered repairs to the walls, partially just for show. The clang of hammers echoed as Unsullied and freedmen hammered boards, replaced arrow slits, stacked stones. Dothraki patrolled the roads outside the fortress, rousting out pockets of Lannister sympathizers. Ser Gilbert Faring and his men quickly reported the quelling of a few local bandits, though no sign of a large Lannister approach yet. Daenerys quietly instructed Barristan to maintain readiness on the ships, ensuring the galleys never fully disembarked cargo. They must be able to sail at a moment's notice. Messages went out by Raven to Robb Stark, urging him to apply pressure on Tywin from Harrenhal or the Trident. Another Raven soared southward to Dorne, reinforcing the offer of alliance. Daenerys also had letters drafted to the Tyrells, though she remained unsure if Mace Tyrell would defy the Lannisters. But if she could show a credible threat and an alliance with the North, the Tyrells might be swayed by advantage. Jon spent many hours among the men, checking conditions, distributing extra rations where morale flagged. Ghost became a familiar sight stalking the courtyard, though most soldiers still gave the direwolf a wide berth. One morning, Jon and Daenerys walked the fortress battlements, scanning the horizon for any sign of cavalry dust plumes or the glint of distant armor. The sea crashed below, throwing up salty mist that coated the stone. She could sense Jon's tension, matching her own. If Tywin hesitates, the advantage is ours, Jon remarked softly. We can't guarantee it, but maybe he's pinned down by Robb's maneuvers. Or he's uncertain about our next move and doesn't want to commit blindly. Daenerys's voice was taut. I hope so. Each day we strengthen our hold. If he never marches, I may plan a direct strike on King's Landing from here. But I suspect Tywin won't cede the Stormlands so easily. Jon put a hand on her shoulder, warmth amid the chill. We'll be ready. She nodded, letting that fleeting reassurance settle over her. Despite the swirling anxieties, she felt a spark of determination. They had come far, forging an alliance with the North, seizing Storm's End without a pitched fight. Now they needed only to outmaneuver the realm's most dangerous tactician. They soon got their chance. On a frosty dawn, a week after Kevan's visit, one of the Dothraki outriders galloped back to Storm's End with urgent news. A large Lannister column was marching east along the Windwater, perhaps 8,000 strong, maybe more. Their banners flew the Golden Lion, and advanced outriders carried scorpion pieces, likely to repel dragons. They were nearing the edges of the Stormlands, presumably intending to besiege the fortress. The outrider estimated they would arrive within 4 days. Daenerys summoned her captains to the Great Hall. By torchlight, they pored over a hastily drawn map of the local region. Harrion, a Glover man who had traveled south, used local knowledge gleaned from Storm's End's guards to show possible roads the Lannisters might take. Tywin was not there personally. It seemed this force was commanded by a cousin or general, possibly the same Kevan or another formidable Lannister commander. But the intent was clear. Punish Storm's End's defiance and crush Daenerys' foothold before it could spread. Grey Worm's voice carried quiet conviction. We can defend. Storm's End is strong. They cannot breach these walls easily. The Unsullied will not fall to a simple siege. Jorah folded his arms. True, but a siege might last weeks or months. Supplies remain an issue, and if Tywin invests the fortress fully, we lose the ability to maneuver. Robb needs us to threaten King's Landing eventually. Stagnation helps Tywin more than us. Missandei said. So do we depart as soon as their approach is certain as planned? Daenerys rested her palms on the map, scanning the roads and the cove where their ships waited. Yes, if we let them come close enough to commit to an assault, it wastes their time and resources. Then, under cover of night, we slip away by sea. We leave just enough men behind to hold the illusions. They can hold for some time behind these walls, long enough that Tywin's men might remain stuck. Then we appear elsewhere, forcing Tywin to scramble. Jon nodded, a spark of approval in his eyes. I'll stay with the main force, help lead the departure. But who do we leave behind to hold the castle? She glanced at Gilbert Faring. The man swallowed and bowed. I'll remain. My men and I know these walls. If we're well armed, we can hold for a while, especially if the enemy thinks you're still inside. Just promise we won't be abandoned forever. Daenerys touched his arm. I'll not abandon you. Once we break Tywin's power elsewhere, we'll return. Or we'll coordinate a rescue by sea if needed. We'll leave enough Unsullied to stiffen your defenses, but only a small contingent, perhaps 100 or so. Enough to be visible on the walls to maintain discipline. More than that, we can't spare. Gilbert mustered a determined nod. I understand. Let them come. We'll give them no cause to think you've fled. Keep the banners flying, show movement on the ramparts, and so on. When they finally realize, they'll be furious, but they'll have wasted precious time. That settled, Daenerys spent the remainder of the day finalizing the distribution of rations for the skeleton garrison. Jorah oversaw the movement of siege weapons to the ramparts, mostly for show. With each hour, the plan crystallized. They would wait until the Lannister host was close, likely within a day's march, then slip out in darkness, load the bulk of the army onto ships, and sail up the coast. If all went smoothly, the Lannisters would arrive to find the fortress seemingly manned by a formidable Targaryen force. But in truth, only a fraction remained. That fraction would rely on Storm's End's inherent might to hold out far longer than any ordinary keep. 2 days later, watchers on the ramparts spied the dust cloud of the approaching army. Scouts confirmed it was large, bristling with war machines, presumably scorpions or trebuchets for a lengthy siege. The Lannisters pitched a forward camp some miles away in the foothills, preparing to advance in the morning. Daylight was fading. The final moment had arrived. Inside Storm's End, Daenerys addressed her soldiers. The great hall bustled with men packing up gear. "Tonight," she said, voice resonant, "we make our move. I want all but the skeleton garrison to assemble at the cove by moonrise. Keep everything quiet. Leave fires burning on the walls. Keep shadows passing along the ramparts. We can't let them suspect. At first light, the Lannisters will be near enough to see our presence. Or so they think. By the time they realize we're gone, we'll be at sea." Hushed excitement coursed among the Unsullied and freedmen. The Dothraki grinned, eager for a new target. Gilbert Faring and his men showed some nervousness, but they stood firm, determined to play their part as decoys. Jon stepped up to Daenerys as the assembly broke. "You'll want me on one of the first ships out, so we can coordinate with the rest of the fleet?" She nodded. "Yes, once we're afloat, we'll gather in the flagship to plan our next strike. I'm debating whether to land near King's Landing or at Crackclaw Point to threaten Harrenhal from behind. We'll see what new messages Robb's ravens bring us." He offered a small smile. "We're one step closer to cornering Tywin. The moment he's pinned here, we'll strike from another angle. This might just work." She gripped his forearm briefly, a gesture of camaraderie. "Let's hope the gods favor cunning tonight." Moonrise came with a cloudy sky, silver light drifting over the fortress walls. On the ramparts, silhouettes of guards paced, torches flickering. The Lannister army's distant fires glimmered like a swarm of red stars on the southwestern horizon. No horns or alarms rang out. All seemed still. But within Storm's End, a silent exodus began. By small groups, the Unsullied and freedmen, along with half the Dothraki, slipped down the winding path to the cove. Mules carried crates of rations. Weapons were carefully muffled. Most of the warhorses had already been ferried out the day before under the guise of foraging. In the Great Hall, Daenerys paused for one last word with Gilbert Faring. He and perhaps 100 men would remain, along with 100 Unsullied, commanded by a steady officer named Gaharo. Enough to hold illusions. Torchlight played on Gilbert's lined face. He bowed again. "I won't let the Lannisters guess. We'll keep banners draped, keep men posted on the walls. If they lay siege, we'll hold. I swear." Daenerys rested a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you. Survive. I mean to see you again when Tywin is undone." He smiled grimly. "I'll do my best, my queen. Go swiftly." She inclined her head, turning on her heel. Yora and Grey Worm flanked her, leading a small coterie of Dothraki down the winding corridors. A hush blanketed the fortress, save for the faint hiss of wind. The illusions on the ramparts continued, shadows crossing torchlit towers, men calling softly from post to post. But the courtyard was near empty, footsteps echoing on stone. Once outside, Daenerys joined Jon by the side gate. Ghosts prowled at their feet, head low, reading the tension in the air. They moved down the path to the cove, carefully picking their way to avoid knocking loose any stones. At the beach, rowboats bobbed, half hidden in the gloom, manned by freedmen rowers. The last of the soldiers boarded, pushing off into the gentle surf. The Dothraki guided their horses with soft clucks, unnaturally subdued. Barristan's silhouette waited on the galley's deck, waving them aboard with hushed efficiency. Daenerys and Jon climbed into the final rowboat. She glanced back once at Storm's End's formidable silhouette, the walls crowned with flickering lights. The fortress had served them well for these short days, a beacon of Targaryen presence in the Stormlands. Now it became a decoy. She inhaled the cold salt air, whispering a silent wish of luck for Gilbert and those left behind. Then the oars dipped and the boat slid away into black water. 15 minutes later, they boarded the flagship where the anchor was raised and sails eased. Dim lanterns glowed, revealing the decks crowded with silent figures. Grey Worm signaled other ships in the fleet. A few distant horns from the Targaryen side, muffled by canvas, indicated readiness. Then, one by one, the vessels slipped away from the coast, leaving Storm's End behind like a phantom. The wind was favorable enough to draw them eastward out of the Lannisters' potential net. Jon joined Daenerys on the quarterdeck, hugging his cloak about him. "We did it," he murmured. "If the Lannisters don't realize until morning, we'll be well out to sea." She nodded, exhaustion mingling with triumph in her chest. "And Tywin will have wasted a chunk of his army chasing ghosts. That gives us time to decide our next strike." She stared westward, though Storm's End was already obscured by darkness. A pang of guilt gnawed at her for leaving men behind in a possible siege. But it was the only way. War demanded such sacrifices. She would see them avenged or rescued once Tywin was cornered. Behind them, Yora conferred with the Braavosi navigator about the course. The plan for now was to sail north along the coast, gauging where best to land next. Perhaps near Massey's Hook again, or even Duskendale if the local lords were willing to rebel against the Lannisters. Daenerys also knew Robb might attempt an offensive near Harrenhal soon. If they timed it well, they could pinch Tywin from both directions. The hours crept on. Waves lapped the hull, the wind sighed in the rigging. Soldiers huddled in small groups, some dozing upright. The tension that had saturated them in Storm's End lingered, but it was tempered by the small satisfaction of outfoxing the Lannisters for once. Daenerys felt it too, a sense that for all Tywin's cunning, he might not always hold the advantage. She closed her eyes, leaning into a corner of the quarterdeck. Jon stood watch near her, ghost settling at his feet. Her thoughts strayed to the north, to the Starks, to the White Walkers who threatened everything. If they overcame Tywin soon enough, they could unify the realm. Then all those swords could turn north. With dragons and living men allied, maybe the long night could be held at bay. It had to be. So man. Lives hinged on it more than any throne or crown. Dawn found them well at sea, the coastline a smudge behind them. Daenerys emerged from a restless doze in the captain's cabin. She rubbed her eyes, donned her cloak, and stepped onto the deck. The wind had picked up, bracing and cold, but no storm threatened. All around them, Targaryen sails dotted the waves, a discreet show of force. Barristan greeted her with a respectful bow. Your Grace, no sign of pursuit. The Lannisters must not have realized we've gone. Our outriders in small skiffs will keep watch for any approaching warships, but it seems we slipped away clean. She nodded, releasing a breath of relief. Any word from Ravens or Swiftboats about the North's movements? He shook his head. Not yet. But we've only just left. We may get new tidings in a few days if we angle closer to shore near Massey's Hook. The storms hamper swift messages. Jon, who'd been scanning the horizon, joined them. If Tywin invests Storm's End with his main host, we might have near free rein to move on King's Landing. But we must confirm the situation near the capital. For all we know, Tywin left a strong garrison there. Daenerys recalled the Watchers' warnings that Qyburn had placed scorpions along the city's walls. Siege engines waiting for dragons. She would not hurl her children into a withering barrage blindly. We have tens of thousands of men, but an assault on the capital would be bloody. Another option is to land near Rosby or Duskendale, gather local support, and threaten King's Landing from the land side. Or we strike Harrenhal from the east, meeting Robb in a combined assault to shatter Tywin's remaining hold on the Riverlands. They conferred with Yora, Missandei, Grey Worm, and the Braavosi navigator, spreading out a salt-stained map on the deck. The debate circled. King's Landing offered a prize that could decapitate Lannister rule if taken swiftly, but it was heavily fortified. Harrenhal, while imposing, might be vulnerable if Robb's men pinned down the Lannister defenders. Ultimately, the choice hinged on Robb's movements and any glimmer of Tyrell or Dornish cooperation. Daenerys tapped the map. Let's keep to the original plan. We approach the Crownlands from the sea but do not commit to an immediate assault on the city. We find a point to land, secure a beachhead, and send scouts to gauge King's Landing's readiness. If it looks too strong, we pivot to meet Robb near Harrenhal. If we see an opportunity, we strike the city. Understood. Her captains concurred. The Braavosi navigator plotted a course that would skirt the coast at intervals, allowing small landing craft to slip ashore for intelligence while the main fleet hovered out of Scorpion range. Should they find the Crownlands poorly defended, they might seize key roads feeding the capital, cutting off supplies. Another step in the war of strangulation. Tywin was a master of such tactics. Now Daenerys aimed to turn them against him. Jon gave a quiet nod. We'll be flexible. That's the advantage of controlling the sea. Tywin can't pin us down as easily. With luck, he's pinned at Storm's End, raging at our empty fortress. She smirked slightly at the image. I'd pay to see his face when he learns we've vanished like the wind. But let's not be complacent. He'll adapt quickly if we give him time. Thus resolved, they pressed northward, sails taut in the winter breeze. The days that followed brought attention akin to the hush before a storm. Each dusk, the watch in the crow's nest scanned the horizon for Lannister sails or roving pirates. Each dawn, the fleet edged closer to the Crownlands, waiting for some sign that Tywin had guessed their plan or that King's Landing was in turmoil. Daenerys sensed the coiled anticipation among the soldiers. They wanted a final blow, a showdown that would end the Lannisters once and for all. On the fourth day at sea, as the fleet approached the coast near Duskendale, a sleek courier ship from the west rendezvoused with them. It flew a makeshift flag, half Targaryen, half wolf. Daenerys and Jon recognized the arrangement, a sign of northern allies. They ordered the courier to be brought aboard the flagship. A pair of fur-clad riders emerged, carrying sealed messages from Robb Stark. In the flagship's cabin, Daenerys and Jon broke open the seals, reading by lantern light as the waves gently rocked the hull. Robb wrote that he had advanced near Harrenhal, pinning a Lannister force under Ser Gregor Clegane. Tywin himself was rumored to have marched east with a large host, presumably for Storm's End. The letter also mentioned that Ned Stark was shoring up the North's defenses, sending a smaller force to the Wall where the Night's Watch reported worrisome sightings of whites. Time was pressing on multiple fronts. Robb pleaded for Daenerys to strike soon in the Crownlands to draw back any Lannister reinforcements that might help Clegane at Harrenhal. The plan aligned well with Daenerys' intention. If they could tie up any forces near King's Landing, Tywin's men would be spread thin. Harrenhal might fall to the combined might of the North, severing the Lannisters' link to the West. Then all roads led to the capital. Daenerys set aside the letter. Robb has engaged the Mountain. That alone is a hazard. I've heard how ruthless Ser Gregor is. But if Robb can hold him at Harrenhal's outskirts, we can land near Duskendale or Rosby, strike at the city's supply lines. Tywin will be forced to choose, help Gregor or save the capital. And Storm's End remains an unresolved front. Jon's expression was grim. It's a wide net we're casting. Let's hope it closes. Tywin might try to rescue Gregor or might continue ignoring him, focusing on King's Landing. We can't be sure. She nodded. No, but Robb begs us to act quickly. We shall. Tomorrow, we begin landing near Duskendale. From there, we gather local support if possible and move on the capital's roads. Let Tywin realize he's about to lose King's Landing. Maybe that will break him. And so the final plan took shape. At dawn, the Targaryen fleet turned west toward the bay near Duskendale. Scouts had reported minimal Lannister presence, though the townsfolk might be skittish. Daenerys would land the majority of her army, establish a perimeter, then push inland, severing the Rosby Road. King's Landing, starved of reinforcements and harried from the north, might collapse into chaos. She prayed it would be enough and that Tywin's rumored scorpion weapons would not savage her forces if it came to open battle. They arrived off the coast as dawn's pale gold spread across the sea. The shoreline looked rocky but offered a few broad beaches. Overhead, clouds drifted, hinting at possible snow. Daenerys stood at the prow once more, cloak snapping around her shoulders. Jon joined her, face set in quiet determination, Ghost at his side. Behind them, row after row of Unsullied waited on the deck, spears upright, disciplined even amid the brine-laden wind. The time had come. No more feints, no more illusions. This was the real thrust toward the heart of the Lannister regime. Daenerys could almost feel the realm's breath catching, as if all of Westeros held itself taut. With a signal from Grey Worm, the first wave of boats dropped into the water, men climbing down ropes. The air crackled with urgency and promise. Daenerys glanced at Jon, a flicker of a smile crossing her lips despite the gravity. We do this together, wolf and dragon. He inclined his head, a faint warm light in his gray eyes. Until the end. So they descended to the waiting boats. Oars dipped, carrying them toward the beach. The clang of steel on shield rang in Daenerys' mind like a premonition of war. The final moves of this relentless game had begun. If they prevailed, Tywin's hold on the throne would shatter and the realm could unite to face the darkest threat of all. If they failed, chaos would reign and the White Walkers would find a shattered kingdom ripe for the freezing. She steeled herself. Failure was not an option. The Targaryen banner snapped overhead. The North's cause had merged with hers. All that remained was to see if their fire could melt the lion's claws before winter's chill consumed them all. They landed, water swirling around boots, the smell of seaweed thick in the cold morning air. Unsullied formed ranks, Dothraki led skittish horses off rafts. Daenerys stepped onto the damp sand, hearing the distant gulls cry. Jon stood at her left, Yora at her right, Ghost prowling ahead like a silent guardian. The final confrontation with Tywin Lannister and the fate of Westeros lay just beyond the next horizon. Daenerys Targaryen intended to face it with all the resolve and fury she possessed, for the sake of a realm that needed its queen of fire and her bond with a northern wolf forged in the snows of a changing world. They landed at dawn on a scraggly stretch of beach north of Duskendale, where shallow tidipools gleamed beneath a sky still blushing with the sun's first colors. The sea had been kind this time, no storms, no prowling Lannister galleys, and so the entire Targaryen fleet made landfall without incident. That alone felt like a small miracle after so many close calls. Daenerys Targaryen stood ankle-deep in chilly surf, cloak swirling around her legs. Beyond the curling waves, the remainder of her ships rocked at anchor, their sails furled. Rowboats and barges crisscrossed the water, hauling Unsullied, Dothraki, freedmen, and supplies to shore. The beach was wide, strewn with coarse sand and pebbles that crunched underfoot. Beyond it rose low dunes and scruffy grass, then a stand of stunted pine and beech. The town of Duskendale itself lay farther south, glimpsed only as a cluster of rooftops and a wooden watchtower along the old Dun Road. No immediate sign of Lannister banners or local resistance. A few fishermen's huts clung to the shoreline half a league away, though their inhabitants had either fled or were hiding indoors. Daenerys exhaled, feeling the weight of the war pressing down on her. Every step they took now would bring them closer to King's Landing. She turned as Jon Snow, called Aegon Targaryen by blood, stepped off a rowboat, helping guide Ghost, the great white dire wolf, into the shallows. Ghost let out a low chuff of distaste but followed obediently, crimson eyes scanning the unfamiliar coast. "The men are assembling inland," Jon said once he joined her. The cold wind tugged at his hair. He wore a heavy gray cloak pinned with the makeshift wolf and dragon brooch that had become his personal sigil. "Grey Worm has established a perimeter beyond the dunes. No sign of hostiles." Daenerys inclined her head. "Good. We need a secure foothold before we push deeper. I'd prefer not to be surprised by any local lords loyal to the Lannisters." Behind them, a new surge of men waded ashore, unsullied, clutched in tight ranks. The Dothraki had found an inlet farther up the beach where they could offload their horses onto firmer sand. The faint thunder of hooves carried in the distance. Barristan Selmy, wearing a mail coat over sturdy leathers, signaled from the shallows that the last warhorse had landed safely. She and Jon walked together across the beach, their boots sinking with each stride. The day was bright but cold, the sun climbing through haze. The sea breeze had an edge that set Daenerys' teeth on edge. She missed the arid warmth of Essos, but this was Westeros, her father's realm once, and now the realm she meant to save from Lannister tyranny and winter's encroaching horrors. Beyond the dunes, the land leveled into a strip of grassy fields dotted with patches of thorny brush. Already, Grey Worms unsullied had formed a wide ring, spears bristling. Inside that ring, Dothraki riders paced with bows slung across their backs, the staccato of hooves a subdued drumbeat. Missandei, Jorah Mormont, and a handful of freedmen captains gathered around a roughly cleared patch of ground where a pair of Braavosi navigators were unrolling a map. Daenerys stopped alongside them, surveying the scattering of men. The entire host might number in the tens of thousands, but it remained a fraction of what the Lannisters could muster if they recalled distant bannermen. Not to mention the Crown's old alliances with many southern lords, though cracks had appeared in that loyalty. She knelt beside the map, smoothing the corners. It showed the crownlands from Duskendale down to King's Landing and over toward Rosby with lines indicating roads and rivers. She traced a finger along the coastline. "We're here," she murmured, glancing at Jorah. "If we move too close to the main road, we risk detection from any of Tywin's scouts. But we can't linger on the coast forever. We need to choose a direction." Jon knelt opposite her, brushing sand from his gloves. "Duskendale is just south. We could force or negotiate entry if the local lord is uncertain. That place has some fortifications, though nothing like Storm's End. Could be a waypoint. Or we push west toward Rosby. The main idea is to cut the roads feeding King's Landing, right?" Jorah nodded. "Aye. Tywin won't guess we've landed so far north if he's still fixated on Storm's End. If we can slip between the city and Harrenhal, we might disrupt supply lines. Each day Tywin wastes on the siege in the Stormlands is a day we gain here." Grey Worm, standing at Daenerys' shoulder, spoke quietly. "My Unsullied are prepared to march. We can seize Duskendale swiftly if it resists. But what if the local lords bend the knee willingly? It might be wise to avoid unnecessary bloodshed." Daenerys exhaled. "Agreed. We come as liberators, not conquerors. I want to avoid turning the crownlands to ash. Let's send a small envoy to Duskendale first. Offer them the chance to join us or stand aside. If they refuse, we'll act, but carefully." Jon glanced up, meeting her eyes. "You should remain with the main force until we know it's safe. I can lead the envoy into Duskendale if you wish." She pursed her lips, considering. "I'll not hide behind my armies if we want the realm's trust. But you're right that I shouldn't ride blindly into potential traps." "Very well, Jon, take an escort of Unsullied plus a handful of freedmen. Try to speak with whomever leads the town's garrison." He nodded, rising, and offered a faint half-smile. "We'll keep it peaceful if we can." Within the hour, Jon and his chosen group set off at a brisk pace toward the cluster of rooftops marking Duskendale. Daenerys watched them vanish beyond the gentle rise of farmland. Then she turned her attention to the rest of her host, ordering them to make a quiet camp behind the dunes. The fewer eyes that saw a massive Targaryen force approach, the better. She arranged scouting parties to sweep the perimeter. The day unfolded in a subdued hush with men half-whispering around the small cookfires. Late in the afternoon, Jon returned with tidings. Duskendale's garrison was minimal and not fiercely loyal to the Lannisters. Its current castellan, a minor knight named Ser Alistair Hayford, had initially refused them entry. But after hearing that Daenerys had allied with the North and hearing talk of the Unsullied, he agreed to meet and parley. If you come in person, he might yield outright, Jon told Daenerys as they stood near a cluster of withered trees. He's not a fanatic. He just fears Tywin's retribution. Daenerys had expected as much. Many lords in the Crownlands had only submitted to the Lannisters because Robert's rebellion had placed them in that camp. Now they might sense the winds changing if they believed the Targaryen cause was strong. She gave a slight nod. I'll go surrounded by enough guards to ensure safety, but not enough to appear threatening. Let's show we can be merciful. If he'll open Duskendale's gates, we gain a small but strategic foothold. So it was that, under the purpling sky of early evening, Daenerys rode toward Duskendale with a modest column of Unsullied at her back and Jon Snow beside her, ghost loping along in the roadside weeds. The farmland they passed was patchy, winter-bitten, though here and there they spotted the glow of lanterns in farmhouses. No large signs of war so far, only quiet fear. The town itself stood at the mouth of a modest port, with a half-finished stone wall encircling the older sections. A wooden palisade had been erected in places, likely from recent times. A squat tower topped the old keep, overshadowing the thatched roofs below. As Daenerys approached the gates, she saw men in ill-fitting armor on the ramparts, clutching spears or crossbows. The portcullis was down, but the gates had been left half-open for her group. She dismounted before the gate. Grey Worm and two Unsullied parted the iron grate the rest of the way, letting her slip inside with Jon. The rest of her escort remained outside for now. Torches along the walls revealed a cobbled main street lined with shuttered shops, the occasional tavern with boarded windows. Fear bristled in the air, dark shapes flitted behind curtains, townsfolk peeking out. At the keep's entrance, 5 men waited. The one in front was tall and thin, wearing a battered cloak embroidered with a small tower device. His complexion looked sallow in the torchlight and he fidgeted with his gauntlets. Ser Alistair Hayford, presumably. He inclined his head in a stiff bow. Your Grace, Daenerys Targaryen, he said, though the name still caught in his throat. Forgive my reluctance earlier, but the realm is in chaos and we heard so many rumors, dragons, foreign armies, Storm's End taken, then abandoned. Daenerys gave him a polite smile, though she felt his nerves. I understand, sir. War spares no corner. I come offering you a choice, acknowledge me as queen and keep Duskendale free from Lannister retribution, or stand against me and risk losing all. I do not threaten lightly. I want no more blood spilled than necessary. Will you join me? Alistair swallowed, glancing at Jon's grave face and the Unsullied behind them. Then he let out a shaky breath. I cannot stand alone if you truly hold Storm's End and the North's favor. We have little love for Tywin here, but we also fear him. Yet if the tide has turned, then I suppose we must bend the knee once more. He sank to one knee on the damp cobblestones. A few of his men hesitated, then followed suit. Duskendale yields to your cause, my queen, he said haltingly. Only promise you'll shield us from the Lannisters if they march. Daenerys nodded. I will do what I can. Tywin Lannister is tied up in the Stormlands or the Riverlands, and I aim to strike at King's Landing. If we succeed, he'll have no power to harm you. Rise, sir. Let your people know they need not fear. My men won't ravage your town if you keep the peace. Alistair rose, relief flickering over his features. He murmured thanks, then gestured to the keep's door. We have a modest hall. Please, my queen, be welcome. We can find better lodging than the road outside. I'd only ask your soldiers remain orderly. Daenerys agreed. She and Jon followed him into the keep, a squat structure of old gray stone. Inside, the corridors smelled of stale rushes and damp. Still, it was warm enough to be tolerable after the chill outside. Alistair led them to a small audience hall where a table had been hastily cleared. A few servants lit extra candles and brought watered wine. While Alistair fussed with cups, Jon took in the hall's worn tapestries. Duskendale was once known for the defiance of Duskendale, wasn't it? When King Aerys was taken captive here, decades ago. Alistair tensed, then nodded warily. Aye. Lord Dennis Darklyn, that was. A dark chapter. He Mad King burned half the family in reprisal, they say. We've had little cause to trust Targaryens since, though that was 2 kings ago. I mean no insult, your grace. Daenerys forced a small, tight smile. None taken. My father was the Mad King, yes, but I am not him. I do not punish entire lineages for old slights. If you remain loyal, you'll find me a gentler ruler than the Lannisters." With that, they sealed the arrangement. Alistair provided a few rooms in the keep for Daenerys, Jon, and a handful of officers. The rest of the Targaryen army set up camp beyond the walls around farmland that ringed the town. Duskendale's small population emerged cautiously to sell bread and salted fish now that they realized they wouldn't be put to the sword. That night, Daenerys held council in the keep's cramped banquet hall, which smelled of roasted turnips and spilled ale from past suppers. She sat at the head of a long table while Grey Worm, Missandei, Jorah, Jon, and a half-dozen freedmen captains conferred around a flickering lantern. The map was spread again, pinned by stone weights. "Duskendale is ours," she began quietly. "But it's hardly a formidable fortress. If Tywin marches an army here, we cannot hold for long. Our advantage is mobility and the knowledge that Tywin's main strength is either at Storm's End or engaged near Harrenhal." Jon tapped a point on the map, a road leading from Rosby to King's Landing. "If we can disrupt traffic along these roads, we cut King's Landing's grain supply. A siege from inside or out might begin to starve them. Then Tywin has two choices: remain with his main host in the Stormlands or rush back to defend King's Landing. Either way, we create confusion." Jorah frowned. "We should be wary of Qyburn's scorpions. If you bring dragons, they'll try to strike them down from the city walls. Do we have any word from your dragons, by the way?" Daenerys's chest tightened at the mention. "Drogon remains at Dragonstone, at least he was last sighted there. Rhaegal and Viserion sometimes range widely. They might appear overhead or they might be miles away, hunting. We cannot rely on them for a coordinated assault unless they choose to come. I do have riders scouring the skies from high vantage points, but the dragons are their own creatures." She saw worry flick across Jon's face. He said nothing, but she read the thought. The mighty Targaryen power was not wholly under her control. Even so, a rumor of dragons might serve nearly as well. The Lannister men would fear an aerial onslaught. Grey Worm cleared his throat. "We have a strong ground force. If we encircle King's Landing from the north and east, that might prompt the city's garrison to sally out or cower behind walls. We can't assault the walls blindly, but we can starve them if we hold the roads." Daenerys nodded. "Yes. Then we wait for news from Robb Stark. If he's pressing Harrenhal, Tywin might be forced to redeploy. Once Tywin's pinned between our blockade here and Robb's forces in the west, we converge and finish this. The only question is how we handle the actual city. I have no desire to see King's Landing burned." Jon's voice was firm. "Better to starve them into surrender than drench the streets in blood. But if Cersei or the Lannisters in the city resist, we might have no choice. The city walls are formidable." She swallowed the bitter truth. "We'll do what we can to spare the innocent. We focus on forcing a surrender or toppling the Lannister regime. If that means a siege, so be it. Let's move quickly, though. People starve quickly in the cramped city if we cut off roads. They'll blame me if it drags on. So we must remain open to negotiation. Perhaps some lords inside the city will see reason." Jorah suggested deploying small outrider squads to seize local roads leading from King's Landing to Rosby, Stokeworth, and Maidenpool. Meanwhile, the main body could remain near Duskendale within easy reach of the roads to the capital. A ring of watchers would let them intercept any caravans or reinforcements. Daenerys approved, finalizing the plan. At dawn, half the Dothraki would fan out across the farmland, capturing or turning back supply wagons bound for the city. The freedmen would help hold the perimeter. The Unsullied, with Daenerys and Jon, would maintain a central position from which they could march on King's Landing if an opportunity arose. That night, Daenerys tried to sleep in a small chamber off the hall. The keep's walls moaned in the wind and the draft seeped through cracks in the stone. She tossed and turned beneath furs, mind racing with the possibilities of the coming days. If Tywin discovered her presence here, he might reroute an army north. If the city discovered their roads were cut, panic might ensue. She pictured King's Landing, the memories inherited from her brother's rants, narrow streets, Red Keep's towers, the dragon pit in ruins. Would she soon walk those halls as queen, or would she see them ravaged by war? She dreamt fitfully of dragons circling overhead, of white walkers creeping in from the north, of a red sun setting behind the gates of the city. When she woke, it was to the thin gray light of dawn and the distant sound of hooves as the Dothraki set out to close the roads. Within 3 days, Daenerys's plan began yielding results. Dothraki outriders harried any wagon trains heading south, turning them back or capturing them. Freedmen detachments from Essos, aided by local peasants who resented high taxes, seized small road junctions. A few minor skirmishes erupted when Lannister scouts or local knights tried to defend the caravans. Missandei recorded each victory with quiet efficiency, keeping track of how many wagons were seized or destroyed. The crownlands around King's Landing started to feel the squeeze. Refugees trickled toward Duskendale, some fleeing the capital in search of food, others seeking a safe distance from the rumored war. Daenerys allowed them to pass, though she tried to direct them away from the main camp. She couldn't feed everyone. Yet each ragged group told stories of panic in King's Landing, long bread lines, rumor that Tywin was away, leaving Cersei to manage a frightened population. The city watch was pressed to keep order. Some spoke of scorpion ballistae lining the walls. Qyburn's men tested them nightly, launching heavy bolts into the river as a demonstration. One evening, a battered Septon arrived at the Targaryen camp, escorted by freedmen. He collapsed at Daenerys' feet, sobbing, "They say you're forging an alliance with that northern king, that you hold Storm's End. The city is on edge. People starve, Whoresun knights exploit them, the gold cloaks are stretched thin. If you plan to storm the gates, do it swiftly or find a way to spare the innocents." Daenerys gently lifted him to his feet. "I mean to avoid a massacre if I can. Tell me, is the Queen Mother, Cersei, still in power? Or do the lords of the Red Keep rule in her son's name?" The Septon wiped his tears. "Cersei rules in all but name, though the boy King Tommen sits the throne. Word is she begs for Tywin's swift return. She invests Qyburn with great authority. The small folk fear them both. They say Qyburn experiments with vile arts, forging weapons for dragons." She shared a grim look with Jon, who stood by. "Thank you," she told the Septon softly. "We'll do our best to end the Lannisters' tyranny. Rest here as you can. My men will see you have food." The Septon stumbled away with gratitude, escorted by freedmen. Daenerys turned to Jon. "It sounds like the city totters on the brink. Another few weeks of this and they might riot or open the gates themselves." Jon's mouth twisted in a pained line. "But each week that passes, the small folk suffer. If we had a direct path to negotiate. But Cersei is cunning. She might claim she'll open the gates only to spring a trap." She recalled the fiasco at Storm's End, how they had tricked the Lannisters in turn. "We must proceed carefully, yes. For now, we keep strangling their supplies. I want a watch set on the Rose Road as well. If the Tyrells still supply the city from the south, we can hamper that. Are we able to send an envoy to Highgarden?" Jorah shook his head. "We've tried. No definitive reply. The Tyrells likely remain hedging their bets, hoping to side with whoever wins. They fear being on the losing side again, as with Renly. If we appear unstoppable, Mace Tyrell might yield. But it's not guaranteed." Daenerys' frustration flared. She wanted a swift resolution, but alliances took time. The North had accepted her because she approached them in person. She'd done the same at Storm's End and Duskendale, but she couldn't personally ride to Highgarden. The realm was too large, and Tywin lurked. As the days slipped by, the blockade around King's Landing tightened. Skirmishes broke out when occasional convoys tried to sneak out with gold or sneak in with grain. Freedmen archers grew adept at attacking from the tree lines, vanishing before the city watch or Lannister outriders could muster a response. Each victory chipped away at the capital's morale. But with each day, Daenerys worried that Tywin might appear with a massive force from the Stormlands or that the Red Keep might do something drastic. She had nightmares of hearing the city's bells ring out as Qyburn unleashed wildfire or some monstrous new scorpion bolt that could shatter entire ranks. Jon felt the tension too. He organized rotating patrols, ensuring the Targaryen army never clustered in one spot long enough for an ambush. Grey Worm placed signals along the roads with horns that could sound an alarm if any large Lannister column approached. Meanwhile, letters from Robb indicated that Harrenhal still teetered under partial siege by the north. The mountain defended it fiercely, though cracks showed in the Lannister lines. Tywin himself had not returned from the Stormlands, implying he might indeed be stuck at Storm's End, gnashing his teeth in fury at finding Daenerys gone. That alone brought her a flicker of satisfaction. Still, the realm was enormous, and Tywin might well dispatch a different commander with a fresh army from the west. She instructed Jorah to keep an eye on any traffic from that direction. If the Westerlands mustered, they could emerge near the Blackwater, trying to smash her blockade from behind. Finally, on a crisp morning that dawned bright as polished steel, a column of riders approached from the direction of Rosby. Daenerys, perched on a small rise overlooking a meadow, watched them through a Myrish lens. Their banners fluttered red and gold, Lannister. She stiffened, expecting a battle. But as they drew nearer, she realized it was no massive host, just a handful of knights and standard-bearers holding a white banner of truce along with the lion. Jon, who stood near her, lowered his sword from readiness. "Another envoy. They must be getting desperate." She nodded, her pulse quickening. Let's see what they want. Grey Worm, form ranks around the rise. Let them approach, but keep them at spear length. The Unsullied obeyed, and soon the Lannister knights climbed the gentle slope, hands well away from their swords. At their head rode a middle-aged man with a lined face, his hair flecked with silver. Not Kevin Lannister, this one bore the sigil of House Lannister but wore a pin shaped like a hand's emblem. Daenerys recognized him from passing descriptions. Grand Maester Pycelle had once mumbled of him, or was it Varys in some rumor? He was one of Tywin's trusted vassals, perhaps. He halted a respectful distance from Daenerys. The wind tugged at his red cloak. "My queen," he ventured hesitantly, "I come on behalf of King Tommen Baratheon, first of his name, and the Lady Regent Cersei Lannister. I am Lord Mathis Rowan of Golden Grove." Daenerys flicked a glance at Jon, who gave a small shrug. Rowan was a Reach Lord, not a Lannister by birth, but apparently allied to them now. She stepped forward. "You call me my queen, yet you carry Lannister banners. Interesting." Rowan's mouth twitched in something like a rueful smile. "Times are uncertain, your grace. Let us say I am a messenger, not a zealot. King's Landing suffers. The City Watch struggles to feed the populace. Disease creeps in. Queen Cersei, or rather, the regent, asks if you will accept terms. She fears the city is close to chaos." Daenerys stilled, heart-pounding. "Terms? I offered them a chance to yield. Surrender the throne, step aside, and no blood need be spilled. Is that what they propose?" Rowan lowered his gaze. "Not precisely. They propose a meeting inside the city walls under safe conduct. They wish to parley about a possible joint regency. If you insist on your claim to the throne, King Tommen remains a boy. Perhaps you could share power, forging a union of houses Targaryen and Lannister." Jon stiffened at her side. Daenerys felt a wave of distaste. "Cersei suggests we share power? A Lannister queen regent and a Targaryen queen side by side? Does she truly believe I would ally with the family that murdered mine, that threatened to kill me from birth?" Rowan cleared his throat awkwardly. "There is a notion that your father's, inclinations aside, House Targaryen might prefer peace if offered a place at the top. Tommen is but a child, innocent of his mother's actions. If you would wed him or become his protector—" "Wed him?" Daenerys snapped, voice echoing. "I am no child. And I have no interest in propping up the spawn of the Lannisters who butchered Elia Martell, who threatened me for years. No. If Cersei's final ploy is to dangle a half-claim, she wastes her breath." The hillside watchers shifted, sensing the tension. Rowan swallowed hard. "I understand your anger, my queen. But conditions in the city are dire. If you reject negotiations, the starving crowds may riot. Thousands might die. Is that truly what you wish?" Daenerys felt an ache twist in her chest. She despised the Lannisters, but she did not want to slaughter innocent smallfolk. "I do not wish that," she murmured. "Yet I cannot trust Cersei's word. She is cunning, manipulative. Any meeting inside those walls might be a trap." Rowan let out a slow breath. "If you will not come to them, perhaps you might propose a neutral ground? A place near the city, but outside the gates, where negotiations might proceed under the watch of both sides. Something must be done to avert catastrophe. The city simmers like a pot on the verge of boiling over." A hush settled. Daenerys weighed her options. If she refused outright, the siege tightened and the city might break into open revolt or savage fighting. Could that be turned to her advantage? Possibly. But the cost in lives? She glanced at Jon, seeing concern mirrored in his gray eyes. Jon stepped forward, addressing Rowan. "If Cersei truly seeks a good-faith negotiation, let her come to us. The Targaryen queen will not place herself in the lion's den for illusions. We might propose an open field east of the city, near the Blackwater. Our armies can stand at a distance, ensuring no ambush. If Cersei or her envoys come, perhaps we can talk." Rowan considered. "I can carry that suggestion back. But let me warn you, Cersei's hold on the Boy King is strong. She might refuse to leave the Red Keep. She claims to fear your dragons." Daenerys let out a harsh laugh. "Let her fear them. If she wishes to spare her city from ruin, she can swallow her pride." She paused, letting her voice soften. "But I do not delight in the suffering of King's Landing. Tell her that if we meet on neutral ground and she yields the crown, we might let her and Tommen live in peace, perhaps in Casterly Rock or the Rock's subordinate lands. I want no more war than necessary." Rowan nodded, relief flickering. "That is something I can convey. If she spurns it, then the blood is on her hands, yes." Daenerys's jaw clenched. "Yes, it will be. Make sure Cersei understands that time is short. Each day the blockade tightens. We have no reason to relent." With that, the parley ended. Rowan and his knights withdrew under the watchful eyes of the Unsullied. Daenerys remained on the hillside, tension coiled in her gut. She suspected this was yet another Lannister trick. Cersei might simply be stalling, hoping Tywin would appear. Or she might be so desperate that a partial negotiation was all she could attempt. Jon caught her gaze. You did well. We show reason, but we don't walk into her net. If she refuses, the city sees who truly condemns them to hunger. Daenerys let out a breath. I only hope we can solve this before chaos engulfs them all. Once more, we wait, though not for long. They did not wait long. For days later, a new wave of refugees poured from the city, ragged and desperate. Freedmen scouts reported that the gold cloaks in King's Landing had begun forcibly expelling the poorest, trying to stretch their rations. Some of these outcasts drifted east into the Targaryen-held territory, hoping for charity or a quick end. Rumors abounded that the Queen Mother had installed more scorpions on the walls, that Qyburn drilled a fearsome new weapon, some contraption spitting green flame. People whispered of wildfire. Daenerys's blockade tightened further, cutting off roads from the south. She gleaned no further word from Lord Rowan. Perhaps Cersei refused any meeting. The Lannister queen might hunker behind the walls, gambling that Tywin would ride to her rescue. Or perhaps she planned some dark cunning. Meanwhile, each day brought new pleas from refugees. Daenerys's supplies strained under the burden of feeding the hungry. She gave what she could, but it was never enough. Winter loomed, and every morsel was precious. As the strain intensified, Daenerys convened her war council again at Duskendale's keep. The battered old hall was crowded with freedmen officers, Dothraki Kos, a few local knights who had pledged fealty, and her closest advisors. Missandei jotted notes, while Grey Worm hovered behind Daenerys like a sentinel. The city's on the brink, Yora stated bluntly. If we do nothing, King's Landing might tear itself apart from within. That could be to our advantage, or it could lead to wanton slaughter. The gold cloaks might unleash brutality to keep order. Jon's brow furrowed. If a mass riot begins, thousands could die. The Lannisters might set the city ablaze rather than yield. That's exactly what we want to avoid. Grey Worm spoke quietly. Then perhaps we storm the walls quickly before riot or wildfire consumes them. My Unsullied can scale or break gates. The Dothraki can ride in, cut down any who resist. Daenerys felt the old dread rising. A direct assault on King's Landing would be a bloodbath. She remembered stories of the sack of King's Landing during Robert's Rebellion, how thousands perished. I don't want to repeat that horror, she murmured. But if Cersei won't parley, how else do we end this? A hush fell. Missandei, eyes thoughtful, broke it. Your Grace, might we attempt infiltration? A smaller force entering through a postern gate or sewer, opening the main gate from within. The city is large and the watch is stretched. If some citizens resent the Lannisters, perhaps we can slip in with their help. Then a partial uprising from within could topple Cersei swiftly with less open warfare. Jon's eyes lit with possibility. That might spare thousands of innocents. If we can locate a sympathetic group inside, maybe remnants of supporters who hate the Lannisters. The small folk might help if we promise them food and no retribution. Daenerys considered carefully. This was reminiscent of how she had taken certain cities in Essos, toppling the slavers. By fomenting rebellion inside. We'd need a cunning infiltration team, though. If discovered early, it becomes a massacre. But it might be worth the risk. She looked to Yora. You know King's Landing better than many here. Could you lead such a mission? He inhaled, steeling himself. I can. I know some smugglers' routes near the Blackwater. The city's sewers are labyrinthine, but the gold cloaks seldom patrol them thoroughly. If we gather a small group of skilled fighters, we might slip in under cover of darkness. Then, if we can open a lesser gate or sabotage the scorpions from within, the rest of your forces can break in. Jon shifted. I'd volunteer for that infiltration. My experience at the wall taught me some stealth. But I'm also needed among the main host. Unless you want me inside the city. Daenerys studied him. Part of her wanted to keep him safe at her side. But she recognized his skill and sense of duty might be invaluable inside the city. If infiltration is crucial, you might help lead it. The small folk could rally if they see a Stark, Targaryen truly who allied with me. But your role is your choice. I won't command you into that danger. He nodded slowly. I'll do it. If it spares the realm a blood-soaked assault, it's worth trying. Ghost can remain with you or come with me, though a giant white wolf might hamper stealth. She managed a grim smile. He can stay with me. I'll keep him safe. Yora hammered out details. They'd pick a team of a dozen skilled freedmen or Unsullied used to infiltration. Possibly a Dothraki who knew quiet kills, though that was rarer. They'd sail in small boats up the Blackwater after midnight, land near an old drainage outflow, slip inside. If all went well, they'd navigate the sewers, find a friendly corner of Flea Bottom or a known vantage. Then, at the right moment, sabotage gate mechanisms or scorpion placements, letting the main Targaryen force rush in. Timing is crucial, Yora stressed. We'll coordinate with signals from the city, a torch wave or maybe a horn blast. If we can secure even one gate, the Unsullied can pour in quickly. The city watch might crumble if the small folk rise. Daenerys felt her pulse speed. And if it fails, you'll be trapped. Jon's voice was steady. Then we'll fight our way out or die trying. But it must be done. If we wait for Tywin, we lose the advantage. If we storm the city openly, thousands perish. She placed a hand over his briefly, letting the moment of connection linger. Very well. We prepare. We keep our main host near Duskendale and Rosby, poised to strike once you open the gate. Thus, the infiltration plan was sealed. Over the next day, Yora and Jon selected a dozen men. Freedmen who'd once been smugglers or pit fighters with experience in tight quarters. A handful of unsullied adept with short swords, plus one cunning Dothraki scout who claimed to be able to move like a shadow at night. They provisioned light packs. Rope, small grapnels, flasks of fresh water. Missandei produced a rough layout of the city's main sewers gleaned from old records. On the eve of departure, Daenerys found Jon in a quiet corner of Duskendale's keep. He was checking over his gear, a well-honed longsword, a coil of rope, a dagger in his boot. Ghost hovered nearby, tail swishing. She watched him for a moment, unsettled by the possibility he might not return. When he noticed her presence, he gave a fleeting smile. We set out soon, under cover of darkness. The boat is ready. She drew closer, searching his eyes. Be careful. I know you will be, but I must say it anyway. I can't lose you to some Lannister trap in the depths of that city. He nodded. I'll be cautious. I have no desire to face Qyburn's monsters alone. But if we succeed, the city might fall with minimal bloodshed. Then Tywin's hold crumbles. The realm can unify faster. It's the best chance. She hesitated, then reached out, resting a hand lightly on his chest. I'm grateful for your willingness. You could have stayed with the main force. You've done enough. He drew a breath, stepping fractionally closer. I do this for our alliance, for the realm. Then his voice softened, and for you, Daenerys. Without you, I'd still be lost in half measures. My father, Ned Stark, taught me that loyalty and honor matter. You've shown me a new path. I won't fail you. Heat rose in her chest. A swirl of conflicting emotions welled more than she could parse. She laid her other hand over his, a brief moment of quiet. The keep's torchlit corridor seemed far away from the swirl of war. Then she pulled back gently, forcing herself to stay composed. Come back safe, she whispered. That's an order. He managed a small, crooked grin. Yes, your grace. Night fell, cold and moonless, the sky a curtain of black. Outside Duskendale's walls, a single boat slipped from a hidden cove. Yora rowed at the bow, an old freedman smuggler at the stern steering. Jon and the infiltration party huddled low in the hull. No lanterns burned to reveal them. The waves lapped softly, masking their presence. They navigated down the coast to the mouth of the Blackwater, then turned upriver. The tide was with them, but caution was paramount. The freedman smuggler guided them away from any known watch posts. They drifted in shadow near reedy banks, hearing only the distant croak of frogs or the rustle of rivergrass. After hours of silent progress, they neared the outskirts of King's Landing. A faint glow along the horizon hinted at the city's lights, though large swathes were dark if the blockade had forced power rationing. The Red Keep's outline rose on the hill, a jagged silhouette. A hush fell over the infiltration team as they beheld the capital. Jon felt his pulse hammer. This was the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, the seat of power that Daenerys meant to reclaim. If they succeeded, the Lannisters' dominion would crumble. If they failed, the city might drown in blood. He forced himself to breathe. He had faced whites beyond the wall, White Walkers in the dark. He could face the Lannisters' lair. The boat hugged the near bank. They glided beneath a sagging stone arch bridging the water. Across the river, they could see faint torchlight marking wharves guarded by gold cloaks. Yora signaled a hush, pointing to a wide drainage pipe partially submerged near the bank. The freedman smuggler nodded. That was the secret entry. They'd time it with the lull of the tide, ensuring the water level wouldn't block them. Pulling close, they found the mouth clogged with debris, old crates, driftwood, stinking refuse. Two freedmen quietly cleared a gap with short poles, stifling gags at the rancid smell. The water beyond was dark as pitch. They shoved the boat's prow into the pipe, navigating carefully until the craft grated on something shallow. "This is as far as we can go," Yora murmured. "We continue on foot from here." They disembarked in knee-deep water, quietly dragging the boat into the shadows so it wouldn't be easily spotted from outside. Jon grimaced at the stench. The freedmen unsheathed small knives. The Unsullied formed pairs carrying short spears. The Dothraki scout crept ahead, peering into the gloom. The group advanced, crouching beneath the slimy arch. Foul water seeped around their boots. Rats squeaked, scurrying away from the intrusion. Drips echoed from further in where the pipe connected to a network of tunnels. Their only light came from a single hooded lantern that Yora allowed the freedmen in front to carry, partially shuttered. Progress was slow. Occasionally, a side passage branched off. They consulted Missandei's rough sewer map. Tensions ran high. One mistake, one misstep, and they could be lost in the labyrinth. Or if a city watch patrol discovered them, the entire infiltration would unravel. After nearly an hour of trudging through filth, they climbed up a grated shaft into a narrow drainage corridor that fed into a half-flooded cellar. Here, the air felt fractionally fresher. Yora tapped the map. "We should be near Flea Bottom's edge. If we keep going, we'll reach a disused courtyard behind an old potter's shop." They pressed on, hearts hammering. Now they had to worry not just about City Watch but about any cutthroats or squatters who might hide in these corners. The freedman smuggler was sure the route was seldom used. But the city had infinite nooks. At last, they reached a rusted metal hatch that led upward. Yora put a hand to it, listening for voices. Hearing none, he carefully lifted it, pushing aside a crusted layer of grime. A waft of cold air spilled down. One by one, they emerged into a cramped yard enclosed by half-collapsed walls, overgrown with weeds. Broken pottery shards littered the ground. Beyond the wall, they heard distant city noises. Footsteps, hushed conversations, a baby crying, the overall hush of a sleeping metropolis on edge. Torchlight flickered somewhere down a winding alley. They hunkered behind the old wall. Yora signaled silently. They'd recon a bit, see if the local residents might be sympathetic or suspicious. The freedman smuggler, a wiry man named Rosaro, peeked over the edge. He spotted no immediate watchers, so they carefully scaled a piece of rubble, stepping into the alley. Flea Bottom had always been a maze of twisting lanes, where the poor scraped by. Now it felt even more desolate. The stench of uncollected refuse merged with the tang of hunger. Boarded doors, broken windows. Now and then, a shape scurried away. The infiltration team advanced in twos, wary. Jon's heart ached at the signs of desperation. Piles of old bones in the gutter, scrawny children peering from shadows. If Daenerys's blockade had caused part of this, it was a grim necessity. Still, he reminded himself that the Lannisters had perpetuated far worse in the war. They found a cluster of half-ruined shacks near an old well. Yora signaled caution, there might be squatters. The freedman smuggler approached, calling softly. "We're friends, not the watch. We bring no harm." From behind a tattered curtain, a gaunt woman emerged, a knife in her trembling hand. She blinked at them, fear etched into every line of her face. Yora spoke quietly, explaining they opposed the Lannisters and wanted to save the city from famine. The woman's knife wavered. Then she spat. "Ha! Famine's here already. The gold cloaks chase us from the gates if we try to leave. Milady, if you truly aim to rid us of Cersei, I won't hinder you." Jon stepped forward carefully. "Is there a local group that hates the Lannisters? Might help us open a gate or sabotage the Scorpions?" The woman's eyes flicked between them. "You mean the rat gangs or the rebellious sorts?" There are a few. Outlaws, some. But maybe they'd help if it means toppling that lion bitch. Hard to say. They're near the old tannery. If you go that way," she gestured vaguely, "try not to get stabbed." It wasn't much, but it was something. They thanked her, left a small bag of dried fish, and moved on. For another hour, they traversed the labyrinth of Flea Bottom's filthy alleys. More than once, they heard watch patrols tramping in nearby streets, searching for contraband or runaways. The infiltration team froze in doorways or behind crates, hearts pounding until the footsteps receded. Eventually, they found the old tannery. A squat building with half the roof caved in, the air still clinging to the ghosts of rotted hides. The freedman smuggler whispered, "We knock." Yora shook his head. "We knock with coin or food, if anything." He stepped inside cautiously, calling out that they meant no harm. First, no one answered. Then a scrawny youth slipped from a corner, face smeared with grime. He glared. "You're not gold cloaks. Who are you?" "We're here to bring down the Lannisters," Jon said softly. "We want the city free. We'd rather not kill innocents. Will you help us?" The youth eyed them as if suspecting a trick. But then a deeper voice emerged from the shadows. "Lower your blade, pup. Let's see who these strangers are." A hulking figure strode forward, a rag covering half his face, scars visible across his brow. He carried a mace made from scrap metal. Around him clustered more shapes, ragtag men and women, armed with battered clubs, knives, bits of chain. One limped forward on a peg leg. They looked half-starved, but their eyes burned with fierce hatred. "Call me Gallic," the hulking man said. "We're the hounds of the bottom, or so some name us. We scrape by. The watch takes from us daily. The Lannisters do naught for us. So if you want them undone, we'll not stand in your way. But why should we risk our necks for you?" Yora cleared his throat. "Because once we topple Cersei, we'll bring food, relief. The king we follow, Jon Snow, he's allied with Daenerys Targaryen. Seeks to fix the realm, not burn it. Help us open a gate or sabotage the scorpions. We can limit the slaughter. Otherwise, we might have to storm the city with full force. Then Flea Bottom burns." Gallic spat on the floor. "Heard the same from Robert's men once. Didn't get us far." Jon stepped forward, voice quiet but impassioned. "We're not Robert. We have the North behind us. Daenerys Targaryen freed entire cities in Essos from slavery. She wants to help, not to enslave. Lend us your knowledge of the city's defenses, and we'll prove it. When the gates open, the Queen's army enters swiftly, ends the Lannister hold. No more forced conscription, no more gold cloak brutality." A hush. Some of Gallic's followers exchanged glances. The scrawny youth who had first confronted them said, "If we do this, can we take some Lannister gold for ourselves? We starve here." Yora nodded. "Whatever spoils the Lannisters hoarded. If it's not needed to feed the masses, you can have a share. But the main goal is removing Cersei, not pillaging the small folk." Gallic rubbed his scarred jaw. "You talk pretty. We're tired of the lions, that's truth. The Watch hounds us, calls us criminals. Maybe we can help. There's a postern gate near the Hook district, lightly guarded at night. We can kill the guards if we must. Also, I've heard of scorpion emplacements on the ramparts above the Iron Gate. We might sabotage them if we have enough men." Jon nodded briskly. "If we open that postern gate, the Unsullied can pour in quietly. Then we take the walls from inside. The City Watch might fold once they see we're unstoppable. That spares Flea Bottom a street-by-street war." Gallic spat again, though less hostility now. "Ha! Then let's do it. We'll gather some of our best to stand by that gate. You have men to do the sabotage." Yora and Jon exchanged looks. "We do," Yora said. "We can break off a few of our infiltration group. We might also cause a diversion to draw the Watch away from the gate. A small fire or alarm in another quarter. That's risky, though." Gallic shrugged. "Risk is all we know. Best time would be near midnight when the Watch changes. The guards at the postern are half asleep. We strike quick. Then you call your main force to rush in." The plan crystallized. They'd reconvene at the tannery the following midnight after Gallic's men scouted the Watch's schedule. Then they'd hit the postern gate, slay or subdue the guards, and raise a signal for Daenerys' army, presumably waiting just outside. Meanwhile, Yora might lead a smaller strike on scorpion emplacements. Jon's heart thumped with equal measures of hope and dread. If it worked, King's Landing might fall with minimal chaos. If it failed, the city could become a slaughterhouse. But they had to try. He clasped Gallic's arm in a rough warrior's handshake. "Until tomorrow night, then." They retreated back to the drainage route, returning to the boat with minimal incident. Dawn was near by the time they reached Duskendale. Daenerys greeted them anxiously. When she heard the infiltration plan, she approved with a mix of relief and fear. So midnight tomorrow, we must be ready to storm the city gates once you open them? Jon nodded. We'll slip in around dusk, meet Gallic's men, sabotage the gate, and send a signal. You can lead the Unsullied from near Rosby, less than half a league from the city. If all goes well, it's over quickly. If not, she placed a hand on his forearm. We'll be close. The moment we see your signal flames or something, we'll charge. The gold cloaks might resist, but we'll outnumber them if the Lannisters are away. Just don't get trapped. A faint, tight smile crossed Jon's lips. I'll do my best. That day was a rush of preparations. Daenerys ordered large sections of her army to move quietly from Duskendale to a hidden camp near Rosby, close enough to reach the city quickly. Freedman's scouts probed the roads, ensuring no Lannister outrider discovered them. By sunset, thousands of Unsullied and freedmen lay in wait behind low hills. Dothraki roamed further out, eyes peeled for any sign of new Lannister troops. Jon, Jorah, and the infiltration team left again by boat under cover of twilight, rowing upriver to the same drainage outflow. They'd rendezvous with Gallic's men near the old tannery, gather final intelligence, then attempt the gate infiltration at midnight. Daenerys watched them depart from the shore, jaw clenched. Ghost whined at her feet, uncertain. But she insisted the dire wolf remain. Stealth demanded fewer large shapes. She whispered a silent plea to any gods listening to protect Jon. Then she turned back to the waiting host, calling out orders to Grey Worm. They would march halfway to the city's outskirts, waiting for the infiltration signal. If it arrived, they'd storm the gates. So the night began, taut with suspense. Daenerys felt every passing minute like an echo of thunder. In her mind, she pictured the map of King's Landing's walls, the route from Rosby to the postern gate. If all went well, the city might be hers by dawn. If not, she pushed that thought aside. They marched in darkness. Torches were kept minimal so as not to advertise their presence. The winter wind bit at exposed skin. Freedmen scouted ahead, returning with no sign of large enemy patrols. The city's lights glimmered faintly on the horizon, a smudge of gold in the black. Around midnight, Daenerys positioned the Unsullied in a shallow valley behind a line of brush. She ascended a slight rise with Barristan, Missandei, and Grey Worm peering at the distant walls. The city seemed eerily quiet, though a faint glow suggested torches on the ramparts. She prayed Jon and Jorah were inside by now, enacting the plan. She waited, breath steaming in the chill. Minutes ticked by. An hour. 2. Anxiety built. What if they had been discovered? What if Gallic betrayed them? Then, near the third hour past midnight, a flicker of light caught her eye on the eastern section of the walls, a brief bright flare that soared upward, then sputtered out. A rocket of some kind? Another flare followed. Her heart leapt. That had to be the signal. She turned to Grey Worm. Sound the horns. March on the city. Storm the gates with all speed. Grey Worm relayed the command. Horns blared in the gloom. The Unsullied columns surged forward, spear points glinting. Freedmen and Dothraki likewise advanced, the rhythmic thunder of hoofs soon echoing. Daenerys spurred her horse, cresting the ridge. The walls of King's Landing rose ahead, floodlit by sporadic torches. She could see confusion on the ramparts, some gold cloaks running, uncertain. As they approached, a side gate near the mud gate rumbled open, just a crack at first, then wider. Shadows moved inside, presumably Jon, Jorah, and Gallic's men. A swirl of battle erupted at the threshold, gold cloaks rushing. To block the gate, but the infiltration team fought them off. The Unsullied poured in, overwhelming the watch. Daenerys galloped forward, sword at her hip, heart hammering so hard she thought it might burst. They penetrated the gate's outer guardhouse. The city interior opened, a wide street sloping up toward the Red Keep. Shouts rang from the rooftops. Daenerys glimpsed flickers of scorpion bolts overhead, but confusion reigned. Freedmen archers shot from alley corners, cutting down watchmen. The small folk shrank from windows or fled deeper into side streets. In the swirl of action, Daenerys glimpsed Jon, hair disheveled, cutting down a gold cloak who lunged at him. Jorah dueled another near a toppled cart. The infiltration had worked, most scorpions near the gate had been sabotaged. She gave a wordless cry, urging the Unsullied forward, pushing deeper into King's Landing. A violent frenzy consumed the next hour. Street by street, the Targaryen forces advanced, though Daenerys commanded them to avoid wanton killing. The gold cloaks varied in response, some dropped weapons and fled, others fought to the death. Freedmen cajoled the small folk not to interfere. Several times, pockets of watchmen tried to form defensive lines, but the Unsullied's discipline shattered them. Above, bells began to ring in scattered towers. She recalled hearing how the bells signaled the city's surrender in past wars, but this time they told in confusion. Fire flared in one quarter, possibly a diversion or sabotage. Screams echoed. Daenerys pressed onward, determined to quell the chaos as swiftly as possible. She prayed that Qyburn had not unleashed wildfire in random districts. Finally, at dawn's first glow, Daenerys's vanguard reached the base of the hill leading to the Red Keep. The fortress loomed, gates barred. Lannister banners still flew from the ramparts. She paused, organizing her lines. Freedman with her signaled that the gold cloaks inside might be massing for a last stand. Jon rode up, spattered with grime, eyes fierce. Yora followed, panting. "We have most of the outer city secured," Jon reported. "The watch is collapsing. People are surrendering or cowering in place. But the Red Keep remains heavily manned." She nodded, breath clouding. "We storm it if needed. But first, we offer them the chance to yield. I want no slaughter." So they advanced up the winding approach to the Red Keep's main gate. Unsullied formed a shield wall. Freedman archers spread out. Some gold cloaks peered over the battlements, fear stark in their faces. Daenerys halted out of bow range, letting Grey Worm step forward and shout for parley. A tense hush settled. Then a voice from the ramparts yelled back, "We're told the Queen Mother is inside with King Tommen. She refuses to yield." Daenerys gritted her teeth. She envisioned the possibility that Cersei might do something mad, ignite wildfire caches under the keep, or hold Tommen at knife point. But she had to try. She shouted up, "Cersei Lannister, open the gates. Your city has fallen. Spare more bloodshed by surrendering now. I promise mercy if you yield." Silence. Then a faint clang, and the tall gates began to creak open. The watchers on the walls let out a collective gasp. Unsullied, readied shields. Was it a trap? Slowly, a figure emerged. A young boy in fine robes, hair golden, trembling. King Tommen, presumably. Behind him marched half a dozen gold cloaks with spears pointed at his back. Daenerys frowned. This was no friendly parley. The gold cloaks hustled the boy forward like a hostage. Then a woman's voice rang out, thick with desperation. "Hold! My son is still the king. Harm him and the gods will curse you all." Cersei Lannister stepped onto the walkway above, hair disheveled, wearing a black gown. Her eyes burned with wrath. "Do you want the throne so badly, Daenerys Targaryen, that you'd butcher a child? Is that how you become queen?" Daenerys bristled. "I have no wish to kill children. Your war forced us here, Cersei. Yield now and Tommen can live. I've said it from the start. The city is lost to you." Cersei's laugh was ragged, on the verge of hysteria. "Lost? You think so? My father will come. Or perhaps I'll show you what we have hidden in the keep cellars." Qyburn perfected a new wildfire catapult. One spark and we all burn. You can't rule charred ruins, Dragon Queen. Daenerys's heart thundered. If you set the city ablaze, you kill your own child. Is that your final act? To destroy everything because you lost? The air crackled with tension. The unsullied rank parted slightly, revealing Jon. He stepped forward, voice resonant. "Cersei, your father is pinned in the Stormlands or the Riverlands. The city belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. Let the Child King step down. Let the realm unify. Enough innocents have died." Cersei glared. "You, the bastard boy from the north, whelp of Ned Stark. You dare speak to me of unity? My father would crush you all if not for these illusions. But it seems illusions have undone us." She turned her gaze to Tommen, who trembled at the foot of the gate, tears streaking his cheeks. Daenerys realized the boy was perhaps 10 or 11, far too young to understand. She hardened her resolve, raising her voice so all could hear. "Cersei Lannister, last chance. Surrender. Let your son step aside. I vow no harm to Tommen or you if you yield now. The realm need not burn for your pride." Cersei's face twisted with a million emotions. Rage, fear, desperation. Then she half-sobbed. "I won't kneel to you. I am queen." But just then, a swirl of gold cloaks behind Tommen shoved him forward. One of them shouted up at Cersei, "We're done, your grace. We won't burn with you. The city's lost." Another guard stepped out, tearing the lion's sigil from his surcoat. "Forgive me, my queen, but I want to live. We yield." Tommen fell to his knees, sobbing. The gold cloaks near him dropped spears, raising empty hands. The watchers on the walls wavered. Some flung down their weapons, refusing to follow Cersei's suicidal defiance. Cersei's eyes widened, betrayal etched in every line. "Cowards," she shrieked. "Traitors!" She spun away, disappearing from view. Moments later, an echoing crash suggested she was throwing something in a frenzy. Then the gates opened fully and more gold cloaks emerged, discarding arms. The entire line collapsed. Daenerys exhaled shakily. The city was truly hers. But one danger remained, Cersei, possibly with wildfire. She stepped forward, gesturing for Grey Worm to secure Tommen and the men around him. The Child King wept as Unsullied gently but firmly took him into custody. Freedmen rushed into the courtyard. "Cersei's in the keep," Yora growled, pressing forward with the squad. "We must ensure she doesn't ignite anything." Daenerys nodded, fear swirling. "Yes. Let's go. We find her before she does something terrible." Jon followed, sword at the ready. They advanced into the Red Keep's corridors, freedmen and Unsullied fanning out, disarming pockets of Lannister loyalists. Screams and crashes echoed from the upper floors. Daenerys's heart pounded. Each minute might be the last if Cersei triggered wildfire caches beneath. In the throne room antechamber, they discovered scattered remains of the King's Guard, some deserted, some killed in brief fights. A tall man in white armor lay dead near the door, battered by freedmen. The grand doors to the throne room stood ajar. Daenerys stepped inside, flanked by Jon, Yora, and Grey Worm. The throne room, with its high vaulted ceiling, felt eerily familiar from old stories. Sunlight pierced through shattered windows. The Iron Throne at the far end loomed on its dais. Cersei crouched at its foot, hands rummaging in a small chest. She looked up at Daenerys' approach, face streaked with tears. "You want this monstrous chair so badly?" She spat, voice hoarse. "Take it. May it cut you as it cut my son. May it bleed you dry." Daenerys saw that the chest contained small green vials, wildfire. She tensed. "Cersei, don't. One spark and we all die." Cersei raised a trembling hand, a flicker of flame from a small tinderbox. "I'd rather see you burn." Jon lunged, sword flashing. Grey Worm flung a spear. In a heartbeat, the tinderbox clattered away and Yora kicked the chest aside. Vials scattered, but none ignited. Cersei screamed as Grey Worm seized her arms, dragging her away from the throne. She fought, nails raking his helm, but the Unsullied pinned her. It was over. The bells of the city still tolled in confusion, but the throne room stood in Targaryen hands. Daenerys felt her breath shudder in her chest. She strode to the dais, where the Iron Throne loomed as a twisted shape of swords. This was the seat her forebears forged, where the Mad King once sat. So many had died to keep or claim it. She closed her eyes, half expecting to feel triumph. Instead, she felt an immense weight. Jon hovered behind her, sword lowered. Freedmen circled Cersei, binding her hands. The last Lannister queen mother glared with poisonous rage, tears streaking mascara down her cheeks. "You'll never truly rule," she hissed. "The realm will never love you. They'll only fear you, and that fear will turn." Daenerys gazed at her, sorrow in her voice. "Better fear than tyranny. I choose neither, if I can help it." She turned away, breathing unsteadily. Her reflection flickered in the hammered blades of the throne. She had dreamt of this moment since crossing the Red Waste, since the small glimmer of hope in her youth. Now it felt hollow and perilous. So much remained undone. The North still needed uniting. White Walkers threatened. Tywin roamed. But King's Landing was hers. The city was hers. The Lannisters who had seized the throne, the men who had threatened her from birth, lay undone. She inhaled, forcing steadiness into her limbs. Slowly, she ascended the dais steps, placing a hand on the Iron Throne's arm. It was cold, the edges sharp. She did not seat herself yet. Instead, she turned to face the battered hall, where freedmen and Unsullied knelt. Jon stood gazing up at her, relief and caution mingling in his eyes. Yora wore a bittersweet smile, as if recalling an older dream of Rhaegar's line restored. Missandei, stepping in from behind, gave a trembling breath of awe. The realm's greatest seat was within Daenerys' grasp. Outside, horns blared. Freedmen and Dothraki announced the city's final surrender in the streets. The gold cloaks flung down arms. Cersei's last loyal retainers were subdued. Far away, the small folk cowered or cheered, some in relief that the fighting had ended. No green flames devoured them. The Targaryen queen had proven more merciful than the old horrors that might have reigned. For a time, no one spoke. Then Daenerys's voice broke the hush, carrying in the vaulted hall. "King's Landing is free," she declared. "No more Lannister tyranny. Let the city know I come not to ravage but to rebuild. Let them see my banners. Let them see that I do not thirst for vengeance upon innocents. Help the hungry douse any fires. We are done with fear." A chorus of nods and salutes answered her. Jon's gaze held a quiet pride. She descended the dais, gathering herself. She knelt beside Cersei, who lay on the marble floor, pinned by Unsullied. "It's over," Daenerys said softly. "Your father can't help you. Your son is in my custody but safe." Cersei's lip curled. "He's all I have," the prophecy said. The prophecy said everything would be taken. Her voice cracked, tears shining. "You are not the rightful queen." "I." Daenerys rose again, turning away from the bitterness. She wouldn't let hatred define her reign. "Take her to the dungeons. Treat her with basic dignity," she commanded. "We'll decide her fate later. For now, the realm must see that the Lannister hold on the throne is ended." Grey Worm bowed. Friedman lifted the trembling Cersei, leading her away. In the hush that followed, Daenerys faced Jon. She saw relief mirrored there, though also a weight of new burdens. He sheathed his sword, stepping closer. "It's done," he murmured, "without drowning the city in blood." She nodded, chest tight. "Thank you for your part in this. We owe a great debt to your infiltration and to the small folk who helped. Now we must keep the peace." He offered a faint smile. "And we must see to Tywin, eventually." She exhaled. "Yes. The war isn't truly over until Tywin is dealt with. But at least King's Landing is ours. The people can breathe again." She moved to a broken window looking out upon the city's rooftops gilded by the morning sun. Smoke rose from a few small fires, but freedmen were already organizing a bucket line. Bells tolled uncertainly as if unsure whether to hail victory or lament defeat. Far below, in the labyrinth of streets, thousands stirred. The Targaryen banner would soon replace the Lannister lion on the gates. She imagined how Ned Stark or Robb would react. At last, the capital was freed from the family that had wronged them so deeply. "Softly," Jon said, "we should let the small folk know they have a queen who cares for them. If you ride out among them, distributing what food we can, they'll see you aren't the second coming of the Mad King. You might earn their loyalty, or at least their acceptance." Daenerys nodded. "Yes, we'll do that. Once we're certain no pockets of gold cloaks remain ready to cause trouble." Yora approached, bowing with surprising humility in his posture. "Your Grace, the men await your word in the courtyard. They want to cheer your victory." A flicker of uncertainty played across her. In another life, she might have basked in the triumph. Now it felt like a stepping stone. She turned away from the window, summoning a resolute calm. "Then let us greet them. The city stands, the throne stands. The Targaryen banner flies from the Red Keep once more." She walked from the throne room, flanked by Jon, Yora, Missandei, and freedmen in battered armor. Outside, in the keep's outer courtyard, a throng had gathered, unsullied in orderly ranks, freedmen bearing the combined wolf and dragon banner. Dothraki hovered near the gates, some perched on horses, scanning the city's sprawl. As Daenerys descended the steps, they let out a ragged cheer. She lifted a hand, acknowledging them. "Today, King's Landing is free from Lannister rule," she called, voice ringing against the stone. "We have shown the realm that dragons need not bring only flame but justice. Yet our work is not finished. The realm remains at war. Tywin's forces linger. But here, at least, no more innocents need die under Cersei's schemes. We stand as protectors, not conquerors." Cheers rose again, with a fervor tempered by exhaustion. Men who had marched endless miles or endured the blockade let their shoulders slump in relief. No more fighting in the streets for now. Daenerys inhaled the cold morning air. She realized that, for all her reservations, she had achieved a milestone that Aegon the Conqueror had once done centuries ago. She controlled King's Landing. The Targaryen banner would wave from these walls, a symbol of her family's return. Jon stepped beside her, voice low. "We should move quickly to secure the city. The Red Keep is ours, but there could be lingering pockets of watchmen. And the people need reassurance. Then we must prepare for Tywin's reaction. He might attempt to retake the capital or withdraw to the west." She nodded, the swirl of responsibility settling on her shoulders like a lead cloak. "Yes. Let's quell any chaos, feed the hungry, establish order. Then we'll deal with Tywin." We have momentum. If he remains at Storm's End or Harrenhal, we can corner him. Or perhaps he'll see the futility of continuing the war. The Iron Throne is lost to him now. Jon gave a thoughtful hum. He might keep fighting anyway. Or he might yield if he sees the city stands behind you. We'll see. Daenerys turned to address the freedmen. Organize food lines with whatever stores remain in the Red Keep and city granaries. No plundering. The small folk must see a better rule than the Lannisters offered. Missandei, help coordinate. Yora, Grey Worm, tighten security on the main gates. We must be ready if any stray Lannister companies approach. A flurry of movement followed. Commands echoed across the courtyard. Freedmen hurried off to gather keys to storehouses, Unsullied fanned out in patrols. Daenerys watched them go, heart thrumming with tension and a flicker of cautious hope. In one swift night, she had claimed the capital. The last major act of war might soon unfold with Tywin. She glimpsed the battered shape of the Iron Throne through the keep's wide doors. She had not yet sat upon it, even though by right she could. Something in her balked at claiming it fully while the realm still bled. Instead, she turned to Jon, who studied her face with understanding. Will you sit the throne, or wait until the realm is more stable? He asked quietly. She drew a slow breath. I'll wait. The city is mine, but the realm is not whole. War remains. And the White Walkers, we cannot forget them. Once Tywin is dealt with, we must unite everyone. No point crowning myself queen if half the lords refuse to unite when the dead march. Jon offered a faint, wry smile. A wise choice. As soon as the realm sees you lead with mercy, they may follow willingly. That's how we stand a chance against the winter threat. She felt the tightening in her chest at the mention of White Walkers, that distant terror overshadowing every southern squabble. Then let's see to it. We rid ourselves of Lannister tyranny, we unify the realm, and we brace for the true war. Step by step. He inclined his head. Step by step. They parted to coordinate the city's new governance, to calm the riot of emotions swirling through King's Landing. As the day advanced, freedmen marched through the streets distributing what small stores of bread they found. The gold cloaks who surrendered were made to stack their arms in the courtyard. Daenerys made a public speech from a balcony of the Red Keep, urging calm, promising fairness. Some in the crowd were uncertain, but many cheered the end of Lannister cruelty. Word spread that the Targaryen queen had not burned them alive, that she was different from her father. By dusk, the city quieted, sullen and exhausted. Daenerys, weary to her bones, reconvened with Jon, Yora, Missandei, and others in the keep's lesser council chamber. They discussed the next steps, searching for hidden wildfire caches, removing scorpions from the battlements, ensuring the stable supply lines from outside, and writing letters to the realm announcing that King's Landing had passed peacefully into Targaryen hands. Jon added a final piece: we must also send a raven to Robb Stark. Let him know the capital is ours. If Tywin tries to escape Harrenhal or the Stormlands, Robb can intercept. If Tywin remains pinned, perhaps we can converge on him and end this war. Daenerys nodded. Yes. And we must send messages to Ned Stark in Winterfell, telling him the city has surrendered. Also to the Vale, to Dorne, to whomever might join us. Let them see House Targaryen is not a monster but a liberator. Yora sipped from a goblet of watered wine, his exhaustion evident. What of Cersei? She's locked in a tower cell, fuming. We could try her for her crimes now, or hold her as a hostage to lure Tywin's surrender. Daenerys considered. A formal trial might come once the war fully ends. For now, keep her guarded. Ensure she has no means of suicide or sabotage. Tommen is a frightened child. I will not harm him, but he cannot remain king. The realm sees he's a puppet. Perhaps we'll keep him in gentle cust. Odie until we decide his fate. They all agreed. A new day was dawning in Westeros, but forging peace would require more than a change in monarch. Still, the capital was secure. That alone gave Daenerys and her allies a sense of forward momentum. At sunrise, Daenerys ventured outside the Red Keep gates. With Jon, Missandei, and a small guard, she walked among the battered streets of King's Landing. Freedmen had posted vantage points to distribute bread from barrels, supervised by Unsullied. She saw faces etched with hunger, children with hollow cheeks. She gently urged them forward, placing hunks of bread in small hands. Some stared at her silver hair, eyes wide. Others recoiled, uncertain if she was a new tyrant. But more than once, Daenerys received a murmured thank you. Jon helped pass out water from casks. Occasionally, freedmen announced that Daenerys had no intention of punishing the small folk for the war. People blinked in disbelief, then scurried away to share the rumor. By the time Daenerys returned to the keep, she had glimpsed both the city's brokenness and a flicker of hope in the eyes of those who realized the Lannisters were done. She mounted the steps back into the Red Keep, recalling how rumors said the Mad King had once prowled these halls, consumed by paranoia. She was determined to break that cycle. She would not become her father. She would rule with justice, forging alliances to stand against the doom beyond the wall. Missandei approached with a fresh letter, panting slightly. A raven arrived, my queen. From Robb Stark near Harrenhal. He says Tywin has withdrawn from the Stormlands after hearing the capital fell. Tywin marches west, perhaps to regroup with the mountain. Robb pursues. Daenerys' chest tightened with anticipation. If Tywin's last stand was near Harrenhal or the southwestern plains, that might be the final major clash of this war. She turned to Jon. We must send troops to help Robb. I'll gather a portion of the Unsullied and freedmen. You go or stay? Jon considered. I should go. Robb might need me. But the city also needs some stable presence. Perhaps you remain as a figure of authority? Or is that too big a risk if Tywin tries some cunning? She waited. She could ill afford to abandon King's Landing to potential chaos, but she also wanted to ensure Tywin had no chance to slip away or regroup. We'll do this. I'll leave Grey Worm with a strong garrison in the city, continuing to restore order. I'll take a portion of my best troops west with you. Once we join Robb, we can corner Tywin. Meanwhile, the city will not be left powerless. They hammered out the details. Within 2 days, Daenerys would depart the capital with half the Unsullied, a chunk of freedmen, and a portion of the Dothraki. Jon would lead that force, while Jorah remained in King's Landing to manage the transitional governance with Missandei's help. Grey Worm handled the city's security. Freedmen trusted him, and he had proven discipline. Thus, they parted once more, Daenerys leaving behind a newly claimed seat to ensure the final blow was struck. She traveled west across the Crownlands, meeting the tail of Robb's host near the Blackwater Rush. The months of blockade and maneuvering were culminating in one last confrontation. If Tywin was cornered, he might fight to the death or attempt negotiations. Either way, the realm's final unshackling from Lannister tyranny loomed. Jon and Daenerys rode at the head of the column, the Targaryen banner rippling in the cold wind. Freedmen marched behind, disciplined after so many campaigns. Dothraki scouted far ahead, their braids snapping. The autumn leaves had mostly fallen, leaving the countryside gray and stark. 3 days in, they rendezvoused with Robb Stark's rearguard, a cluster of Northmen huddled in a riverside camp. The young king in the north himself emerged from a tent, looking battered by war but resolute. He saw Daenerys and Jon approach, and a grin split his features. You took King's Landing, he said, relief coloring his tone. By the gods, that changes everything. Daenerys dismounted. Jon did likewise. They clasped arms with Robb. Around them, freedmen and Northmen exchanged wary but curious glances. The alliance formed at Moat Cailin had become reality. Robb led them inside his command tent, where a large map pinned with knives showed the area around Harrenhal. Edmure Tully stood by, black hair unkempt, wearing bandages on one arm. The Blackfish loomed in a corner, quiet and watchful. A smattering of lesser northern lords eyed Daenerys with new respect. Harrenhal stands half-ruined, Robb explained, pointing to the map. Tywin's men arrived from the Stormlands side, merging with the mountain's battered force. They number, perhaps, 10,000. We have about 8,000 here, but now you bring more. If we unite, we outnumber them. Daenerys nodded, scanning the lines. Where do they stand? The Blackfish answered. They're pinned near the lakes outside Harrenhal's walls. The castle is a husk. Gregor's men tried to refortify it, but they can't hold the entire ruin effectively. If we close from both east and west, we trap them against the water or the shattered walls. They'll have no retreat. Robb exhaled. It might be a slaughter if they refuse to yield. But Tywin is cunning. He might attempt a breakout or some feint. Jon set his jaw. We must guard against that. My freedmen can approach from the east, your Northmen from the west. Daenerys can hold the center with the Unsullied. If Tywin tries to slip away, we close in. This might be the last major battle. Let's keep it swift. Daenerys' thoughts churned. She recalled how Tywin's cunning had undone so many foes in the past. We offer him a chance to yield as we did with the city. If he refuses, we finish it. The realm can't afford another stalemate. Then the war truly ends and we can unify. The White Walkers loom beyond the wall. Robb grimaced. Yes, my father writes that the Night's Watch is desperate for reinforcements. We must end the Southern War. Let's do it. They hammered out the plan for a combined assault. Scouts reported Tywin's exact position among tumbled ruins and a patch of dead woods to the north of Harrenhal's main courtyard. By dawn, the Targaryen northern host would encircle him. If he refused parley, they'd close in. That night, Daenerys found little rest, lying awake in a command tent pitched near Robb's lines. She listened to the wind blow across the desolate fields around Harrenhal, recalling stories of curses haunting that place. She sensed a final confrontation. Tywin had shaped her life from afar, leading the rebellion that killed her father, orchestrating threats to her existence. Now she stood on the brink of confronting him, with half the realm behind her. At first light, they formed up. Northmen under Robb's wolf banner massed on the west side, freedmen under the half-wolf half-dragon sigil on the east, unsullied in the center with Daenerys. Dothraki scoured the perimeter for any sign of hidden paths. Slowly, they advanced, forming a semicircle around the battered sprawl of Harrenhal's courtyard. Smoke rose from campfires within. Tywin's lines bristled with pikes and archers, the lion banner drooping in the cold. Daenerys rode forward with Robb, stopping out of arrow range. A hush settled, broken by a distant crow's caw. Then an older knight in Lannister colors stepped out. The shape of Tywin Lannister himself emerged behind him, tall, hair gone white, face carved from stone. Soldiers parted for him. Daenerys had never met Tywin in person. He looked every inch the fearsome tactician, posture rigid, ice cold as iron. He surveyed the ring of allied forces with an expression betraying nothing. She called, voice echoing, Tywin Lannister. The city is lost to you, the realm unites against you. Surrender now, spare your men further bloodshed. Or fight and watch them die for a lost cause. Robb added, your father's hold on the throne is finished. King's Landing flies Targaryen banners. The north stands with the queen. Harrenhal is surrounded. Yield, so the realm might heal. Tywin's face remained impassive. Slowly, he stepped forward, ignoring the old knight who tried to hold him back. He let his gaze flick from Daenerys to Robb to the mass of freedmen and Northmen. Then he spoke, voice carrying in the still air, I have served this realm for decades, outlasting false kings and mad rulers. You speak as though your victory is certain. Yet the realm is often swayed by cunning, not brute force. Daenerys clenched the reins. The realm chooses survival. You stand alone. The city rose against your daughter, your grandson is dethroned. Enough. Surrender, and I may show you mercy. Tywin studied her, old anger flickering in his eyes. Mercy? For the house that ended the Mad King's tyranny? We saved the realm from worse. But perhaps we replaced one monster with another. My final duty was to preserve order. Yet I see now the tide is unstoppable. He paused, scanning the ring of steel. If I do not fight, will you let my men go? Or do you demand all Lannisters die? Robb spoke up, voice raw with old wounds. We demand justice for the murders, the betrayals, my father's imprisonment, the Red Wedding. But if you yield, we need not butcher your entire host. Lay down your arms and they can depart or pledge fealty. As for you, Tywin, you must face the Queen's judgment. Tywin's jaw tightened. He looked around at the battered men behind him, exhausted from forced marches, outnumbered, outflanked. A flicker of regret touched his gaze, or perhaps only calculation. Then he slowly lowered his head. Very well. If it spares these men a futile fight. We yield. I yield. Let this war end. The tension in the air snapped like a drawn bowstring released. Men on both sides let out ragged breaths. Some Lannister soldiers dropped swords on the spot. Freedmen and Northmen tensed, waiting for a trick, but none came. Tywin stepped forward, raising his empty hands. Daenerys exhaled, hardly believing it. She had expected a last stand, more carnage. Instead, the great lion of House Lannister had capitulated. She felt neither triumph nor glee, only a weary relief. Have your men stack arms, she commanded. No plunder of their personal goods, no butchery. We want a realm that unites. As for you, Tywin, you'll be taken into custody. We'll decide your fate in a proper setting. He looked at her, eyes hooded with quiet resentment. Yes, your grace. And so it ended. Freedmen oversaw the disarmament, Northmen roamed the camp to ensure compliance. Tywin's men complied, relieved to avoid certain death. Tywin himself was escorted to a waiting wagon, face unreadable. Some curses flew, but no swords were drawn. The war was done. Daenerys dismounted near Robb. They exchanged a stunned look. Robb let out a low laugh, half disbelieving. We actually ended it. The city is ours, Tywin yields. The realm stands open to a new future. She managed a faint smile in return. Yes. If we shape it wisely. Now we can unite houses, feed the starving. And we can face the threat from beyond the wall. Jon rode up, hearing that last line. He nodded. At last, the realm can focus on the real war. We have to gather all the living to stand against the White Walkers. Robb clasped his arm. We'll do it. My father writes that the Watch is desperate. We'll muster every able body. If House Lannister abandons vengeance, they can join or be cast aside. Daenerys gazed west where the sun dipped behind Harrenhal's broken towers. She felt exhaustion to her bones, but also the faint spark of hope that had long eluded her. The war for the throne was over. She had reclaimed King's Landing, forced the Lannisters to yield. The old cycle of vengeance and rebellion might finally break if she governed with fairness. But the world's deeper shadows beckoned. Winter's chill, the undead host, mysteries lurking in the far north. She would gather the realm's strength, forging alliances beyond old divisions. For she was Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, having come not to burn children but to defend the living. The challenge dwarfed any single throne. She inhaled and turned to her allies. "We end this war with minimal bloodshed," she said softly, as the last Lannister banners were lowered. "Now we face the greater war. We must unite every corner of Westeros. Our true enemy does not sleep." Jon nodded, grave. Robb set his jaw, resolved. Freedmen and Northmen around them stirred with renewed purpose. The final victory over Tywin was but a threshold. Beyond it lay the real struggle, an ancient darkness older than dynasties or crowns. But for the first time in generations, Westeros stood on the verge of unity under a queen who had seen the cost of cruelty and chosen a different path. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across Harrenhal's ruins. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, feeling the wind on her face. House Lannister's roar had faded. House Stark's vengeance was sated. The Targaryen banner flew over King's Landing. Tomorrow, they would gather lords from every corner, commanding them to send men north. The final test awaited in the land of perpetual ice, where the living's fragile unity would face a power beyond mortal feuds. But for now, the war for the Iron Throne was done. The realm, battered and weary, could draw breath, and Daenerys Targaryen, flanked by Jon Snow and Robb Stark, looked to the horizon where winter loomed, determined that the living would stand together. She had reclaimed her birthright not through dragonfire alone, but through alliances and mercy. That, she believed, was the realm's best chance. A queen forged by hardship, a wolf from the north who shared her blood, and a realm at last freed from the last shadow of Lannister rule. In the hush of that dusk, as the freedmen corralled the Lannister men, and the Northmen began preparing for the next march, Daenerys exhaled a trembling breath. She turned to Jon, who gave her a small, steady nod. Side by side, they moved to join Robb, planning how to send ravens across the Seven Kingdoms. The Queen's war was over. The realm's war, the war of the dead, awaited. But on this night, at least hope glimmered. The living had found a measure of unity, direwolf and dragon forging a new chapter that might endure the coming storm.